Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. Oh, I actually can't see it all. Is it on there? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But we have an exciting day. We're going to have a lot to deal with. You already got producer prices came in a little bit hotter than expected. So the inflation debate from yesterday, that's going to come up. People are talking about 100 basis points or not. I got a couple of things to show you with that. You had bank earnings, and it wasn't that good. So we're going to have to talk about that. And then yield curve keeps flattening a little bit more. You now have a full quarter point of flattening or inversion on the yield curve. And then the dollar is now higher than COVID. The Japanese yen is right under 140. And, well, we are going to have a very interesting day, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you guys are ready for it. I hope you're excited. Yesterday was a wild one. We're getting the follow through. We still have Friday at the end of the week. So I hope you're locked and loaded, baby. Amen. Defense. 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 There you go, baby. Oh, amen. Good morning. Oh, good morning, Chattadonio. They woke up with defense. They woke up with defense, baby. Oh, you have no idea. Oh, I'm hyped on that, Chad. Thank you for the hype. Oh, good morning, baby. What's up? What's up, Kobe McGuire? What's up, Daniel the Trader? What's up, KJM Radney? S. Jones, Sasha Gray Matter, Charlie in the trade. What's up, baby? How you living, Sandcat? We missed you yesterday, but we got you today. Carissa, good morning. And Malone, Boomer. Let's go, baby. Tony Trays, good morning. Juice Trays, good morning. Young Blood, let's go. Long-term chair. Defense. Defense. Let's go. Lost one. Good morning. Zura Solomon Peck. Oh, good morning, baby. What's up, Sal? Young Calf. Prasadinda. Eddie. Luke. Austin. Good morning, Dominic. Keldrick. Jamar. Warfighter. T. Grinder. Paul D'Souza. Oh, good morning. What's up, Romeo? Oh, Romeo. Defense. Defense. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep going at it, man. Josh, you got 2 spot puts. Well, let's see what happens, man. Today's going to be a wild one. Again, like I said, there's just so many factors already. I know the market hasn't even opened up, but like I said, the dollar is past the COVID highs. The yen is weakening. The yield curve even more. The market is down. Again, bank earnings were not good at all. So JP Morgan, they said that they're trying to have more cash than possible. They canceled buybacks. Morgan Stanley, they didn't do as good either, which is pretty surprising. So we got a lot, man. We have a lot that we are going to have to deal with, baby. So, Chad, I hope you're ready. I hope you're locked and loaded. I hope you're feeling blessed. And I hope you got the defense. Defense. Oh, man. They don't feel me, man. They don't feel me, Chad. So, good morning. Good morning. Let's check our news here. What do we got? JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, they have gave already skittish markets little relief as the gloom continued as banks kicked off earnings. JP Morgan temporarily suspended share buybacks, with Jamie Dimon saying the pause was needed to quickly meet capital requirements. Trading revenue and investment banking missed. Morgan Stanley also fell short on investment banking revenue, but posted beats on equities and FICC trading. Both stocks fell pre-market. A mild recession will start in the second half, Bank of America said, cutting their year-end price target by 20% and EPS growth. Strategists lowered their S&P targets to 3,600 from 4,500, noting that the average decline during recessions is 31%, and they said that we may see 3,000 to 3,200 on the SPY before the year end. Wow. Hot dog. Treasury yield curve flattened as shorter-end maturities that are sensitive to imminent Fed moves fell. The inversion between the 2-year and 10-year is the deepest since the year 2000. The risk-off mood continued elsewhere. Dollar index rose to a record. Futures had another lurch lower after JP earnings, and European stocks fell with oil. 3-month dollar LIBOR rose to the most since '08, to the highest in more than 3 years. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. TSM, they raised their forecast for revenue growth this year, but warned it will delay some spending. Tesla's head of AI and autopilot, Andrej Karpathy, will step down. Amazon move a step closer to settling 2 EU antitrust probes into how it uses rival sales data. Twitter user reports that it's having problems. Down Detector says Deutsche Telekom sold a majority stake in its tower unit to Brookfield and Digital Bridge for $17.5 billion. Celsius, the crypto lender, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy after its June decision to halt withdrawals amid a panic run by clients. Bitcoin rose to around 20,000. JP Morgan said the token's cost of production has dropped from 24,000 at the start of June to around 13,000 and warned that may be negative for the price. It's now moving less in tandem with the NASDAQ than at almost any point this year. Sophisticated traders only. The first U.S. leveraged single stock ETFs debut today, accompanied by regular warnings over the risk. AXS will launch 8 ETFs that allow investors to make inverse or leverage bets on single firms like Tesla, Nvidia, PayPal. The SEC says they present a particular risk, and even the AXS CEO admits they're meant for sophisticated, active traders, not buy and hold investors. Interesting. It's back. They had these back in the day. The mounting risk of global recession later this year or in 2023 may cause a surge in credit defaults, a survey by the IACPM showed. Until then, businesses in North America are cushioned by ample liquidity from cash injections and low interest rates. Leveraged loans, commercial office, healthcare, and smaller businesses are especially exposed. Donald Trump is pushing to announce the 2024 comeback candidacy before the midterms. Washington Post reported former president is eyeing a September statement. 2 advisors said. Euro turbulence in Italy. 5-star movement said it will boycott a confidence vote today, which may trigger Mario Draghi's resignation. Russia is set to complicate the G20 meeting of finance chiefs in Bali. Disagreements on how to alleviate supply chain and inflation crisis stemming from the war make agreeing on a communique difficult, people familiar said. In Europe, the EU is said to be considering lifting sanctions on some individuals after its lawyers found the penalties may have been imposed on weak grounds. The dollar rally may have room to run. Global hedge funds and banks reckon. Don't fight it. It's not the right time, says K2 Asset Management. Investor positioning is solidly bullish but far from extreme, according to the CFTC. A gauge of combined net non-commercial futures positions against major peers shows about $16 billion of bullish bets compared to almost $36 billion in mid-2019. No way. So you have half the amount of open futures bets on the dollar today than in 2019. Wicked. 10 a.m. ECB Centeno speaks. 11 a.m. Fed Waller. 11:30 $45 billion of 4-week and $40 billion of 8-week bonds. And I think after tomorrow we'll start to see the balance sheet go down. Hopefully, we will find out. We will find out. U.S. factory gate inflation accelerated to 11.3 in June from a revised 10.9, indicating inflationary pressures remain elevated. 3/4 of the advance was due to goods in the initial jobless claims. They ticked up to 244 from 235. Chile's central bank lifted key rate by 75 and flagged additional increases to come. Brazil's economic activity fell 0.1 in May, deepening April's 0.6 revised drop. In Argentina, inflation may have sped up to 64% from 61%. My goodness. The EU trimmed this year's GDP outlook for the euro area to 2.6, citing the risk of energy shortages and slowing demand due to inflation. Heat waves across Europe show the dangers of weakening climate goals. UK cost of living support starts hitting bank accounts today. More than 8 million households on means-tested benefits are eligible for $326 euro government payments. Chinese authorities held emergency meetings with banks as a rapidly growing number of homebuyers refused to pay mortgages for unfinished projects, people familiar said. Some banks will tighten lending requirements in high-risk cities. China banks slumped, joining the sell-off in property developers. Chinese regulators were asked to exercise greater caution when reviewing new overseas spending and investment plans on concerns higher U.S. rates may spur capital outflows, people familiar said. SOEs were also told that they should be cautious in approving overseas spending. Gotabia Rajapaksa is headed to Saudi Arabia via Singapore, the AP reported. While Reuters said he will remain in Singapore, the Sri Lankan president failure to officially resign throws a wrench in legislator proposed special meeting tomorrow that's meant to pick a new leader. China is studying ending a near 2-year ban on Australian coal as tensions begin to ease and on concerns supply may tighten when Western-led sanctions on Russian energy kick in. Commodities faltered as oils to metals declined. WTI fell below 200-day moving average for the first time since December. Gasoline and heating oil retreated. Concerns about the impact of high inflation on economic growth and oil demand are visibly growing. PVM oil said gold edged closer to $1,700 an ounce, while iron ore slumped more than 8%. Wheat, soybeans, and corn reversed earlier gains. Just 7 firms filed for U.S. IPOs in the second half of this year compared to 60 last year. Royalty Pharma will buy Trilogy royalty interest from Thervayance Bio Farm for $1.6 billion. KKR agreed to buy a minority stake in UK utility Northumbrian Water. UK buyout firm Permira raised $16 billion for new flagship fund. Playtech falls 18% after TTD partner ends bid for company. Hyundai unveiled a sedan version of the Colt EV. Colt EV? Let's go. Taking on Tesla and GM, the Ioniq 6 can travel 379 miles on a single charge. Intel told customers it will raise prices on most microprocessors and peripheral chip products in autumn, the Nikkei reported. CNOOC said it has more than doubled first-half profits from a year ago. Berkshire Hathaway lifted its stake in Occidental to 20%, or 19.2%. Li Auto's heavy EV sales target rests on winning over chip makers. JP Morgan temporarily suspends share buybacks. JP Morgan credit costs hit $1 billion as Diamond predicts turmoil. IBM Krishna says tech industry will weather recession fears. JP Morgan goes for capital cushion with buyback suspension. Cisco downgraded and Juniper raised as JP Morgan turns defensive. U.S. futures slip with JP Morgan's disappointing earnings. Boeing price target cut to 200 from 220 at RBC. Amgen price target raised to 253 from 239 at Morgan Stanley. Old as you feel, Citi won part of its appeal in an age discrimination lawsuit by former banker who was laid off after being called old at age 55. Niels Kirk previously won his unfair dismissal and was awarded $2 million, but an appeal court ordered the case to be reheard, considering a relatively small age gap between Kirk and 51-year-old colleague who was promoted right after restructuring. Soaring Manhattan apartment rates hit another record last month with new leases signed at a median of $4,050. Last year, average rents, or last month, they topped $5,000 for the first time. Getting your kid back to school will strain your pocket. Back to school shoppers may spend a record $34 billion this year. This breaks down to $661 per student, up 8% from a year earlier. Clothing spend may climb 18%. Still, willingness to spend more isn't enough to secure supplies, with 63% of respondents expecting to encounter out-of-stock items. Molten Coors became the first new beer sponsor to buy a Super Bowl ad in more than 3 decades after AB InBev ended its exclusive deal with the game. Leon Black will challenge a judge's decision to throw out a lawsuit alleging fellow Apollo co-founder Josh Harris conspired with the Russian models and others to destroy his reputation. Chinese fashion giant Shein is rushing to shed its reputation as an ESG villain before its U.S. IPO in 2024. And then on this day in history, outlaw Billy the Kid was shot and killed by Pat Garrett in Fort Summer in 1881. The 21-year-old had killed 8 men, including 2 deputies, during an escape from jail after he was sentenced to death by hanging. There are rumors of Billy's survival, and he remains a man of mystery. Only 2 photographs of the gunfighter exist, upon which historians agree. One show him playing croquet, which is a mystery in and of itself. Billy the Kid. Good morning, Chad. So that's the news. Again, there's a lot of things. You got to deal with JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley earnings. They were not it. They were not the business. The dollar is rocketing more than the pre-COVID or the during COVID high. What else? Yield curve, dollar, yen, and the last thing, pricing in 100 basis points. Oh, and PPI. So we got a lot to deal with. A little bit of company news. Defense. Amen, amen, amen. But we got a couple of pre-market movers. We have a little bit of time. AMD shares are up 0.8 pre-market after the chip maker was upgraded to outperform from market perform at BMO. Bank stocks are slumping after JP Morgan earnings. Citi survey suggests IT spending trends might dip during December 2020. CFRX shares sink 77% in U.S. pre-market as the biotech company said that data safety monitoring stopped its Exabase Phase 3 study. Costco gains 0.8 after Deutsche Bank raises the membership-based retailer to buy from hold. Dollar General was cut to neutral from buy at Citi as analyst Paul Lejeuze points to stock's outperformance and says expectations seem high and upside seems more limited from here. TBPH shares jumped 16% after the company agrees to sell royalty interest to Trilogy Lipita to Royalty Pharma. Twitter shares up 0.8 after Rosenblatt upgraded the social networking to buy from neutral. And then Taiwan Semiconductor is up 1.5 after they raised this outlook and analysts said update shows the company's resilience. Ta-da! So it's beautiful. It's beautiful, Chad. That's what we got. I got a couple of plays to go over. Hopefully you watched the watch list. Again, I liked all of the plays from yesterday. So I'm going to be focusing on those and a couple of others. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hold on. I don't want to get it on the same chart as the yield curve. But here at the Colt, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge and special shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for your service. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public servants out there as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you for doing what you'll have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn, let's go. Good morning, Chad. Defense. Let's go. Charge. Oh, man. Y'all feel it? Feels good? Again, we got some yield curve action and a couple of other things. Like I'm saying, there's a lot. For real, there's a lot this morning. Again, dollars up. The yen right below 140. Dollar is higher than COVID highs. We had the PPI, so more inflation data. And then now all of these bank earnings did not do good. So be careful. We'll see what happens. We got 2 minutes. Again, like I said, I'm probably watching a lot of the plays from the watch list yesterday. So ARLP, BTU, AMR, I like all of the coal plays. That one's been active. We'll see if that continues today because energy's kind of down. Netflix for the earnings, that's next week. Abivi, and then XLP for consumer staples. I noticed a couple of them were in the morning. So we'll see what happens. Then JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. We'll see what happens from there, baby. So call out any place. Let's have some fun. And again, I sold out of Veru this morning in pre-market. I got like a $300 profit. If you remember, we had shares of Veru. So I got out of that one. Again, there was bad Tesla news too. I forgot about that. one. And yeah, let's see. So watch out for the dollar. It's already up. And watch out for the yen. You could watch YCS. EWG, we might be able to go for it. Or again, VGK. Or you could go for an individual energy name related to Germany or Europe. But again, we have till like July 22nd. So pretty much a couple more days. Thankfully, we're almost done with this week. But we will see what happens. But we love you. Be blessed. Call out any plays. You have 30 seconds. Like the video. And play defense. I'm going to do that so much. You have no idea. I need to take my sweater off, man. Let's go. I'm hyped. Let's see where the dollar lands by the end of today, man. See where the dollar lands by the end. I can't believe it's higher than COVID right now. That's actually insane. 3, 2, No. Yeah, 3, 2, 1. There it is. Round 1. Fight. So let's see if the dollar sells off immediately. Otherwise, we're going to deal with that. It looks to be like 1.2, 1.5 at open. So let's find out what happens here. Come on, give me that first candle. I don't even know if those puts from yesterday even went up in value. So one of them is. The second set is up. But actually, no, they're both up, I think. Wow, they finally are both up. The 372 and the 370s. So, yeah, the weeklies came back up. I'm making more money on the Japanese yen. I remember I still have that short. TSM calls. TSM could be a good one. Again, they just had their earnings there. And, again, don't forget about the banks and where they're at. TSM's up 0.1. So UUP calls up 100. Nice work. BTU, so it looks like coal plays are actually coming down right now to start the day. Tesla's only down 0.3. Where's Boeing? Arch Coal? No way. So Arch is just shot up, but they're still down 3%. That's actually pretty wild. And then BTU is kind of expensive. Make them free. SPY. It's coming down. You're down 1% on the NASDAQ. Surprisingly, Dow and S&P are the worst. Yeah, dollar's crazy, but, I mean, eventually, this first hour, first 30 minutes, you're probably going to see the most moves. Buying any banks. I'd be down to trade them for a little bit. Let's see when we get the rest of the reports. But for now, I mean, it's not looking too hot just yet. But I think we need to get all of them in there. But so far, the first couple of banks sucked. JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, not so hot. Dollar come down. It might just go higher again. Watch TLT in the bonds. Yield curve is still inverting today. JP Morgan's still dumping. Yeah, they're down 4. Coal plays are not really it right now. There's Amazon, Microsoft. What about Apple? Again, tech is only down like 0.5% right now. NASDAQ is 1.2, but Dow is actually down more. TSM wants to dive. Apple wants to rip. JP Morgan hitting another low. TSM is now on the low. Again, they had decent earnings. They're only down like 0.2, but AMD and some chip makers are still green. So keep that in mind. The chip makers aren't moving too much. Up, it's coming down. Thessalonian. So the SPY puts were up on the big one, and then the other one's actually barely up. That's crazy. The premiums, I thought they were going to get washed. So we'll watch how these play out. And then the JP Morgan. What's the other one I wanted? Abivai calls. Did Abivai come? Abivai's coming back up, actually. And again, today's ex-dividend for him. Roblo pop. TSM recession. Banks are hitting another low. Roblo is somehow up 4% right now. That one's wild. The dollar does keep going up, but surprisingly, the market's not reacting as violent. Again, we're down 1.5 while the dollar is up 1.1. So, I mean, honestly, I think the dollar's moved a lot more than the market. So we either going to have a lot more space or we're just going to see what happens with this. I still like JP Morgan for the long term. I mean, that's not good in the short term in what they're saying, but I mean, I love the dividend on it, and I think they will get their turnaround, but for now, it's just not looking good. We'll see that's why I said we'll see what all the other banks do. Why are these so expensive? What was the other one? Another day watching the markets crash. Kind of. Again, if anything's crashing right now, it's global currencies. Again, that yen is at 139. So we're going to talk about that. Again, that thing's still moving. Yeah, we have big data on Friday as well, too. And you already got a little bit of it here now. Dude, nobody plays these coal plays. Bro, all of the option chains on these coal stocks are just dead. Kind of bittersweet. Kind of bittersweet, bro. Did that fill? Okay, I grabbed one. Dude, I don't know how again, anything with more time is pretty crazy, and I have the ARLPs, but I grabbed another one. SPY coming lower, 372. Yeah, SPY, Delta pop. Remember, there's Delta earnings too. Yeah, and I think YouTube lets you use the, I think you could watch the stream now while you're off of the app. I think it's kind of fascinating. Oil is having an effect on the dollar. We'll see. I mean, the oil has to be down with this. We'll find out after yesterday. JP Morgan's still at the low. So don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Don't get clapped. I grabbed a BTU play. I grabbed BTU calls for August. I spent about $40 a pop. Again, that chain is literally dead. So just be careful with that one. Just be careful with that one. And then we still have our ARLP. And then SPY 372. Where are those other plays at now? So we're only up $60 on the first one we got yesterday, and then the second one in the money. That one's doing a lot more damage. That one's 170. Okay, honestly, I'm going to sell the 372. Because then I'll make 100. Whoa. 10? No. Come on, chill. Chill, bro, chill. Because I'll make 180, and then I spent what? I spent 120 on the second one that's up now. Or I spent 150. Okay, I sold out of the daily from yesterday at 303, and then I'm going to hold this one till the end of the week for free now. So I sold out of the 372, and then we still have a 370 now practically for free. Wide bid and ask. It's wild out there, bro. Still down 1.5. We're down 1.6 now on the NASDAQ, 1.7 on the Dow, or 1.8 on the SPY, and then 1.8.7 on the Dow. So you're already at 372. Again, this is a big level considering. So this is like a little bit more active than we've seen in the last couple days. And here's the 14-day window now. You're actually breaking out of it. So if we go below 372, it starts to get a little wonky. Watch out for 371, 370-ish next. But we are definitely breaking out of that last 2-week range right here. So be careful for that. Abivai is starting to run. Amazon's on the low. Apple slipped there a little bit. So did Microsoft. Microsoft down 1.5. Tesla's even down. That Tesla put, we're still down on that one. And then again, we still have the final SPY daily. Oil's at 91, bro. Oil's getting pummeled right now. So look at dollar is still up. It's at 1.2, but damn. That's crazy. Do you think Josh will ever buy GME for the long term? I probably will never. I still have a share, actually, from when we tried to buy one during the thing to just make sure it was still working, but I would never seriously add that to any long-term portfolio of mine. Maybe lending tips, though. He might come in and be like, yo, let me get a share. You know what I'm saying? Everything's collapsing. APEN, so kind of getting a little bounce there from Tesla. TSM, they want to come back up. JP Morgan's still at the low. Again, banks are selling off pretty hard now. 37 or 3.7 for XLF. 2.7 for XLF. SPY is going to the lows. Bye-bye, Euro. I think is Euro below parity right now? Honestly, I woke up and I looked at the yen. So even though the Euro is at, like, it's a big deal, bro, that yen is at 140 now. Again, it's funny because somebody asked me the other day, and they're like, oh, is it up there? And they're like, did you, I thought you were going to short when the yen. I was like, dude, the yen's still at like 137, 135. And then literally right now it's at 139. So it might be at another low, 371. So again, watch if it breaks 371 or not. This has already been a very quick move in 10 minutes. We're down almost 2%. There's some stability, but right now it's just been a straight inverse with the dollar and the SPY. Parity or clarity? Parity. Euro parity. Don't worry. We got you, baby. The won looks like it wants to break out. I know. I'm just looking at the yen now. The question is, does it go past 140 and then does it launch past 140 and then just go straight to 145? So these are the big things we need to be watching. Literally, inverted yield curve, that's hitting the biggest point in almost 2 decades. You got the Fed futures. We actually haven't talked about it too much today. People are responding to everything else. And then here's the yen on a 50-year chart. And this is the breakout point we are looking at next, between 140 to 142. That one, again, just kind of shows the strength of the dollar and what's going on. I can only imagine what those YCSs did. This one actually didn't move up too much, but it would have been a good hit. Bounce coming today. We'll see. Well, this is the first time we've broken down on the 2 weeks, so I think this range is pretty crucial. So let's find out. I mean, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. Couple of big techs trying to bounce here and get a green candle at the bottom. Tesla, Amazon, Apple. 160 on YCS. Hell yeah, baby. Good work. Came up on the watch list at the good time. But I'm even surprised, though. Just how this thing is moving is wild. VGKs are moving. EWG, not so much. Actually, I don't know. We might get in the money. Oh, dude, that one's tough. Because now we're only like 50 cents from the money, and now we only have one. Dude, this is such a scam. That's so sad. That's so sad. We have 1 day left on that July contract, and you're like you're literally like 1% away from the money. Oh, what scammers. If EWG flushes, though, honestly, those plays, I mean, if someone call them out if they get up there, there's nothing to roll. I have like $400 of value, I guess, but it's just not. Man's not hot, you know? But SPY 371. Airlines are an interesting one. Wait for the bounce. Whoa. I don't know if that candle was what you were looking for, but it just moved. Netflix is down 2.2 right now. Again, EWG still kind of guttered. Tesla, Amazon. Delta is on the high right now. Delta, Southwest Airlines are about to go positive. Apple to capitulate hard. Next level support. I think 370 flat I mean, we're holding that 371. It didn't want to go below that 372, but that would probably be the next level, and then I think like 368. But it's been a while since we've came below here. Again, I brought up this range on the watch list just a couple of days ago. I mean, it's been a wild ride, but I think honestly just 370 flat and then maybe like 366, I guess, or 365, but 368 was a spot in the past. City banks are still selling off here. Kind of sad. Even Morgan Stanley. China's CBRC to support stability of property finance policy. Did 100% on YCS. Good work. What are those at? Only got $50 of profit on the other weekly SPY. Dude, oil, that's it. Oil broke my $92. Holy shit. Chad, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe I'll give it $89, but there's right now the odds of this is kind of the odds of oil not going up have increased from today. Again, with that dollar as strong as it is, and now it's down here, that's actually wicked. Pull up my technical. I think the only technical on oil today is that it's the first time dropping below the 200-day moving average since December. Roblox, I don't know, man. I don't know why Roblox is doing that. You know what I'm saying? Why don't we have XRT? It's either a different brand or if it's retail. Retail's like a sub-industry. It's not necessarily like one of the top 11. So there's only 11 or 12 industries that the market looks at. So retail is like a sub-industry of consumer discretionary, or depending on where it's at. Dude, Apple just launched. Apple still down 1%, but that was a pretty big move from the bottom. Wells Fargo trying to bounce. The PDUFA was for Abivi. It's Rinvoq. Their drug Rinvoq, and it's going to be tomorrow, Friday. BTU, I grabbed calls on it. They're doing bad today, though. So it's already flipped pretty big. Again, just as we were saying, this thing's been active. BTU is not as strong as some of the other ones. There's like AGM2 or ARM. Or which one was it? AMR, I think. Yeah, not all of them. ARLP is the strongest, but again, coal might get hot here with the whole UK EWG thing. Pretty much coal in a weird way could be the backup. But again, we have a little bit more time to finalize everything. And then we'll see what EWG does today. Microsoft, MO's on the high. THC, Cardinal Health. XLV's down. But some of the names are doing a little bit better. What coal will do. Coal will could be bullish effect if the Europe nat gas thing doesn't get resolved, then you could get clapped on it, pretty much. Or pretty much it would raise up coal because that's what they would use. BA, another pop. Yeah, the BTU, all coal plays are dead. Like, if you go look at the option chain beyond BTU, nobody trades them. Again, coal died in 2020. There was only one coal ETF that existed, and by 2020, it was done. So, it's weird that it's been doing good while a lot of commodities have been getting crushed, but it's not it's not a popular play. It's a very interesting one. So 1.68, 1.4 on the Dow, 1.7, 1.8 on the Dow and S&P. I went short term I went August 19th for the BTUs because I have the January ARLPs, and those are still up 200%. So we had a little bit of a bounce there. Again, the last 2 weeks have been characterized by sell off and then dance around VWAP for like 2 hours. So I would just watch to see if we could continue down to 371 just right after this little drop. That would definitely be a change of pace. We should have a quarter spread. Now it's a little bit more, 0.26, negative 0.26 on the yield curve inversion. Again, Fed rate cut or Fed rate monitor. Looks like we're still pricing in about 80%, and the yen is still wacky. And then oil is at just an extremely low level now. Again, here's the yen. I think we shorted it the first time was like right here or one of these, but it's getting pretty wild now. Well, we're coming up right near VWAP. It looks like it's not giving up just yet. Dollar is finally coming down here, especially after that open. So see how this plays out. And the scam begins. VYGVQ is popping. Voyager. Be very careful. Again, if you could trade it, you could have fun trading it, do what you want, but just like any play that's already distressed, just be careful. It may turn to a Revlon if everyone gets hyped on it, but if that doesn't happen, you are going to run risk trading a bankrupt company, okay? So just be careful with any of those. Because, again, and Celsius filed for bankruptcy this morning. IBM's on the high. They're only down 0.38 on the day. Netflix. TTD's on the low still. So remember, they had a little bit of negativity from the news yesterday with the whole Netflix thing. I remember Hertz went bankrupt. That's what I'm saying. Like Hertz, Revlon, they could do that. The difference, I would say, is that it's like Voyager just lost everybody's money in a weird way. Like them and Celsius again. So I don't know though. We'll find out. But just be careful. And then UUP, those 4 candles have literally given up all day. Or what we opened with, so that's kind of good. Your dollar just lost a quarter percent almost. Why is it ran up so much? Well, again, think about yesterday. As people are anticipating a more hawkish Powell, the dollar's going up. Literally right now, Fed futures are pricing in 100 basis points of rate hikes, and that in and of itself, with a more hawkish Powell, you're pretty much up until Powell starts cutting rates, you're gonna watch the dollar go up. That's going to be the real big thing right there. Congrats on the article. Thank you. I don't know how to even access it there. Steven, you just asked too, but I don't know. I just some Chads reached out. They asked for some quotes, and I'm glad it got used. They got picked up somewhere else too. There was one more place that used the quote, but shout out the yield curve, baby. Shout out the yield curve. Morgan Stanley says deep and dramatic recession unlikely. Dollar is hitting the low of the day or intraday, but it's still up 1%. It's Celsius, the crypto, not the energy drink. Yeah. Oil flipped to the bottom. I can't believe oil is at 91 right now. The damn dollar wrecking ball, bro. The damn dollar wrecking ball. It literally did take out everything. Wells Fargo bounced big right there. Even JP Morgan kind of getting back to open again. The dollar has they came through with a lot right now. Dollar just recovered most of that first 30 minutes of running up here. GNK. TLT. That's crazy. The yield curve is still inverting a little bit more, and the yields are now rising a little bit. So yield curve kind of bounced, but not too much. For Christ and all those fallen, I live to the fullest. For my God, try to bring glory to the kingdom on earth. Tell him, baby. Amen. Amen. Novavax and Moderna. People brought them up yesterday. I think even Pfizer kind of sold off a little yesterday. Could be decent. Yeah, the dollar is still up 1% after dropping 0.25% in 5 minutes. I know, it's wild. Biden meets with President Isaac Herzog of Israel. Bank stocks slide. Morgan Stanley slumps as investment banking ways. We're at 373. So we're doing the VWAP dance. Just keep that in mind. Again, like we said, this is kind of how it's been the last couple of weeks. Started an oil position. Going to look to scale in more if we fall further. It's good. I mean, I think there's a lot of upside if you hit it. But oil is, oil is definitely, it could be going through a big shift right now. The stronger the dollar goes and if it keeps getting lower, but I do like it. I'm still in my future. I'm still down on it. Yeah, yield curve inverted by a quarter basis point, just slightly below now. But we'll see. Volume is disgusting. I think everything's dude, the dollar up as much as it is today. Like, even after that drop, bro, right now your dollar is stronger than the peak of March 2020, which that has amazing implications. And then again, your yen and even the euro and everything, like, just as this is as much as our problem as if you just look around. It's just like this is global right now. Is the only way to put this again, and then the yield curve and everything on top of it. But right now, just the dollar is literally wreaking havoc at this point. So that's why, I mean, I think if the dollar stays elevated leading into the Fed, that is going to be a very, very interesting one. I don't know when it's going to last. I think the dollar is going to come down once Powell stops being on this rate path. You know, pretty much once we could really calm down and Powell pauses, then you might see the dollar pause. But again, like we even talked about this morning, a lot of it's not even what's it called? Like, the dollar is not even. It's not as if people are like speculating on it. You have half the dollar amount of futures on the dollar today than you did in 2019. So there's about $16 billion of futures on the dollar today, where in 2019 there was about $36 billion of value, which is really weird because you would think this was getting squeezed like with commodities all year. Every commodity, even oil, a lot of the price increase was because of speculation, but this is just like it's a very normal move that's not even driven. It's driven by global currencies and policy as opposed to people piling into the dollar, which makes it that much more ironic. Adobe could be, that's a good earnings play. I think Adobe, either direction, could be hot. Again, that's just a company that moves a decent amount. VGK up 200. Our EWGs have a little bit of life too. I don't know. These might be able to come back. We're literally we have 24 hours. So I don't know if you could push it or not. You could take the little value they have now and roll it over, or you just push it for the big one if you think tomorrow and everything else kind of craters even more. May the Lord be with you. Boeing coming up. Airlines are ripping. Delta, United, we saw all of them go up today. Southwest. Yeah, like literally Southwest is green right now. Time for TOT calls. In a weird way, I mean, if you think we're going to get more deep inversion of the yield curve, you could play TLT or shy. And honestly, I don't think it would be illogical to go after it. The real question is going to be how much is it going to cost. So everything's down. Energy's down 3.5. Materials down 2.4. Finances down 2.3. Best industry today is utilities and real estate, and they're up 1. They're down 1%. Microsoft not playing along. Yeah, Microsoft's, again, leading the way down like it did the last time. I don't have any plays on JP Morgan except for the upside. I only have the shares short on Wells Fargo from like a couple weeks ago, and I'm down like $100 still. But that's about it. And then dollars down below 1% now. Let's see if it comes down, but watch for the 372 break. This is very, very big. Again, we have not broke 372 in about 2 weeks. Let's see where this takes us. Again, 372. If the dollar surges again, that won't be good. Again, watch some of the other factors. I'm sure we're probably going to get a 100 basis point discussion here before the day ends. So Fed futures are still moving. Yield curve still inverted. And then the dollar is probably the key factor here. And just don't forget about oil. But oil is clobbered right now. Again, this is all across the board. Pretty negative day, but it's no bigger than 2%. Until we break 372. So let's find out. Powell's not speaking. You have one, I think it's Esther George today. There's somebody speaking at like 11. That's about it. But no pow. Damn, even the coal plays keep going down. ARLP kind of holding. I have like one, do I have one bank put? No. I just have the puts on Wells Fargo, or I've short shares. So if Wells Fargo, and I'm like down $100, so pretty much every dollar Wells Fargo goes down from like $37.50 or something, I'll make like $300. Silver murdered. SPY, there it is, 372. We have not been below this level in 2 weeks. Took you 2 weeks to break this right now. There it is, 371.53. You just had a little bit of a flush there. That almost buttered, man. That was a half a point. So $371 coming up on it. Watch to see if the bank stocks. Again, a lot of tech is kind of leading the way down. Your EWG, VGK is still going down. Hot dog. Defense. Amen. Lithium are the cheapest amongst energy and materials. 371. Well, again, Bank of America lowered their price targets today. So this morning, them and like, what's his name, Michael Wilson from like Morgan Stanley, they both came in with some pretty low S&P targets today. So maybe you'll see some activity on those puts. Again, this is the lowest we've been pretty much since we've had that rally about 2 weeks ago. So anything below 371 now, again, this opens the door from, 371 all the way down to like 363. But we're probably going to get resistance at 368, 367 if it does flush. But, I mean, again, the last couple weeks, we've held a lot of stability after making a first move in the first hour. So let's really see how this plays out. Banks are kind of stabilizing. Tesla's hitting another low, down 3. I don't know if our premiums went up. No, I'm still down $30 on that Tesla. Scammers. Then you got $70 on the first SPY daily from yesterday. Tesla. Qualcomm red. Qualcomm was killing it the last 2 days. TSM still green. AMD was green earlier, but AMD is about to sell off now. Tesla Q started today. Oh, it did. Investment Manager Series 2. Boyle UNG running now. UNG's up another 3%. I thought they were clapped this morning. So that one's interesting. 371.50 on the SPY. Watch out here. YouTube's not letting you donate. You gift a sub. Amen. For Sergeant Christopher J. Harch. Oh, we lost him this day in 2016. Speak their names, baby. Semper Fi. Amen, man. God bless the troops and the service we've got, man. Let's go. Christopher J. Harch. In honor, baby. Oh, let's go. I like it. Amen. I like it. I don't think we've ever had a dono like that. I like it, man. God bless you. UNG's popping off here now. Dollar might start to creep back up. You're at 371.30. You have only a quarter point left. If this drops below, the floodgates might open up, but approach with caution. Again, just I feel like the air brakes could get hit at any moment today. So I don't know if I believe this, but if not, we're already down 2% in 3 minutes. Volume is 15 million. So volume is definitely above average over the last couple of days. 371.30. Amazon SPY is showing up on the low ticker. That's odd. I don't know if I've ever seen the SPY on the low ticker. Apple's not at a new low. Again, chip makers were pretty strong today, but they're starting to give up. Hungary's conciliatory tone on EU talks clearly positive. Defense. Defense. Chip makers tank on this great earnings. Well, they're doing good. I mean, in this environment, they're not all bad. So, I mean, the TSM really is saving them. Again, TSM's still printing green. It's about to go negative now, but still an overall impressive feat. Watch it. The bank stocks come down again. 371.30. Dollar is now making its move back up, bro. It's up one and a quarter now. 1.15. Pretty wild. So it's right back up. Dollars is moving crazy. Where's the yen? Oil's coming back down as the dollar climbs back up. Yen is kind of guttered on the day. EWG spreads. Again, EWG, it's like we're really close to the money. The spreads are going up. You either are gonna you could take a small amount of money on it now, take a 70% loss and roll over with a quarter, or you push it till tomorrow. And if that thing flushes again, you will make money on it. So let's find out. Now we go 367, 365. Give or take, I think 368, 367 will be like the first point we'll hit, but now the gates are pretty much open all the way as low as like 363 pretty much. How do you know if the SPY priced in? Well, the Fed futures, I don't know if the SPY is priced it in, but the federal funds rate is right now pricing in 100 basis points. But there was a little bit more doubt about it today in the sense that, you didn't have – last time at 75 basis point, you had everybody and their mom. They were like, yeah, we need to do it because, it would show the Fed is complacent if they don't. But a couple of people did come out this morning, analysts and banks, and they are saying 100 might be an overkill. So we'll see. But as of now, again, there's 2 weeks till the Fed meeting. As of now, we are still we're pricing in 100 basis points as I'm speaking. It's right now, it's about 80%. And the yield curve is still inverted. And honestly, the yield curve and dollar situation all got noticeably worse even from yesterday, which makes it that much more interesting. Overkill is okay. Well, we'll find out. We will find out. Visa on the low, kind of flushing a little bit. Unity again. Remember, they were down 20% yesterday. Unity's lows are continuing. Tesla. Abiva wants to climb. JP's afraid to take the market in 08. I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that. I would have thought he wouldn't have let it get this bad if he really had that worry. I don't think we're dealing with 2018 Powell. I think the guy doesn't care. The guy's legacy is on the line, man. The guy's legacy, even we don't like him as much anymore. Like, that should tell you something. It's like, there's a lot on the table for him, but this isn't the 2018 Powell. So, but we'll find out. This 100 basis point, it really could be the fine line between overkill or not, and depending on how that plays out, there's a lot of weighting behind it. It's a heavyweight decision. Trying not to be the next Bernanke. Oh, yeah, I know, man. Imagine just all of the quotes. If we look back at him 5 years from now, oh, no. Emergency rate hike? Probably not. Again, we have 2 weeks till the meeting. And I think their last time they only had 2 days after the data. So in this, honestly, I think the good part about this is we have 2 weeks to let things move around, and now it's not going to be as an abrupt or impulsive. Okay, 100 basis point. We're really going to see the market price there, stay there, let everybody think about it, and then boom, Powell comes in, and then he's either going to disappoint or he's going to go in line with pricing in. The market price is in 100 and he doesn't. What can we expect? Honestly, I don't think he's going to not do it. I don't even think we have to worry about the alternative. Even though 100 is a really big deal, just considering what we've seen all year, the last couple years in the history, if those Fed futures are pricing in 100% or above 60, I don't think there's a question of whether or not Powell will raise 100 or not. That's in my opinion, just because that's what he did every single time, and really, I don't think Powell wants any blame. I think Powell is just going to blame the market every single time. Like we said, he's just in the back seat. I don't think he's doing his job in that sense. So, and Canada did 100 too. It's big though. I mean, again, people are talking about it this morning. Again, look at the dollar and look at everything else. Like, look at the yen. It's just that every time Powell raises rates, he is destroying the emerging market. He is just killing everybody. Again, it's our dollar, but it's their problem. Like I've been saying, a lot of people, you could complain about gas, you could complain about so many things, but this is just the dollar strength is hurting every developing nation. It's messing China, all of that. It's very big. So you saying fuck them? Why are you so mad today, man? Just take a time out, take 5 minutes, breathe. It's 7:30, 7:15 in the morning. You got to ask yourself why you're wishing on the downfall of emerging markets. But in general, though, and why I'll even tell you that is that the point is, if you hurt everybody around the globe, it eventually comes back and bites you in the ass. So, but the point is, the dollar, if he goes 100 basis points, that has a lot of implications for emerging market currencies and everything else too. So SPY 371. You're right above 371 flat. Couple things bounce in. Visa did. Apple's staying pretty solid. The Apple puts, yeah, those are up, I think, from day one. Day one. Yeah, not as much, though. They were up a lot more. Surprisingly, the Tesla's down. Still up on the daily SPY put, which is nice. Yeah, the weeklies hit good. So what I did is I sold off the 372 because the 372 will pay for the 370, and we still have till tomorrow pretty much. So if you did both of the weekly plays, you could have a free daily coming into tomorrow, or you could walk away with like 300, 400 bucks profit. Oh, Dennis, back at it again. Airbnb levels, is it near 90? Yep. I'm kind of down. Low key, high key. TD Bank major outage. No, Airbnb looks great here. I mean, shit. I'd rather buy. I would love to buy something with a strong dollar. I just keep that in the back of your head on certain things. Obviously, you got to be wise. You got to know your budget and scale in, and you could apply this to other things outside of the stock market. But I mean, I want something with a stronger dollar than not. Yeah, Google stock splits tomorrow. Apple, dude. Apple getting crazy candles randomly. Yeah, Walgreens raised their dividend yesterday. Stock's still negative, though. We'll see if some value could kind of come to life today. It would be nice, but we will see. Abivi's down 0.5%. We go back to 375. That would be nice. Grab a call if you think that. Because, again, those weeklies probably got smashed. Just bought an engagement ring. You think it was worth it since strong dollar? Yeah. Hopefully you can probably compare prices, but looking back, you might, down the road, you might look back and be like, wow, the dollar was stronger. You should be able to get more for what it is, especially if it's not a necessity. So anything that is discretionary, more or less, right now, your dollar should be able to get you a little bit more. I assume. I mean, I think you could see it in some places. Again, even in real estate to a degree too now, but you could just be on the lookout for that. And it's just kind of a little macro arbitrage, more or less. Discretionary means it's not necessity. Like, it's at your discretion, right? It's not something that you necessarily require, but it's like, it could add to it. Like again, like buying more Airbnb. If your finances, depending on where you're at right now, if you have like extra income, your savings or whatever it is, and you're like, oh, I want to buy something, it's like, some things you don't necessarily need. So if you're buying like certain things with a strong dollar, if you notice you're getting a discount on something and it's cheaper than 1 or 2 years ago, there's some little strong dollar effect that you're getting from there. If you see this message, go and like the video. Go spread the gift of information. Oh, let's go, Theo. Amen. Because Jordan's still 200, but I feel like they were 400. Or, it depends. I don't know. The Fed is buying stocks. Well, the balance sheet kind of went down. We're going to find out after the next 2 days. Walmart on the high. Watch some consumer staples. Walmart's about to go green on the day. Dude, Microsoft's getting pummeled. Just beaten. Just absolutely getting beaten. So, little bounce here again. This is like a little bit more aggressive than the last couple weeks, but it has a lot of the same features. Twitter tumbling. What's that? MetX? Twitter's down 1. Twitter's only down 1, though. Meta's tumbling. Again, Meta, dude, do you guys realize how low Facebook is? They're borderline about to hit another 52-week low. And again, the premiums on Facebook are through the roof. Those old Facebook actually, those are about to expire, huh? I didn't think about that. Yeah, these are for January. But these things are up a lot. Facebook don't count anymore. Tesla premiums. The puts are a little cheaper. Again, the one I had yesterday, further out the money. I'm still down like $30 on it. I was down a lot more yesterday, so it came up a little bit, but it is cheaper than kind of the peak we opened with. Damn, Facebook calls are still kind of expensive too. Strong dollar, lower cost on inputs, depending on what it is. Just simply, that's why, again, that's where the supply chain stuff makes this whole strong dollar inflation interesting, because it just depends on what the item is and really the cost to get it over here. But theoretically, yes. The Twitch link is pasted up there, or it's pinned by Jesus. Meta almost at 2020 crash prices. Yeah, premiums are high. They're really, really high on that one. Long-term dividend stock. I like AbbVie a lot. It's just there's a premium. I was thinking about that yesterday. It's crazy. Like AbbVie is still up 60% from that last time we bought it just in November, and I wish it wasn't just because that would have been a great name to be buying right now. But even then, it's like I'm 50-50 on it. But that's one of the best dividend stocks in my opinion. I've liked it for years. It's done very, very great. Just the problem is you run the risk of equity gain. So it's like you could lose 20, 30% in terms of equity, but just because it's near all-time highs right now. Yeah, Coca-Cola too. I would love a discount on Coca-Cola. So SPY bouncing up here from 371.25. So basically, dollar move is more fundamentally sound than previous highs. I wouldn't call it fundamentally sound. It's the dollar move is driven more off of fundamentals today than it's less activity. So it's not. I think it's just a natural move, and it's representing kind of the broader situation, and maybe that's what you mean by the fundamentals. But it's not. It's just not being driven up by demand in the same way. Altria is tempting because it's such a high yield. That's it, and it's got beaten down after you watched it really, really perform this year. Altria is just a value play. Like that's just deep value right there. If you want to take the risk, you're gonna get rewarded with like an 8-9% yield or something right now. And in this market, shit, bro, that's as good as an I bond. Just you're gonna have more volatility. Oh, and talks about gold. It gets brought up almost on a daily, surprisingly. And, I like gold. Just the thing is, until this dollar chills out, unfortunately, gold and silver I don't see them as a play just because it's impossible for them to go up with this level of dollar strength. Again, we have probably one of the biggest oil supply deficits in history, and oil is getting mollywopped right now because of the dollar. Again, the Japanese yen, the dollar. So it's like gold is not going to have any safety, especially with how it's centralized and all of that. But whenever the dollar does come down, once the Fed does start to pull back here, that gold play is going to be really, really hot, honestly. So I would just say gold really comes down to timing when it's all said and done. And, if you get it too early, you could hold it for a while, and maybe that hurts the total return. But eventually, it's going to move. But you need the dollar and the currencies to play along. Like your dollar, exactly. Like right now, your dollar will get you more gold, theoretically speaking. But then, if the dollar keeps increasing, you're going to be able to get more gold in the future. You see what I'm saying? Eight more minutes. And then we'll hit 7:30. This is a good article. I'll share this with you guys in a little. Thai baht falls to weakest level since 06. Uh-oh. Microsoftian. Yeah, I have a good one. There's a nice little article here. We could go over the previous downturns, the median start. There's a nice one. Here's some pretty pictures. We'll go over this once we kind of chill out a little bit more, or we see if we go up to VWAP or not. It's only been an hour, yeah, but active day, volume is high. You're down 1.8 on the Dow, 1.8 on the SPY and NASDAQ now too, actually. Check GME on the longer time frame. I'm not really interested in it. Again, if you guys want to play it, be my guest. But that, GME is not really what I had in mind when I was saying, defense. If that's what you want, if you got the budget for it, if that's part of your discretionary thing, do what you need to do. But I think it's going to move around, and I think all of them will. But that's not really that's not on my list. It's probably not ever going to be on my list again. I've been asked about it twice today, so that's why I'm kind of interested. I think it's just on days like today when you see it like outperform. So just be careful with it. If you want to play it, no harm, no foul. But that's just not my. I have no like genuine desire for anything of that nature. I don't have any discretionary left. Not for that. My discretionary spending is going to go towards like the cheaper. I want cheaper, but I want just a different quality level, I guess. Like AMC at 1.6. I guess GME's up. That's it. But AMC's down. That one's interesting. Thai bot falls to the weakest level since 06. Google's good. Google still has a lot of premium, though. Google and Microsoft, some of the two tech companies that have been holding up the most premium. Dollar just dropped kind of big. That was about 0.1%. So let's see what happens. Let this be the bottom. It'd be nice if we don't test below 370. We'll see. That will just kind of widen out the 2-week range. But some of you have noticed there has been a little bit more stability with some of these downside things we've been getting. Costco just keeps getting upgraded. That's it. Like, they got to upgrade this morning. That's why they're outperforming. Oh, that's dope. So one of you guys got the article. Nice. This is the whole article. This is the article that featured us yesterday. But they were just talking about inflation. And then there's a lot of quotes. I think there was so financial markets surprise, broad-based consumer. There's people saying Biden did a good job. Then another quote, they said Biden did a bad job. Then they said recession signals. And they said signals of recessions are already here. There's quotes from Deutsche Bank. Then Vanguard Group, the second largest asset manager, they got another quote. Then they put me under the crucial indicator, baby. Shout out the chat. It was what I told you guys in the morning. So I gave them, somebody reached out for a quote, and they wanted our thing to it. I don't have the link towards it, and it's a premium article, so like it's hidden behind a paywall. But it's there's another one, but this is what I told you guys in the morning yesterday. Again, just like the second miss of The Economist, and then again just watching the yield curve and how the yield curve is saying there is a recession caused by inflation response, which is what we were talking about, and again, policy error and all of that. So it's cool. I mean, I wish I could get this to you guys, but shout out to Chad. You guys found it. There's another article somewhere too. Maybe I'll get it by the end of the day. The knowledge should be free. I know, right? Well, you guys got it first, okay? You got it first. That's the best part. Shout out to Chad, baby. Shout out to Chad. Hey, man, finger to the sky. I feel like the old shy puts could be interesting. I mean, I think shy should be getting clapped. Yeah, see, he's down already another quarter, but it's surprisingly not as low, which is odd. I think it's how the ETF is set up, because right now the Fed futures are at a lower point. So there might be a little delay, but thankfully we have enough time where I think again, just like the EWGs, we might push it to the wire, but we'll find out. Why is the dollar strong? Why is foreign money not piling into our markets? It is to a degree, and then now even like places like China today, they are trying to stop capital outflow. So I made the video. Honestly, it's kind of ironic. I made the video. You guys didn't watch this one. I think it was the thumbnail. Y'all were not down with it. But let me show you it. because this is the whole cause of the East Asian financial crisis. Right when the Fed raises rates and the dollar becomes more attractive and our yields become more attractive, it instantly sparks capital outflows from other countries. So some countries might even try to stop it. So that's kind of what we're dealing with in this case, but there is money flowing from overseas. But right now too, there's a lot of different value assessments that you could go after, meaning, again, one, half of the world, the BRIC countries, they're probably investing within themselves because of the Russia stuff, but then vice versa too. Some other places have very high yields right now also. Where is it? I think right here, the next financial crisis of 2022. So this is talking, if you want to watch this video, this is explaining it, and it goes, okay, I thought I was about to rape your ears. But again, I mean, I think the title in this, and I go over the East Asian financial crisis. I only had one or two. I thought I had more pretty pictures. I think I had a lot more pretty pictures to show you. Again, isn't that funny? Look at this video. The yen was at 128 when we made this video. Again, and I'm bringing this up as this was before shit even developed. Again, what you're living through right now today, honestly, it's wild how much has even changed in that time period. This is not get rich off inflation. This was a couple months ago. This was kind of beginning of the year here as we started to notice currencies and then a rate path by the Fed. That's the one with the unholy trinity. Yes, I believe so. Unholy trinity and pretty much the impacts of the Fed raising rates and how it affects global countries, and how we have a historical example of that causing a very big decline, literally the East Asian financial crisis at one point. It has to relate to the what's it called? I got you, kids table. It has to relate to the, again, just what happens when our rates and our dollar become stronger, but also how Fed policy, depending on the degree that they do it on, that has a big effect. That's why I'm saying, like, 100 basis points, a lot of Americans are thinking, oh, stop inflation. Okay, 100 basis points affects our inflation. Yeah, right, it does. But there's a whole nother economic consequence list of what it does to everybody around the world. And again, though some of you might say, yeah, screw them, it's going to hurt your pocket eventually. And that's kind of the problem. And that's what we saw in the early 90s and late 90s. And then what we saw in a lot of developing nations early on is that right when the Fed started their tightening process, the Fed started to mess up everybody. So watch that video. Trust me. I know y'all didn't. It's not really a widely watched video, so I was surprised. I think it maybe was the title and everything else. But if you want a good historical explanation of it, I would definitely watch that video. So SPY popping off of that. TLT's coming down. I'm assuming the dollar. Yep, dollar's back to the lows of the day, but still up 100%. Screwing them screws us too. It's a global economy. Yeah. And just this is the beauty of economics, is the connectivity. Is like, it may not hurt us as much, but if you hurt an emerging nation that Europe relies on, well then boom, that's how you're going to get clapped. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if whatever's like the Taiwanese bot right now, or the Thailand bot, and even like the Malaysian ringgit, both people don't realize the interactions with other countries like Australia, the UK, again, Germany, all of those. So it's like, if one of those areas gets clapped because of what we did with our rates, right? You're like, okay, how's it going to affect us? Because then now it could drive Europe into a deeper recession, and then that deep recession in Europe is going to hit you harder than a recession in Malaysia. You don't care about Malaysia, but you care about Europe. Again, they said it yesterday. If Europe sneezes, you might catch a cold. That's how it works, economically speaking. So that's what we're talking about here, where it's just you have to start, once we get to this level of rate hikes and dollar strength and high rates in the United States, we have to start asking ourselves, what's going to happen to everybody else now? Yeah, Walmart has been doing good today. Very good today. So little bounce there. Dollar hit the low of the day. I think we're just going to fight this battle. VWAP looks super spazzy, and volume is pretty high. Emerging markets are just like developing countries. It's like emerging. It's not. I believe there is a designation in terms of like how much debt they have, growth, GDP, how much they trade, all of that. But for the most part, it's just a developing nation economy who their economy is growing. So Investopedia is an economy of developing nation that's becoming more engaged with glowing markets as it grows. Countries classified as emerging markets are those with some, but not all of the characteristics of a developed market. Characteristics of a developed market include strong economic growth, high per capita income, liquid equity in debt markets, accessibility by foreign investors, and a dependable regulatory system. Ta-da! I believe Brazil is emerging market. Basically, Airbnb market. Yes, Airbnb. Very good. Very good. What's good, Twitch? What's up, Flacco? How you living? $3.71. Dollar popped a little bit again. We gonna dance. So let's dance, Let's dance. I have my next long-term deposit already. I'm really considering just taking Airbnb right now at the lower 90 level, but I don't know if I should wait before or after the Fed. But I do like it here. I really, really do like it here. We doubled down on JPM last month, and I'm chill with it. We got our dividend, let it do its thing. But now it's time for growth because I'm 50-50 on the portfolio now. Again, growth came down in our portfolio, and then we've been buying a lot of value. So I'm actually excited. I'm up on the yen short. I'm up a good amount. I have like $3,000 of profit on it. So, I mean, again, I feel like we should have had more. I can't believe the yen was at 120 when I made that video. That's actually insane. That means, like, bro, the yen has weakened like 20% since that video, which is actually, like, wild. Very, very wild to think about. Yeah, the plan is to move into value, and that's what I pretty much, I mean, it's already July, and we accomplished it. Remember, I saved up 2 deposits, put it towards JPM. I think I put half of the deposits towards JPM, then I grabbed an Uber and the other one, and then right before the year started, our last purchase of the year was Abivi at a very, very sizable discount, but now we're about 50-50 portfolio. One thing you respect, you stand by the long term. Let's go. I love Airbnb. I use it all the time. I like what I'm buying. Again, that's what I'm saying. It's not this. I played this game before. I mean, I've been through markets like this. I know it's very uneasy, and especially if you let the balance get away from you. And obviously, it's not good looking at your portfolio when you saw it a lot higher not too long ago. But at the end of the day, I mean, owning some names like that, I don't see any problem with it. Again, I'm fully. I will bear the brunt of the consequences, but I don't think I'm going to have to deal with the consequences in 5-10 years from now is pretty much what I'm saying. So I'm excited about it. Nothing's changing. I hope you know I never purchased these nor make any of these decisions. Again, even Abivi when we bought it back in the day, anything, I don't buy it because of the price. So price legitimately does not motivate my actions unless it just gets cheap. And then I'm like, hell yeah, I get, more for my dollar. Yalla. But other than that, it's, price has no meaning to me, really, when it's all said and done. Use it on Wednesday for the long term, and that sucks. I don't have one until next Friday. It's still not bad, though. Still not bad. It went as low as like 86. You've been reading The Intelligent Investor. Indeed, I have. Indeed, I have. This franc will weaken. I'm down on that. I still have a short on the Swiss franc. I'm down on it, but I recovered a lot of it. So yeah, I think every currency's at risk right now. That's it. The dollar is just too strong. It's higher than it's been in a long time. You're watching and then if the Fed rate policy is still going to continue in this direction, I mean, everybody is at risk to weaken while the dollar gets extremely strong. So Google's moving up a little bit, dollar's coming down. See in Wells Fargo. I don't know. After looking at even if the fact Morgan Stanley couldn't even do good, I think that's going to be a problem. Josh annoyed with GME. Not annoyed at all. Never. Again, it's you guys' decisions. You know what I'm saying? It's like if this is if the last couple years, if that's what you take it as, and like what you learned from it is this is a safe investment for you, or you have a strategy to play it. Be my guest. Just I'll support you with it. Just don't do what you guys did last time, where I sell out AMC at like almost $40 and you get mad. Or if I'm not really playing in it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, more power to you. Run it if you want to be with it, but it's just not. Again, like I'm saying, I'm trying to look ahead for the next like 6 to 12 months. And, even though bro, I have to think about the risk even buying Airbnb or Uber. So it's just, I want to be wise with everything. And I don't have a room for GameStop or any of these names in my portfolio right now, or my strategy. If I wanted to gamble, like, bro, I'm going to gamble on fucking currencies and commodities right now and like weekly earnings plays. I just would rather take that if I am even going to go like gamble. You know what I'm saying? Macro would be the worst case scenario and best case heading into the end of the year. You don't know what to be looking for. I think it just depends on Fed policy. I mean, I genuinely think it's very hard to try to guess anything right now. I think there's no best case and worst case scenario. I got to read you this article. It's talking about estimates, but pretty much it's like everything's a guess. So really all it's going to boil down to is what is the Fed going to do? That's all you got to look at. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very simple. As long as the Fed going to continue this tightening policy, or are they going to stop it? That right there is a fork in the road. You see what I'm saying? So by the end of the year, if the Fed is still tightening, or if the Fed is reconsidering tightening, that's a left or a right. And from there, we will have two different scenarios. One where the world is still tightening, dollar still getting stronger, and then we watch the fallout of the currencies and everybody else, and then again employment starts to come down, or the Fed kind of pivots, chills out, we get a little bit of calm, but then kind of turns into now Fed trying to ease, and then people worried about demand and another set of problems. But pretty much it just all depends on what the Fed does, and whatever the Fed does, it's either going to be a less negative reaction or a very large negative reaction is kind of how I'm viewing it. But even then, I just think it's so early and everything is just a guessing game. So be careful of it. So here, let me read this to you. I think you guys will like this as we're getting a little bit of a bounce. Airbnb on the low, GME on the high. So here it is. How to avoid the pros mistake and catch recessions. After the party, the hangover, record-breaking stimulus fading, that's what comes with inevitability. The recession question will dominate financial discourse in the second half. It pays to understand exactly what recessions are, what you need to do, and the next one is when the next one's coming. The gold standard of recession identification is the U.S. NBER, National Bureau of Economic Research. It employs a much rounded approach than the usual technical and inadequate definition of 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP. The NBER post-date recessions on a host of criteria. It looks for a significant decline in economic activity that is spread across the economy and at least lasts for a few months. It's more concise language. Recessions are downturns that are pronounced, pervasive, expensive and protracted. The forecasting community's track record with predicting recessions is poor. The IMF studied 153 recessions in 63 countries between 1992 and 2014 and found that professional forecasters, including the IMF, missed almost all of them, failing to predict them in a year prior to the slump starting. Nate Silver, author of The Signal, he says, quote, "There are almost no chance that economists have simply been unlucky. They have fundamentally overstated the reliability of their predictions. Economists are often overconfident in their incorrect forecasts." Certainly, recession's abrupt nature does not help with forecasting. Economists do not smoothly go from a non-recessionary to recessionary state. They do so in a highly nonlinear fashion. Recessions are caused by the ignition of multiple feedback loops, both within the economy and markets and between them. When markets respond to the state of economy and in turns, markets start to impact economic confidence, things can go south very, very quickly. We can visualize the abruptness of recession in the chart below. The Philadelphia Fed tracks the net percentage of U.S. states where economic activity is increasing. Most of the time, that percentage is close to 100, but when it drops quickly. When the net percentage drops below 40%, it has always precedes a recession going back to 1980. So Spy's kind of dancing. Are you guys liking this article? Should I keep reading? I thought it was very interesting. So here's the chart from the Fed Philly on increasing activity, and they say anytime it has dropped below 40, then we have had a recession going back to 1980. So right here is exhibit number 1. I'll keep that up there. Watch the dollar. Let me know what happens. The net percentage is high today at 82%, indicating recession risk in the next few months is very low. But note that the percentage number is either very low or very high. This captures the nature of recessions, which is at odds with most of the forecasting community, which assumes linearly evolving probabilities for their occurrence. The reality is recessions' probability a few months before they start is either very low or very high, but rarely somewhere in the middle. Further back then, it's even more opaque. This makes forecasting recessions tricky as we don't get a reliable indicator for their likelihood more than several months beforehand. But this is not as problematic as it may sound. Investors' aim in trying to figure out when recessions happen is not for academic jollies, but so as to not lose money. A few months' notice has historically been enough to avoid the worst of equity market downturns. Defense! Defense! Amen, baby. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Amen. All you need is a couple months. The median sell-off in the S&P going back to 1960 is almost about 5% in the run-up to recession, but the largest downturn occurs after it has started. An additional 10% fall would be what you would prefer to avoid. The market starts rallying again before the recession ends. After all, equities are supposed to be leading. So here is exhibit number 2 now. So median fall to the start of a recession is about 5%, but then you could fall another 10% as it starts. So Chad, take notice, that's kind of where we're at now, just we're talking bigger numbers. You're down 20% now, but they're saying by the time recession starts, you'll drop another double what you let into it, but usually it's about 5%. This time around, well, we're a lot higher than that. So there's that. Where does this leave us today? The S&P is in a bear market, but so far is behaving similarly to bear markets that have not coincided with a recession. If we bypass one, the market will continue to be choppy, but we may avoid much deeper lows. However, all bets are off if we get a recession, which means potentially significant outcome. So here's where we are at now. So this is kind of looking at where we're at today. Here's the latest. Again, they're saying either bull trap, S&P bottom is not in if recession is in the cards. So if we don't have a recession, we chop around and we bounce up is what this is saying. But it's saying if we do have a recession, we go probably another 5-10% lower and then start to bottom out as the recession starts to end. So that's a big potentially costly if. Growth is slowing, mechanically making a recession more likely, but as the Philadelphia Fed indicator shows, the probability of one happening in the near future is low. Investors should thus keep positioning light and be ready to reduce holdings much further if the hangover of a recession looks like it's coming on. Ta-da! So that's the article pretty much talking about again, how you're on the cusp of either dealing with a slow market or dealing with a recession. But again, even where we're at now, there's nothing point. Again, it's either very high or very low probability that we're not going to get anything in the middle. Defense. Defense. Oh, man. Why are you talking about slot players on Twitch, man? Don't say that. Bro, the other day, you know what my girlfriend showed me? Bro, my girlfriend is a degenerate gambler. Bro, she showed me. I didn't even know because I guess she's foreign and she has it. She already had it set up. And I was like, what? Bro, she have one of them online casinos. You know what? I played it. Bro, I played fucking the Rubik Crash with my girlfriend. Bro, I literally played Rubik Crash. I wanted to play it for so long. And then she walks up to me and she's like, yo, check this out. And I was like, oh my, I was like, are you kidding me? You're really playing this? And then I got into it and I was like, oh my God. Bro, I watched her sit there. She made $1,000 in an hour. And I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, this is the problem. This is a problem. Oh my gosh. I was like, dude, this is bad. This is bad. I was like, this is a lot of fun, but oh my goodness, bro, that was bad. Do you guys know what this game is? Yeah, she could withdraw. She didn't withdraw, bro. She like plays. No, bro, it's wild. It's wild. Dude, have you seen, dude, this game is the most ridiculous thing ever. You put a bet, and then the number just says 1%, 2%, 3%, and I don't know how to describe it. It's the stupidest thing ever. She will lose it all. Oh, I know. Believe me. It's just funny. I was like, damn. I remember we talked about it a while ago, but then she just brought it up to me the other day. I said, flee from me, Satan. Is that why nobody's working? It could be. It could be. But I think people are working. Strongest job market, right? It's like buying meme stocks. At least you know it's ridiculous. I think that's the difference. Honestly, one is literally identified as gambling. I know, and she didn't want me to go to Vegas, right? It's fucking double standards here, bro. Like, what? I manage an online casino market. How's that? So SPY going, dude, VWAP is hideous today. Dollar hitting a new low. She's bringing Vegas. I think she's more worried about other things in Vegas. I don't think, because I'm too cheap of a gambler, bro. Y'all just, that's it. Y'all still see it to this day. Sportsbooks generated $47 million last year. Not bad. Apple, I mean, the market is just we're doing the dance now. So, again, it's been about an hour and a half. We're chilling out, and then that's it. How many strong dollar weeks will we have from here? I think it'll calm down in August when there's no Fed meeting. It'll at least hold a level, and what I mean by that is like coming into August when we don't have a Fed meeting, I wouldn't be surprised to watch this type of pattern play out where we kind of run up, chill out, run up, and then kind of like base at a level. But other than that, it really depends on the Fed. That's it. Again, it's very simple. Like I said yesterday, the dollar is a visual representation of Powell's rhetoric, of Powell vowing to stop inflation and doing something. Once Powell stops, the dollar is going to stop. Until then, we have a problem. So use the dollar as a visual of Powell. That's all you got to think about. When Powell says rates, we're going to do whatever it takes, the dollar's going to go up. Until Powell changes his mind, or until Powell starts saying, yeah, we're worried about the stock market, oh yeah, okay, we want to calm down, we're worried about financial conditions, until Powell says, hey, yeah, and okay, we've raised rates enough, then the dollar is liable to keep going up, especially as the rest of the world is now dealing with the consequences. That's the next part you have to realize. The last couple days of the dollar have been massive, but that hasn't fed through to the whole entire global economy yet, meaning that it takes time to spread through, and now people are going to deal with the higher dollar. You're going to watch these other countries have to respond. Again, that's why it's no mistake. Like, just look at the trajectory of the yen and how it's kind of played out on the daily, right? It's like it has to spread. At first, every low it hits, give it a little bit, then it hits another low, and then at this point it spreads everywhere and then hits another low. Then this was kind of now, as it gets more and more slippery of a slope, it does the same thing. So it's one, we have to wait for that, but until Powell changes his tone, that dollar is going up. Until Powell and the Fed changes their plan or puts the brakes on it, the dollar is going to go up. Earning, I have Apple, Netflix, and Tesla. That's it. And then I had calls on Microsoft, but then those are clapped today. August emergency if Fed CPI is bad again. I don't think so, because that would make it, again, that if they did an emergency meeting to raise rates because of high CPI, it would make everything go crazy again. Josh, there's a newborn Chad in the house. Kaylee, 3 days old, baby. That's another long term. Congratulations and welcome, baby Chad. You don't understand me yet, baby Chad, but you've made it. Congratulations. Horn. Amen. Amen. What's the first stock you're going to buy him? 3 days old. 3 days old. Y'all are so, man, y'all are about to just take care of these kids, bro. Y'all are getting them long terms from day one. I love it. I love it. These lucky little shits, bro. We ain't have no long term. Okay, I ain't get my long term. I got a long term at 14 because I started early, though. That's it. Wait, babies are just long terms? I mean, kind of. Or at the very least, you better, get your baby a long term and give him a hug. Like I said, y'all better start hugging your kids, okay? That's it. Or you're going to end up on Twitter weighing things out. You don't want that, okay? Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that, okay? So just make sure you hug them and get them a long term. But honestly, hug them more than you buy them stocks, to be honest, because that's just, even then. Mm-hmm. JP came down. JP Morgan, SPY below VWAP. If we sell off without hitting VWAP, that'll be interesting. But again, we're doing the dance. I'm hyped to start the long term for kids. It's awesome. I mean, it's awesome, bro. Like, it's crazy because I think if you could build a $10,000 portfolio for a child who is less than 3 years old. So, like, let's say you have $10,000 in a long term for a child who is 3 years old, and that long term is set up where it's like you have at least 50% of dividends where it's able to compound, and I think it's getting like at least 4 or 5%. I think by the time that child is like 40 or 50, which again, that's still 40 or 50 years, but the child should have like $5 to $10 million just off a $10,000 investment from if they had $10,000 invested by the time they turn 3. So that's like $2,500 or like $3,500 a year, give or take. So if you could put $3,000 for your kid up until age 3, and then if you add nothing alone and just let it dividend reinvest, and then plus whatever growth is, by the time that child retires, or by the time the child's like 40 or 50, he'll have millions of dollars. Literally just sitting there. You could put it in a trust too. You could lock it up so he doesn't mess it up early on, everything else. Like the 5-10 mil is like $2 million adjusted. I feel you, but I'm just saying, man, when I turned 18, my parents threw a Bible at me. That's all I got. That's literally all I got. And they said, don't sin. And then they said, you must work. You must work hard. That's it. Then my mom just kept throwing Bibles at me. That's it. Like I think my 18th birthday, I got a Bible for my birthday, plus a toothbrush. Waller said he would lean towards larger July hike if data warranted it. Fed Waller says 75 is the base case for July. Interesting. So SPY's coming up, dollars coming down. Fed Waller is saying that's the second person who said that 75 is the base case. So I wonder if we're going to get some dissents. What's this? Is this it? I think Fed Waller is supposed to come on live.
Thank you very much, Scott.
That's Michael McKee. How come I can't hear it all?
Out here, and so many new people who've come to join us. Last
night,
I
don't hear anything.
We had a discussion in here about the state of the economy, and while we were sitting here, it looked like this when we came in, and then all of a sudden the wind kicked up, and
this guy's just talking. So Fed Waller, couple comments right there. Market literally reacted to that. Again, that is pretty big news because we've had about 2 Fed people in the last 2 days as all of this has been happening. You have 2 Fed people now saying their base case is 75 basis points. So right now, theoretically, you have 2 Fed people who disagree with what the market is pricing in. So yeah, Waller is kind of clueless. You could assume that. Again, I believe Christopher Waller is a voting member. So that has a lot of weight to it, but let's see how it plays out. But this is pushing the narrative a little bit. Yeah, I think Fed futures are still pricing it in, but now this means we're probably going to get some level of dissent between some of the members here. But yeah, we're still at 80%. Give it another 15 minutes. Go EV, 80%. Airbnb pop. I hope they start laughing like last time. Josh got triggered. I was just laughing at like other people getting triggered. It got funny, but then I was like, damn, this motherfucker is laughing a lot. Like, chill, bro. That was funny. That one was a funny one. The big candle right there, Fed Waller. We just got statement. Fed Waller says 75 basis points is his base case. Fed Waller, financial markets reaction to Fed policy demonstrates that the Fed retains credibility. Now you're just reaching, dog. He's like, see, man, I told you we're credible. The fact that y'all just repriced within minutes, and then now we're calling for an action we haven't seen in like 35 years. I think it really highlights our level of credibility. Dude, what? I know we've been behind for the last year and a half, and the fact that the market has to readjust what we said was priced in shows that we're behind the curve. I think it is a really good testament to our credibility. Thank you. The economy is great. What? Why do they keep saying that? Fed Waller, further rises will limit demand after July. He said, we asleep at the wheel, but at least we on the road. Can I get an amen? Amen. Defense. Defense. This is what they wanted, the market and people essentially begging for higher rates. It is, honestly, because I mean, once the high rates collapse, oh, dollar just got clapped right there. Big dollar drop. Bro, the dollar's up only 0.5% right now. Dollar has already shed about 0.75% in the last hour and a half right now. Yeah, dollar, big candle. We might get a little bit of a rip there, or it's going to create a little bit of a gap here between euro close. Give it like 30 minutes. That's a big dollar decline. Big red. DXY meme coin. Yeah, I think so. Honestly, though, they want the market to ask for all of this because, I mean, I think a year or two from now, if we see what the dollar really does, I mean, who will it be? The Fed to blame or the Fed futures? It's only 8 cents. That's a big move. Very, very big move. Again, at one point we were up 1.5% on the dollar today, or about 1.2, and now we're up only 0.6. So you've lost half of the gains of one of the largest dollar increases. So if I show this to you on a daily chart, you can kind of see, just like yesterday, you don't really see these moves too big. 8 cents is very, very large on the dollar. So especially with the dollar creating a lot of weakness today, let's see where it goes from here and how it reacts. Am I bullish? I'm little by little, just going small. I'm, keeping it light. I could pivot any way I want to and just riding with it until enough time comes on here. And if we get the right signals just a couple months ahead of time, I think we'll be able to reposition and make out like a bandit, God willing. VIX. JPM going lower. I think it can with some of the other earnings, but I mean, even then, it's already down like 7 to 8% since the what's it called? Since the last ex dividend. So I think it's there, but I think the total low is like $100. Then you start getting back to some of the lower price levels that we saw earlier in the year, or earlier in like 2020. Those EWG and VGK. Good move. Like we said, you're pretty much, you could take a small loss, a big loss, take small amount of capital, if depending on how big it is, and roll it over, or you push it one more day. And we see the battle. SPY could hit 350. Again, Bank of America downgraded a lot of the SPY today. Some people even said it could go down to 300 today. But Bank of America lowered all of their price targets to 20% lower, which puts them around at like 3,600 flat. Dancing on the VWAP. I'm dancing on the VWAP. Dancing on the V. Dancing on the VWAP. It's not an algo run. I think today a little bit, but I mean, yesterday you had more of an algorithmic sell that was reported, the biggest sell program, the third biggest all year. But it's, I think today we're even just responding to the dollar now too. Volume's a little bit more active, but I mean, lately there's been a lot of algorithmic moves to say the least. So, I mean, I wouldn't put it past anything there. Let's see. End phase, gas, GME. We're streaming during the flash crash. Which one? I mean, we streamed 2020. We even streamed during 2019. We were starting around 2018. I didn't have an active schedule in 2018, but some of you got to trade the repo crisis with me in 2018. That was a fun time. But I have a recording of the 2015 flash crash. And then during the 2011 one, or it was like 2011, I was playing Call of Duty while trading. Literally, like no exaggeration. We responded to the dollar now. Last week it was ripping. We went up with it. Well, we had our eye on it, and like we were saying, keep an eye on it, but it was a way for equities to do their own thing. Again, it's not as if always equities are going to agree with bonds or the dollar or anything else. So there is moments where there is disagreement, and that's kind of what we saw. The dollar kept going up, but then eventually, as the dollar kept going up, we found out the real answer was the dollar, and then the SPY kind of responded with it. You got a recording of I think I have a recording of every flash crash except for 2011 and like 2013 Euro crisis. just because I wasn't recording then. I was live on a couple places, but the one I have a recording in 2015. I have a video of it. I have a video, like a literal live recording of my portfolio going up $250,000 off a $2,000 investment. And then 2020, you guys watched it live. We did $500 into $50,000, and then we hit like 3 or 4 of the $200 into $20,000 plays. Remember, we had those spreads. So, but those ones I have video evidence of from when we were there. But like again, 2010, 2011, 2013, no data. Gold and silver, wait till the dollar comes down and you'll be, once the dollar starts and we could confirm it's really coming down, you will be happy to be a gold investor in silver. Right now, you're going to be confused as the dollar moves. But other than that, big fan. Big fan. Okay. Okay, I grabbed 2 Facebook calls. This is a pre-earnings play. I grabbed August. Again, I have $5,000 worth of Facebook puts. So I figured I could get some shorter terms here. And then I might even grab some leading into earnings. But again, I've been buying some puts lately, so I want to grab some upside exposure as we get into earnings a little bit, or hopefully get a pre-earnings run up. But very risky. The Abivide, I don't think it did come out. It should come out tomorrow. It might even come out after hours too. You never know. It'll either be in the morning or after hours. That's a fat position. I bought it a year ago. So we had a lot of plays a year ago. I'm kind of disappointed. Like literally, some of you should know. Like we had yearly plays on the dollar. We had yearly plays shorting emerging currencies. I had big puts on tech from the beginning of 2021, but unfortunately I didn't grab enough time. But one of them was the Facebook. I grabbed 2-3 years instead of 1 year on it, and that play is up a couple 100%. I still have, and I sold out $5,000 worth in March. I had $10,000 off of that trade. It was one of them that stayed alive. But yeah, I was way too early. Pretty much $2 trillion or a couple $1 trillion of stimulus slowed things down by 2 years. Did you short Bear Stearns? Nah, because back when Bear Stearns was collapsing, I thought Bear Stearns was an animal. So I was like, damn, bro, I said they endangered? That's crazy, bro. And then I think I was like I had to go to high school at that point or something. I don't know. But yeah, I thought Bear Stearns was I thought it was a species, to be honest with you. Yeah, the Bear Stearns Bears. Good books. That's a good one. You're going to kill me. The Bear Stearns Bears. For real. I like that. Judge Joe Brown. Oh, man. One of my favorite daytime television shows. We didn't grow up with cable. That's awesome. This is E-Trade Pro, and this is TD Ameritrade. Top tier content. I know, right? That was a good comment. I love it. Bear Stearns Bears. Oh, we need that book. Have you gotten an X-ray scan of my lungs? Nah, I'm just coughing. I've had way worse coughs. I'm not like spitting like crazy stuff up. Just when I get like coffee, I get coffee. I guess not like coffee, caffeine, but like blah blah. Thank you all for what you contribute to make the chat what it has become. Amen. Amen. Actually, I want you guys to do something. I need to retweet it. Somebody tweeted at me yesterday, and like they just like tweeted a random comment. You guys should tweet me like random comments you see in the chat. You should, if you ever see a funny comment, just take a picture, and I want you guys every day just send me the best comment you see, and I'm just gonna retweet one of them so we can highlight. Cause I was funny here. Somebody, I'll retweet it right now. They're like, I was dealing with all this stuff trading, and then this comment in the chat got me crazy. Like about anything, yeah. If anything, just whatever it is. The Twitter we have is Real Cult News, and then if you watch Steven, there's a retweet before the one I just retweeted. You can follow Fast Stock Market News for Fast Stock Market News for free. It's great. Shout out Troy. My AC went out at the house yesterday, and my wife told me the first thing that popped out of my mouth was, hot dog. And my wife, oh man. My wife said, what did you just say? Hold on, I need to cough my lungs out, please. Please hold. That was good. Hot dog. Honestly, it's a solid phrase. Well, my comment yesterday should have won. We'll see. If you see if whatever you see as the best comment on the day, you just take a picture of it and message it to me. That cough felt really good, honestly. It felt really good. You got home tested positive today, riding it out. Well, good luck, bro. I don't know if you've ever got it before. This was my first time. And bro, I have a respect for it now. Cause I was like, damn, bro, this shit is crazy. So honestly, get some rest, drink a lot of water. I hope you got a lot of like vitamins and stuff on deck, bro. But oh man, I've never felt like this because of like it hits. Oh yeah, it hits, bro. Like this shit, it hits. Like I've never felt like that from like a cold or a flu. Like I legitimately like it was on some other shit, bro. Like I was like, wow, this is actually like this is different. This one is different. Hot dog. You were talking down. I still talk down on. I still let him know he can't stop me. But it's a definite like if you've never had it, it's something like I was caught off guard a little bit. I was definitely like it was just weird, bro. It's like creepy. I don't know how to describe it. It's like it's actually like it hits different. I don't know. It's like a different type of weed, bro. I'm just like it hits really different. I don't know. It's like there's like sativa and indica, and then I feel like there's like normal sickness, and then there's like the vid, you know? But it was wild. It was wild. Watching says February. Appreciate the positivity. Well, thank you, my friend. I appreciate you rocking that badge and the positive comments. Tip, TIP, SCHP on the high too. Tip spawns moving up. See if the dollar comes down. We are right now at the open of the day, a little bit lower, and then that's it. So let's see what happens here, especially as the dollar goes lower. I like it. There you go. We're already getting some. I'll retweet a couple of them. because it's just funny because I see so many things in the chat. That's why it's really funny to see what you guys notice and what you screenshot. It's pretty funny. I like it. I like it. Tomorrow's title should be hot dog. Depending on where the futures are at, I'm with you. Fed Waller says he's open to larger. Yeah, he said that, but the pop today right here started with Fed Waller saying 75 basis point is base case. So honestly, now I would double check throughout the day. Like, look at Fed probabilities actually dropped 20% on that. Hold up. That could be some of the bullishness here, even though the dollar is a wrecking ball. But ever since Fed Waller's comments, Fed futures have dropped about 20%. PLRX on the move. Wasn't that moving yesterday? So again, I think some of the upside we're getting here could have been because of that Waller comment. Oh wait, is this him?
Looking further in the future, I will need to see how the tightening this year is affecting the economy and bringing inflation down toward our 2% target.
Is this
Based
him?
on my forecast for the economy, I expect monetary policy to be restrictive
Yeah, this is him.
until there has been a sustained.
Okay, I'm gonna go
reduction
pee.
in
Follow me on Instagram
personal consumption
at the Trading
expenditure,
Fraternity.
or
This is
PCE
Fed Waller
inflation,
live right now.
which excludes food and energy. Food and energy tend to be volatile. So it's not that we don't care about food and energy. It's just when we think about inflation going forward, food and energy do not give us good indicators. So we kind of take those away for a forecasting tool. So importantly, as futures prices for commodities, food, energy, raw materials, they have declined recently. I'm expecting total PCE inflation to decline in coming months. But until I see a significant moderation in core PCE prices.
Again, Fed future odds are moving off of my guy right here. So they've already moved 20% since this speech has started, or we got some of his pre-written statements.
I mentioned earlier this concept of a neutral interest rate and the belief that the federal funds rate will be close to neutral after another 75 basis point increase at the end of this month. Now, some would argue that monetary policy is actually far away from neutral based on the fact that current inflation is so much higher than the Fed funds rate. In my view, that rests on a flawed idea of how monetary policy affects spending decisions. That's because your spending decisions that require borrowing are based on an outlook that extends years into the future. So this means you want to look at what markets are pricing real rates are in the future, not some contemporaneous ex post rate today. This means taking into consideration longer term real rates, which are tied to the expected path of policy and expected inflation over the next several years. As a result, I think that estimates of the real federal funds rate should be based on expected policy rate 1 to 1.5 years from now. Based on trading in inflation index treasury securities of different maturities compared to nominal treasury securities, investors see federal funds rates above expected inflation starting about 6 months from now and steepening thereafter. Primary security dealers surveyed by the New York Fed likewise estimate the real federal funds rate will be a positive 0.7% in mid-2023 and 1% by mid-2024. This gives me some confidence that tightening now, the tightening now anticipated by markets and expected by FOMC participants will be sufficient to reduce demand and inflation. The FOMC's plan for getting inflation under control depends on a view of the economic outlook. As I've noted in past speeches, accurate economic forecasting is very hard, especially when unusual factors like a war and unprecedented factors like a pandemic buffet the global economy. FOMC participants record their individual outlooks that are presented every 3 months in the Survey of Economic Projections. At our June meeting, the latest SEP shows that there is some expectation among participants for what is known as a soft landing. With a policy path like what I described for this year and a bit more tightening next year, the median SEP respondent projected that current PCE inflation is expected to fall from its current elevated level today to 2.2% in the fourth quarter of 2024. At the same time, the unemployment rate is projected to rise to 3.7% at the end of this year to 4.1% by the end of 2024, while GDP would grow below its long-run trend for the next 2 years, but not go into recession. So of course, we can't be very certain about the path of the economy more than a few months in the future, but this medium-term view of a soft landing is plausible. I say this based on the optimistic view that I expressed earlier about the strength of the labor market and on my analysis of the relationship between job vacancies and the unemployment rate. In a recent speech, I noted that we have a historically high number of job vacancies compared to the number of unemployed people. As I said, 2 to 1. Some people have argued that past experience indicates we cannot reduce this large number of vacancies without a big increase in unemployment. But I showed in that speech that past experience actually indicates that a reduction in vacancies can take place without a big loss of employment. Driving down labor demand, you can drive down vacancies and have a very moderate impact on unemployment. So while some data measures suggest the chances of a recession have increased, I believe it can be avoided. Now, uncertainty over how the pandemic could afflict the economy in the future and global economic risk related to the war in Ukraine are considerable. These factors could make future policy decisions more difficult than they are today. However, for the reasons I've laid out and considering the evidence on the state of the economy and the outlook, I don't find it difficult to reaffirm my strong conviction that continued policy tightening will be appropriate to move inflation down toward our 2% target. I think we need to move swiftly and decisively to get inflation falling in a sustained way, and then consider what further tightening will be needed to achieve our dual mandate. Thank you very much.
Very interesting. Oh, wait, they're going to take
Are we
questions?
on here? There we are.
All right.
Okay.
Nice. That's the guy
Thank
from
you again.
Bloomberg. That's
And,
Michael McKee.
Welcome out to Victor, Idaho,
So
and the
again,
Rocky Mountain
they're
Economic
very-
Summit. I guess you didn't get the dress code memo.
No, I didn't. I have the wrong
He's
one.
very
I got
well
it from
talking
the central
about
bank.
slow
I
landing,
actually-
and everything.
I actually think, and I think these people would probably agree, that if you were just like them when you went to the Fed, that would be more appropriate. Anyway,
I'm working on it.
we'd also like to welcome everybody who is watching the live stream of this event, both from the GIC and on the Bloomberg. And we will be joining Bloomberg Television Live in a short period of time and Bloomberg Radio to broadcast these remarks to the world. So we thank you for making the time for us. I want to start with a sort of simple definitional question, just so that everybody can understand what we're talking about. You're very upset because the CPI is at 9.1%, but the PCE is the number that you guys follow, and it's at 6.3%. I wonder if you could explain the difference to the audience here.
Yeah, so the CPI, so we all have kind of different bundles of goods that we all buy. And what matters for each of us is how much do we spend on each of those goods? We call those expenditure shares. In the CPI, they put a very large weight on shelter expense. Over a third of the CPI is on shelter. The PCE has a much lower, it's about 18 or 19% is the weight on shelter. So that's a big factor in the differences. There's also a significant difference in how medical costs are measured. So the CPI has often been thought of as overstating inflation because it puts such a high weight on inflation. I don't necessarily agree. If you look at low and moderate income households, those weights are about what they're spending their income on. They spend a lot of money on shelter, a lot of money on food and energy. So I often like to say, look, I like to look at the CPI because one, it's a measure of inflation we've had for decades and decades, but it's also probably a better index of what low and moderate income, that the weights in their basket compared to, say, my own. But we've chosen to look at PCE for this reason, so that housing doesn't create too big of a movement in inflation. And that's kind of what we're starting to see in the CPI after yesterday's report.
I know a lot of people here experience inflation the way I do. You go to the gas station and you look at the gas pump and you putting $100 into your tank. Why do you target or look more firmly at core when as you just said, the actual expenditures that people make are on things like food and energy.
Yeah, so this is one thing I've kind of realized since I joined the board. There's kind of a misperception. We talk about headline inflation and core inflation, which throws out food and energy. Our target is headline PCE. We care about food and energy in your spending baskets when we try to figure out how to get inflation down. Core is what I was trying to say up there is we use core as a predictor of future inflation because gas and food tend to be very volatile. They're not good predictors of future inflation. So that's why we toss it out. Not that we don't care. It's just they're not helping us predict future inflation. So if I can get you to think one thing, core is not that we throw it out because we don't care. We just toss it out to help us predict. That's all.
Which indicators are you watching? You said there's a bunch of data between now and the time you vote. Which ones will tell you what about the economy?
Well, we get retail sales on Friday, which is the strength of consumer spending. We had kind of a weak number last month, but there's a forecast that it should be reasonably good this next coming month. So, you know, if you were in a recession, one of the things you would start seeing was consumer spending falling off. And so if we get a good retail report on Friday, I believe it's Friday, that just tells me that consumer demand is still strong and still there, and that we can keep tightening to try to pull things down.
The CFO of JP Morgan today said that they have not seen signs that inflation is causing consumers to pull back their discretionary spending. Does that jibe with what you're being told?
Well, that's what we'll see. I mean, last month, the retail sales were kind of weak, and a lot of it was thought of as inflation is starting to get people to pull back. They're having to put their spending into gas tanks, like you just said, as opposed to buying stuff in the retail sector. So we'll see. I mean, there's a large amount of excess savings still in bank accounts for U.S. households. Now, a lot of that is more heavily weighted to the upper half of the income distribution, but it's still there as a source of funding spending going forward.
Has that surprised you that spending has remained as strong as it has through all of the problems, issues that we've had?
Well, as I said, if you sit in your house for a year and can't spend on anything, you build up a lot of savings that you would normally have spent on services, travel, everything. And that money's just sitting there, independent of fiscal stimulus, independent of monetary policy. People were having all of this saving force on.
I got a feeling he's going to start laughing again.
Now they have the money and now they have the opportunity to spend it. The question is how much of that will get spent down? Will we all go have a big party and blow it all in 1 year, or are we going to slowly stretch it out over a number of years? That's what we're waiting to see.
All right, what do you guys want? A party? Shall we do the party? I'd like to officially welcome everybody who is watching this on Bloomberg Television around the world and listening to it on Bloomberg Radio around the world. We're speaking with Christopher Waller, a member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. You said in your speech that you favor 75 basis points and you would consider 100 given how the data comes in. This 100 idea just blew up this week after the CPI report. What would it take to get you from 75 to 100?
Well, like I said, 75 is my base case. We knew this
is big. This could move the market and already did.
And it was just uglier than we thought. So 75, which there was some concern was not going to happen, is now, in my view, should definitely happen. So what the report did yesterday for me was anchor that we are going to go, for me, I don't speak for the rest of the committee, but for myself, 75. Now, we don't want to make policy on one data point. That's kind of a critical thing. But this is another reading in a long sequence of very high inflation rates. And with the data on the real side economy showing this kind of, as I talked about, this kind of paradox that the real side looks to be softening, you're kind of in this thing, you don't want to really overdo the rate hikes. I mean, a 75 basis point hike, folks, is huge. Don't say because you're not going 100, you're not doing your job. So
he's laughing. Baba, big cheek.
So like I said, if I see the incoming data in the next 2 weeks coming in,
Alibaba called in by China authorities really over police data theft.
Then I'm going to lean
Executives from Alibaba's cloud have been called in for talks with Shanghai authorities in connection with theft of a vast police database, according to people familiar with the matter.
Do 100, that gets you much closer to neutral, much faster. So why not just do it?
Stealing something?
Yeah, for me, neutral is 2.25.
Police data, Baba?
What? The committee is by
That's
the
weird.
S&P is something like 225 to 250. For me, it's 2 to 225. So for me, a 75 basis rate hike gets us to my estimate of neutral. And then I'm thinking there, everyone after that is actual tightening on the economy. So it's really, we all have kind of this different view of exactly what neutral is. And that's kind of the problem with this concept of neutral. It's not some scientific thing. It's kind of we all have kind of a view of what it is.
Yeah,
and it's
watch
all
out for
kind of
that. That's
similar,
interesting.
but,
Very weird news.
but yeah, for
I
me,
don't know how to
75
describe it.
gets us
Literally,
to neutral.
they're being
a lot of people
estimated
have
or
been saying on the Fed
implicated
2 to
on a
2.5
breach
for neutral
of
for
police
years
data.
and years.
Yeah.
Now we've got inflation on the CPI measure at 9.1%, and we have the economy
We said
slowing.
internal investigation is yet to
but
determine
very strong
cause of
labor
breach.
market. Hasn't neutral moved up?
Yeah, so this is one of these. This is going to be a geeky answer, so I'm sorry. But the way I've often thought about neutral and the way the language came about is we kind of ask ourselves, if you were achieving both goals of your mandate, employment was right where you wanted
No,
it,
premiums
inflation
have
was
already like
exactly where you
doubled on
wanted it,
that.
what should the policy rate be? So when you hit the perfect nirvana, what's the interest rate? To me, that's what I think of as the neutral rate, because at that point, you would neither want to stimulate or contract the economy. If you're
Yeah,
achieving
Baba,
the
bro,
goals.
Baba keeps
So
going
that's
lower.
kind of the concept.
It's hitting
of
the
neutral
wire,
I
but
have
dude,
in
that's
my
a
head.
weird piece
It's
of news.
not date dependent. We achieved our objectives tomorrow. I would say
Yeah, I don't know. You could get
hit
filled. I'm
neutral.
gonna wait
That's
till it
where
kind of
you're
comes
at.
back up a little bit. Wait till
so
the first bounce because
that's
usually the
concept.
premiums
It's
get the
not a-
highest
it's-
here,
it's
but there's
just that
definitely
simple of
something
a
going on.
concept for me.
Spy's reacting, but Baba's
And
big.
so I
Look
don't
at any
think
of the
it
other
moves
plays
up and
too.
down a lot based on what the current CPI rate is. That number is if I'm hitting my goals, where should I be?
Yeah,
a lot of people
Baidu,
out there,
China's stocks
especially
are
Wall
all
Street
getting
analysts,
clapped.
who suggest that a recession is all but inevitable at this point because the Fed has to put the economy into recession in order to break the
Bro,
back
it keeps going, bro.
of
The plays just went
inflation. I guess
1,000% on the
one of the
weeklies.
analysts this morning in a report said the Fed would tolerate a mild recession. How do you feel about that?
So in order to, pull down inflation, we have to pull down total demand for goods, total demand for labor, to try to take price pressures off, wage pressures off. That's just what we have to do. I'm sorry. That's the job I was given by Congress. So the issue is, how much can you bring it down to push down inflation without causing too much damage on the real side of the economy, the quantities? So what I think is very plausible is we could have what's thought of as a growth.
Yeah, you're not getting
recession,
filled on
which
that
is
thing, bro.
The growth
That's
rate
dude. It's
falls
already dropped
below your
$5
kind of
in
long
5
run
minutes,
average,
dude.
but
That's
it doesn't
crazy.
go
1,000% on those Babas.
Typically a recession it's negative for 2 quarters. So you could have slowing growth for 4 quarters, and that might be
Oh my
enough
God,
to
even
get
the
demand
2-cent
down,
ones went up to
get
40.
inflation down without going into
My
full-blown
goodness.
recession. I still think that's possible.
Yeah, that's a nuts play, bro. That's the
I
weirdest
forgot
news
to mention
ever.
earlier too. that,
Literally,
we have
them
index
involved with
cards
a
out there
data breach with the
that,
police.
Jill has, and if you have questions, write down your questions, and she will collect them and bring them up to me, and we can get some of the audience feedback. Because of course these guys have no opinions, whatever.
Just no tomatoes. That's all I think they don't have.
In the Beige Book, which is a sort of anecdotal account of the economy in the various Fed districts around the country, it came out Wednesday afternoon. They said in a number of districts, recession fears are really growing, particularly among
Bro, if
CEOs.
it takes another drop, watch if there's
Do you
a
think
bounce here.
recession is
There could be a
inevitable? How
double
do you
dip
think about,
opportunity, but
the
premiums have
possibility
already
that
just gone insane.
we will
Again, we played
contract?
Baba
Is
a
it-
couple times.
I
here.
know you
This
say
one's
we
pretty
can
wild.
probably get there without it, but are we tilted in terms of the odds towards recession?
Yeah, like I said, that was kind of the punchline of the beginning part of my speech was we've got this conflicting data between the labor market and the real side of the economy. And I just have a very hard time from any economic model I know that you would add 2.7 million workers and your output goes down. That just makes me think, these people have negative productivity. They're making the existing workers worse. This can't be the case. So it's got to be something about the measurement of how they do this. And that's why we do revisions in the data over time. We get a
The
flash
source is
estimate,
Wall Street
and then we
Journal.
collect
It's a
more
Wall
info
Street
over
Journal
time,
report.
and
It's
say, "Well, maybe
official.
that wasn't the
It's
right
official and confirmed,
That's
and it's
the
hitting the wire.
problem we have
Again, we
in
got it like a
policy. We
minute
have to make
before,
policy on
but
real-time
it was
data.
already reacting.
We
Usually,
don't get to
Baba
wait
doesn't
6
hold like
months to
this.
12 months
So,
for
like,
the
this is a big
final
move, bro.
revised
For it to hold a
numbers to come in.
5% move down or
So,
$5 move, it's very, very
I'm just,
large.
based on the labor
Usually
market,
it'll bounce
I just
and then
don't
the
see how it-
premiums
like I
don't
said,
move,
it
but
just is
this one, they all went
inconceivable
crazy.
to have a recession
Again, it's just
with an
their
unemployment rate of
authorities are called
3.6%.
in by over police data
So-
breach.
This has come up in conversations I've had with a number of people over the last couple of days, that Americans, according to the surveys that you watch, are extremely pessimistic about the economy in by some measures, the lowest feeling ever. And the newspapers keep reporting, we're contracting in the economy, et cetera. Can we talk ourselves into recession?
Yeah, I mean, back to your CEO comment, I think a lot of it is analysts are trying to get ahead of the next move to get their positions in line for this, and then they start talking their book. And then that chatter starts making its way into corporate America and households. So it is kind of funny when you look at this household surveys, jobs are plentiful. You want a job, you can get one. I mean, you would think that this plus a lot of cushion in your bank accounts tells you, yeah, I'm in pretty good shape. But inflation is just destroying people's attitudes. They're watching their real wages go down. Like you said, you go to the gas pump and you watch your bank account empty into your car. That's no fun. I have the same problem as everybody else doing it. So that's really it. I think that the negativeness is just the inflation, which
Damn,
we haven't
so he
seen
don't have
in
an
40
EV?
years, is making people very
Damn, I'm gonna
pessimistic.
tell on you.
And I'm fully sympathetic to it. I want to get it down.
You brought up a good point about Wall Street. Originally, Wall Street analysts were convinced Fed is way behind the curve. You got to raise rates a lot. And then it was the Fed is going to raise rates a lot. And so we're going to go into recession. So we should have sell everything. And then they were convinced that you'd have to start cutting rates. And then we're back to this week. You got to go really hard up 100 basis points. How much attention do you pay to what's going on both in the talk and in the the market activities that happen on Wall Street?
Well, the talk matters to me in the sense that that talk gets priced into interest rates and other things that I care about in the financial markets. If I start seeing that, those interest rates start impacting the real economy. So in that sense, I do care about what they say. But in terms of predicting in recessions, this is a very hard game. You're trying to predict a turning point in the economy. And anybody that does this for a living knows you always blow that point, right? Everybody predicts a recession after the fact. Very few actually get it right going forward. So, and same with expansions. So, I mean, people are thinking, we have to have a recession. I just don't see it. I don't see why that has to be the case. Recessions don't necessarily automatically follow from these things. And with this great labor market, the labor market would have to deteriorate incredibly fast to really, in my view, throw us into a recession.
Do you think there'll be, if you ended up going 100 basis points, do you think the markets are prepared for that? Or will we see a big sell-off, everybody shocked because the Fed's decided the economy is so bad?
Well, I think the markets may have gotten ahead of themselves a little bit yesterday, that they just assumed it was going to go to 100 after that report. Market pricing has a probability of 100 basis point hike, I think around 70% this morning. I think that's kind of getting ahead of themselves. Like I said, we knew this was not going to be a good number. This was not a surprise.
Bro, market is loving it. Again, odds are dropping. Every time he reiterates, they're not doing 100. The market is like eating it up, bro. The dollar's going down. We're still reacting to the BABA. But you are hitting a new high of the day. You're down 1/3% now.
So above that,
we've recovered about 1% from the lows. I got to see a little more
data the next 2 weeks. And, we just got this yesterday. And we don't want to make snap policy decisions based on some knee-jerk reaction to what happened in the CPI report. We want to be able to sit, talk to each other, talk this through, and then in 2 weeks, make what we think is the right group.
BABA News is hitting the Dow Jones Newswire now.
Also on my
list. It started with Wall Street Journal,
right
little
away.
bounce. The news
we had
is
Larry Summers, Olivier Blanchard, and one of their other co-authors put out a paper yesterday that says the inflation rate, the unemployment rate that would bring down inflation has moved up to 5%. How much unemployment is the Fed willing to tolerate? Do you think that's realistic, that you've got to push unemployment up to 5% to get inflation down?
Yeah, I heard about the paper. I haven't had a chance to look at it and read it. Some of my own analysis that I mentioned.
I'm not going to double dip for BABA. They're too expensive. That's it. Bro, the 2 cent options went up to 20 cents now. They're all up 1,000% on the weeklies or the dailies.
It seems to be the first thing that's going to fall off.
Anything with more time just didn't. It's already up like 200%.
Right. You're not going to immediately say, I'm going to fire all my workers too on top of it. It just seems like stop hiring, slow down hiring. You don't necessarily have to lay anybody off. That to me seems the natural logical progression is pulling down labor demand. Now, like I said, I haven't seen it, but if I'd have to sort of look and see exactly how they're coming up with these numbers. You know, I guess I'm just not going to comment on it since I haven't really seen it.
Well, unemployment, could it go that high? I mean, do we have a good handle on where
Well,
unemployment's going to go?
You can always
Yeah,
look
Waller
at
is
past
burning
recessions
the
and
puts
get an
money.
idea how high it
But
goes.
Waller, dude, he's finessing the market
I
right
have
now.
right off the
Again,
top of my head, I'd have
he's
to go to
literally
Fred,
talking down the
data
rate
source
hike
at the St.
odds
Louis
as
Fed,
we're watching.
which I
So
used
like
to
that's
run.
the big key with this right
But if
now.
you go there and
Because
look,
like dude,
you know,
it
I
was a
think if
big
you looked at
shift. We
unemployment
started at
and it went to
82% before he
5%,
started
that would be
speaking,
pretty low for
and
a
now it's already
recession
came down.
in U.S. history.
So people are like, this is
that
literally
wouldn't be-
the act of him
I don't want to say this
talking
word, but
down
it
the
wouldn't be too
market, and
bad.
that's what we're going to see over the next 2
In a
weeks.
historical
Is the
context,
more the
not my
Fed
own
signals
personal
75 or
social
100,
welfare
those odds will fall
view
back
of
into
life.
place.
It's just
So
from a
it's
historical
kind of
point
good,
view,
kind
that
of
would
bad.
not
It just
be a
depends
bad-
how you want to look
a
at
bad
it.
outcome.
But this is
We are
important.
talking with
He is
Fed
straight
Governor
moving in the
Christopher
market
Waller,
here.
for those of you who are listening in
At least the
on
Fed
Bloomberg
futures.
Radio around the world. The Fed and unemployment, your focus was on bringing it down. So how quickly do you pivot if it starts going up again?
I missed something. Say it again,
Your
Mike.
focus was on bringing unemployment down for a long time. Now you're focused on bringing inflation down, and as a consequence of that, it would push up unemployment. But so how quickly do you go back to the idea of bringing unemployment down? At what level of unemployment do you start to worry that you've gone too far?
Yeah, I mean, if you were sitting there as a central banker, inflation 6 to 9% and unemployment goes to 6 to 8%, this is your nightmare. Because now you're staring at very high unemployment, very high inflation, and you have to make a choice whether to attack one, the other, or just take it. And that was the problem in the 1970s that the Fed got into, was high inflation, high unemployment, and not being able to really figure out what to do with either goal. And then inflation just kept becoming entrenched in people's wage demands or minds or expectations. And inflation eventually got to the point where Volcker came in and said, look, I got to forget about the employment side and just get inflation down. And he crushed it. And it was a very expensive, very costly recession. I talked to Volcker about 10 years ago and I asked him, I said, must have taken a lot of guts to do what you did, knowing what was going to happen. He said, if I had known what was going to happen, I never would have done it. But once I did it, I couldn't stop. I had to carry it out. So
I think he's
really
talking
it.
about
If
weeklies.
you don't get inflation down, it's going to
Volcker.
cause problems all by itself. I said this last week at a NABE conference, but I have always used inflation as a tax on economic activity. Just think of your income, the purchasing power of your wage, your bank. That's a tax when you can't.
What
buy as
happened
much
pretty
because
much right here was the
So,
first statement by
inflation
Waller.
is a
He
negative
is a
impact
voting
on the
member,
economic output
but
all
pretty
by
much
itself.
this
If you don't
bounce
get
is,
anything
I'm
under
attributing it
control,
to the
it's
Fed
gonna cause
futures
all sorts of
dropping
damage going
as he's
forward.
been talking
So
down
that's
this
why we
idea
gotta
of
get this
100
down.
basis points. He's
There are a
literally
couple of,
talking it down.
Questions along the same lines, and so I will sort of combine them. There are obviously people who are not 100% fans of what the Federal Reserve
I'm sure.
has been
Get
doing.
in line.
And so there are questions about, were you too late? Did you get way behind the curve? And if so, why? And the other aspect of that is when the Fed finally started, did you start too slowly? And then, of course, where did transitory come from and where did it go?
Yeah, so I've given about 4 speeches in the last 3 months on exactly this point. So on the transitory story last year, we had this kind of belief, and I gave speeches and I made these comments. So we all kind of thought, all forecasters, everybody, we had these supply shocks that caused prices to jack up. We know from simple econ, those things are going to unwind. And when that happens, prices will come back down. We had demand stimulus from fiscal policy, monetary policy, this excess saving. We thought once the stimulus is over, it's gone. Once monetary policy starts tightening, it's gone. Once people spend that excess saving, it's all gone. And then prices will come back down. And if you look at the inflation data for the monthly data starting about in May, every month, the monthly number was ticking down all the way to September. So the transitory story was holding until October of last year. And then inflation exploded. And it was at that point that we pivoted. We saw that the transitory story.
Is he really trying to?
Holding.
Come on,
We pivoted
Waller.
as quickly as we could to getting our asset purchases ending, signaling rate hikes and things like that. So like I said, I've talked about this in other speeches. On what affected us based on that was, I think from a risk management point of view, we didn't handle things right. I'll just blame myself, not necessarily all my colleagues. But we kind of bet the farm on this transitory story because that's what all the logic was telling us. From a risk management point of view, we should have been asking, but what if it doesn't come down? Right? We really believe it's, what about the state of the world that it doesn't come down? And in that case, you say, well, we need to start preparing to do tightening faster than we really believe we have to, but you got to prepare for it. So in my view, what we should have done from a risk management point of view is we should have started, and I started making these arguments last summer, we needed to get tapering started sooner. Because the sooner you start tapering, the sooner you can end it and you can get rates
Okay,
up.
we're coming
And I
down a
think that
little
was
bit,
the-
but watch market
looking
might just
back,
get
my
a little
own mind,
knee jerk
my
because
own
he's
error
saying
was
tapering
that.
4 times in a row.
Got a lot of great
We'll see.
questions here. Let me combine a couple more here. One is, you said in your speech that you expect the economy to fall below potential, but get back to its potential after a couple of years. So the first part of the question is, what is potential? And second, we've had a lot of changes in the economy over the last 2 years because of COVID, especially. Are we going to go back to the same sort of inflation dynamics that we had? And does the Fed go back then to interest rates near zero for the long term? In other words, to use your boss's term, are we in a different kind of regime for the economy now?
Yeah, so on potential, in economic models, when you kind of solve these models and incorporate everybody's actions, everything, sort of long run growth comes out of productivity growth or technological change and labor market employment growth, which is really driven by population. So those are the two key drivers of potential growth. And those are things that are typically not affected by monetary policy or fiscal policy in any short run period of time. So if you look at productivity growth, labor force growth, those are the two big drivers of what your potential growth should be. Now, those vary because productivity growth has been like 1 to 1.5% for the last 15, 20 years. Labor force growth, because of demographics, has been coming down. So estimates of potential range anywhere from about 1.5 to 2. I'm at the 2 view. I don't think it's come down that much. And I think productivity will come back up going forward. So that's on potential. What was the second half of the question?
The second half, well, there was one question about in terms of the potential inflation rate. The Fed looks at 2%, 3%, and longer term inflation.
Yeah, this has been a lot of debate, like for years. So all through the 70s, 80s, and 90s, the view was we had to figure out how to get inflation down and keep it down. That was the central banker's job. The view was, we know how to create inflation. That's not
Positive news on Apple.
We teach that in
Troy
Econ
just posted
101.
this, that same Twitter
And then
account.
you hit the last decade from 20.
See if it has an effect. And
till
yes, this is Fed
2020.
Waller speaking.
We could not
I would
get
argue
inflation
he
up to 2%.
single-handedly pumped the market
This
from
sounds crazy.
372 to
I used to always
375
joke,
right now,
go
as
get
the
guys
Fed
from
futures have
Argentina.
dropped
They
20%
know how
on
to
that
do
move.
it.
He's pretty much
So-
bringing down this idea of 100
so
basis points.
The puzzle was we wanted
talk about it
2%,
after, but
kept
this is
coming
important.
Underrunning it.
And it's
And
real
so
time.
the question was, there had to be some other structural kind of forces that were driving this down. And a couple things were demographics, China coming into the global trading system, productivity maybe not being as high as it had been in the past. So then the question is, I am a strong believer that in the end of the day, the 2% inflation is determined by Fed policy. And these other structural things affect it maybe up or down somewhat. But the Fed's choice of an inflation target really drives long-run inflation.
We've only got a few more minutes with Christopher Waller, who's a member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. And there are a couple of questions about QT, which I know is a kind of a egghead thing, but the idea that you're shrinking your balance sheet, what impact is that having and will have on interest rates and on market liquidity? I mean, what is the collateral damage or collateral help that you get from shrinking the balance sheet?
Yeah, so when we were buying assets, kind of the idea was we were increasing the demand for these assets, pushing up their price, pushing down the yields. So it was more aimed at longer term rates because the short term rate was at 0. So to continue to try to provide some stimulus to the economy, we did QE. Logic tells you when you unwind that, rates should go back up. If they had any effect pushing them down, then the reverse should push them back up. The thing with balance sheet runoff is once we start raising rates, we don't want that to be our main policy tool because it's very brutish. We don't really know exactly how it's impacting. And most of the effects you get from balance sheet tightening is once you announce what you're going to do. As soon as you announce the path, the markets price it in immediately. And after that, you're just fulfilling those expectations. So it's not having
said
any
that
impact
last time,
on what you
remember?
actually start doing. Now, there are some liquidity things functioning in markets, market functioning where this may come in, but in terms of rates, anything that shows up in rates from QT should have been priced immediately once we did it. And an example was Governor Brainerd gave a speech right before the minutes came out, telling what our plans were for QT, and she kind of outlined what was going to be in the minutes. And 10-year rate jumped something like 34 basis points. Okay, that's what you would expect, right? You were pushing down longer term rates. She says we're going to unwind it. Here's the path. The market completely priced it in within about a minute. I love that about financial markets. That's efficiency.
One person would like to know, and I'm sure many more would like to know your views
slap this
on
dude.
both crypto and the role of the Fed with a central bank digital currency.
Oh man, I could talk about this for hours. So crypto's been a fascinating world to watch from monetary theory, which I'm a monetary theorist. I've done it for 30 years. The idea that you can create value out of an intrinsically useless object has been well known since 1958. We know how that works. It's a bubble. It could be a good bubble, but it's a bubble, and we know they can arise.
I
and
thought
they
he
can
was about
last
to say
for a
the
long,
dollar.
long, long,
Damn.
long time. So people always told me that all the crypto assets have to collapse to zero. I was like, no, they don't. There's nothing in theory that says that has to happen. They can sustain. They may crash, and when they crash spectacularly, which we saw happen a couple of weeks ago. So the crypto space to me it's like, yeah, it's kind of interesting, more from the technology side than the economics of it. I guess that's what I never found it that interesting from an economics point of view. DeFi is a little different because this is actually doing finance in a way very different than the traditional financial sector. It's all pairwise. It's clearing and settlement instantly. It's all kind of code driven as opposed to human being driven. These are things that could end up transforming the traditional financial markets. So I see the DeFi world as much more fascinating in terms of what could happen in financial markets going forward. Crypto itself, I don't care. It's like baseball cards. I don't care about baseball cards either. So if people want to pay a lot of money for a baseball card, go ahead. I don't care.
All right, let me finish with one last question, and this will, in a way, serve to set up our next speaker. Politics and the Fed.
No.
The
Ixnay on the politics.
the first question is, and it came from
That
the
made me
audience.
laugh.
If
Ixnay on the political.
there was an
political
excess
ixnay.
of fiscal stimulus in the economy that has caused some of the inflation that we're
I
seeing.
want to start using that.
When they were debating
Ixnay
it
on the
in Congress
political
and passing it,
ixnay.
did you know that it was going to be too much? Did the Fed start worrying then? And then I just want to finish up by saying, this is an election year, and the November Fed meeting is less than a week before the election. Does that play any role in how the Fed looks at what it should do and when it should do it?
I mean, just from pure macroeconomic theory, the stimulus, which is what it was supposed to do, stimulated demand. We had very accommodative monetary policy. That was supposed to stimulate demand. A bunch of excess saving is going to stimulate demand. So that's just the economics of it. Whether it was too much, too little, should have been none at all, that ain't my job to talk about. So, but from the economic side, it fully is. These things had an impact. I'll just stop it there. As far as the election, I ain't going to touch that one.
Well, we thank you very much for touching everything that you did touch today. Christopher Waller from the Federal Reserve Board, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please stop touching anything. Don't touch anything. Thank you. There you go. That wasn't bad, but that moved the market. So we have an update, and the update simply is from yesterday. You had one Fed member bring it up, and now X-nay on the frizzle nay. Hard, oh yes. X-nay on the politicalness nay on the frizzle nay. Amen, amen. Tilray marijuana decriminalization bill teed up for Senate introduction. Nice, nice. Again, we had the Baba news, but literally right here is where the written statement came out. And then pretty much he said his base case is 75 basis points. And then they kept asking him throughout. And he was pretty much saying how 100 basis point. He said what? He said, please don't say we're not doing our job if we raise 75 instead of 100. So he said the market's getting a little crazy about it. Like, that's why I said he single-handedly has talked this down and brought the market up. Now look, it's 50-50. So again, we opened up at like what, 90 or 80. We closed yesterday at like 80, 90. This morning it was at 80, 90. Yeah, Coinbase is rocketing up again. Apple, Unity is on the high. Remember, they were down 20% yesterday, and even this morning they were down another 5. But pretty interesting here because ever from what's his name? How you say his name? Waller starting till now, they've talked down these Fed expectations. So what does this give us is that over the next 2 weeks, chances are we're probably going to be volatile as more of these guys talk. Pretty much it's showing you that the Fed futures are not set in stone as of yesterday. So let's see what happens with it. We'll go backwards and find out, or we'll go forward and we'll go from there. But that was a pretty interesting speech. Again, Waller pretty much said 75 basis points is base case. He's talking it down. The market is definitely listening, but let's see if we get anybody else in the meantime. There's a blackout starting in 2 days. I feel like we might still hear from some of them randomly, depending on what it is. But, I mean, it's open to interpretation now, and it seems like that right there had a big effect. I don't know if I saw that one coming there, where, again, it was pricing in 80%. But last time we priced in 80%, it didn't go any lower. So this time around, though, again, this is where he started speaking, and we went up about 3.5 points. Next Fed speaker, I could check the schedule. What's today? Today's Thursday. Sure, Friday. You have Fed Bostic tomorrow morning. And then, again, you have the Michigan numbers. So that will be big. And then a lot of EU. Nobody next week. I don't see anybody on schedule for the next week. So maybe the blackout period is in full effect. Usually they squeeze somebody in there. Friday. Yeah. So just Fed Bostic tomorrow morning. That's about it. Is there Bullard? I see Bostic. I don't see Bullard. But we might get surprised with another one. They're hammering Apple. There's that good news update from that China Twitter account. So take it as you please. It's been a decent source, but we'll find out again. Coinbase was going nuts there. Bostic is hawkish, but I believe yesterday Bostic even said 75 basis points is the base case as well. So again, it's just like right now what you're watching in real time is that as the Fed futures are pricing in this 100, everybody is like battling back and forth. But the point is now you're watching some Fed people say, I don't agree with 100 basis points. So you might be able to fairly assume there's going to be some dissension at this next one. Thank you for touching what you did touch today, Josh. Our hearts. Amen. 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 I don't know. Waller, I don't like him, but I do like listening to him. It's weird. It's like I feel like he's one of the more digestible Fed members in the sense, like, I think he speaks very simply. He laughs a little too much. And then I don't necessarily agree with everything he says, but he's like, yeah, he gives me more human vibes. 100%. 100%. It's just nice to listen to. I don't know. It's just like it's just digestible. Like everything he says is very plain, more or less. He's the guy who tells you what you want to hear. Maybe that's it. I think he just speaks it simply. That's it. Yeah, maybe he's too casual. I don't know. Fed Waller on the next Uncle track. Yay! He got the weed smoking uncle vibes. He definitely gets lit. I could tell. I could tell. And he doesn't have an EV, which I was surprised about. He was such a liar, though. He's like, trust me, man. He's like, I fill up my gas tank, too. I feel you. He's like, I want this to come down as much as anybody. I got sympathy towards it. I'm like, okay, Waller. Okay. Whatever you say. NTRA rip in. Baba's coming down. NTRA, 2 big candles. Natera. Did I say it right? Natera? Nataria? Says he's worth 60 million. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. What do you think of Andrew Tate? Honestly, I think the comparison between a Fed chair and Andrew Tate is just totally inappropriate. What do you mean? What do I think of Andrew Tate? We were talking about Christopher Waller and the final voting member moving the market today. He's like, okay, so what do you think about women's rights and Andrew Tate now? What? I don't know, man. I don't know. Man, oh man. Tilray and the Coca-Cola deal. I think actually, yeah. It's only 9? That's crazy. City boys. What's up, man? That's good. All right. Market 80% bearish. I think, honestly, we're just going to have, what's it called? We are going to have a lot to deal with the Fed game now. Again, I don't know if you realize in the last 12 hours, literally in the last hour, this is going to be a debate about 100 basis points. It's starting to heat up, and it has market impact. You know, it's at least moving. You can move the market 2 points, it looks like, off of any sort of 100 basis points being priced in or not. So I think we're going to just go back and forth. I mean, it's going to be a long 2 weeks now, especially with the bond market and the dollar now too. But I think that's kind of going to take the forefront. So it's like bearish or bullish right now. I really think is going to come from how people are feeling about what the Fed is going to do and what those futures price in. Hold on. Hold on, I need to type this out. Don't be sad, man. Oh, no, I'm not sad. God is good, bro. Are you sad? Are you okay? I hope you're not sad, man. I hope you know we love you, and it's a blessing to be alive. And you may not realize it now, just because of what's going on in the storm. But a lot of you, every single one of you listening, you are living through the opportunity of a lifetime. I hope you understand that, and that there's a lot of things happening immediately, things that are going to happen in the future. And the fact is, the result of this over the next 1 month to 5 years, your opportunity is going to be very, very high for those who, again, defense. So get that foundation set and, get that attitude up. Be a little happy about it, and you were going to see. You were going to see. They straight talked the Fed future. They really did. They really, really did. What's up, Chad? Day 3. No nicotine. Good work, baby. Good work. And it's only 9:11 right now. Still pretty early. We're down about 0.8 on the NASDAQ, 1% SPY and Dow. At the low of the day, we were down about 1.9. The Fed futures is people just buying it. Honestly, remember I showed you this yesterday? You could look at /ZQ. This is the Fed. Bro, we should have bought this. Again, I don't know. I kind of want to trade it. We should do it one time. You guys think we should trade Fed futures in the next day or so? Pretty much, we could trade the probabilities. Like I'm saying, so this is what happened ever since Waller. So you see the market and it looks different, but this is it. This is what caused everything. But the Fed futures is just this asset /ZQ, and it's people trading it. You crazy? So pretty much, if you right now, how many of you think they're going to do 100 basis points or not? If you think they're going to do 100 basis points, you short this shit. If you think they're going to do 75, you buy this. And you'll probably have another maybe 10 ticks of gains on it. I think they will. So here's the play. So this one, it's a play. I don't even know the risk reward on it, to be honest with you. How much is it per tick? Tick value $20. So every 0.005 it moves, it's gonna make her lose $20. So it's what? It's probably $2,000 every 1 point, maybe. It's pretty big. So, but that's how it is. So people could trade Fed futures, most people don't. UNG go down or up? It's already came down prior, and then it might come back up again. We talked about it today, and we went over it. There's 2 points, pretty much. There's a reaction leading into recession, a reaction during recession, and then right before the recession ends, you'll get the bounce. So pretty much things can, UNG is already dropped. It might start to rise up maybe as we get towards the end of things, or maybe as we enter it, and that's pretty much it. But I think really realistically what UNG relies upon right now is energy, energy in Europe. FFIE, Faraday's popping 25%. That's an EV play. Dollar might bounce. It could. That would be an interesting flip flop on the day. But again, I mean, your Fed futures are down to what right now? Like 40%? Yeah, 48. So now you're pricing in there's higher odds pricing in a 75 basis point hike now after all of that. So, I mean, today we started with the dollar, it started with bank earnings, started with the yen and all of that stuff in the yield curve. Even the yield curve has bounced considerably, I believe. So you've already bounced 50% almost. Again, we were down to negative 25 a quarter basis point today. Now you're back to 1.6, which is still large, but still. But now that those Fed future odds after Waller are definitely moving things right now. Go EV or EV stocks moving. So if they cut rates, go long on Fed funds rate. If they cut rates, yeah, but I wouldn't play the Fed. If they cut rates, the play wouldn't be to play the short term. So you play the Fed futures leading into it, right? But after the effect, I mean, at that point, I would go with SHI or any of the other TLTs or any other play, even HYG, JNK, anything related to that. SPY getting a cheek lay. EV gonna get clapped. Tilray legal plants. Will you buy? I mean, I've said it, man. I live in California. I've seen a lot of dispensaries. I ain't never seen a Tilray in my life, bro. And I ain't never had anybody try to sell me Tilray. I've never had anybody like, yo, bro, you want some of this Tilray? Oh, you want? I got a new strain. It's that Tilray OG, son. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if it's just like a geographic thing, but I don't really know. And I know a lot of potheads, and none of them have ever smoked Tilray. That's just all I know. I don't know much, but I know I've never been offered Tilray. I'm smoking on that Tilray, like the beat from Cinemac. Like, I never heard that line, ever. It sounds like fertilizer. I ain't never heard of it. I never seen it. I don't know. The only conversations Tilray has ever came up has been on the NASDAQ. I don't know. That's it. I've never heard it anywhere else. I've never seen it anywhere else. No indication, nothing. I don't know. That's up to you to make your determination, though. I think some of the Canadians, I think they have it more in Canada. Yeah, I never even smelt it before, honestly. And the smell is loud, so it's not. Canada, you haven't seen, is Canadian, yeah. They have, I mean, a lot of the better weed companies are from Canada, though. That's where a lot, I mean, you guys have more favorable laws and things like fleshed out with that. Tilray brought out Aurora, did they? And then CGC was bought out by MO. Cannabis now legal in Thailand. Wow, really? It's a big deal. A lot of those East Asian countries and like the Middle East, they think weed is like they really like weed is like a Schedule 1 drug to them. FFIE again, that popped, came down a little bit, kind of chilling. Tilray owns Sweetwater Brewery. They own a lot of stuff, honestly. I think they have too much cash burn. I mean, they've been alive for a pretty decent amount of time, but it's interesting. Why is market bouncing? All Fed wall. All right, sorry, I had to get that email out. You guys probably heard me go ham on the keyboard. But right here, we just talked about it. The Fed rate monitor tool, again, Fed futures, literally in the last hour and a half went from pricing in an 82% chance probability of a 100 basis point rate hike to about 50% now, simply because Fed Waller, a voting member of the Fed, he had a speech there with Bloomberg. They asked him a bunch of questions, but he literally like talked it down. Like he was speaking directly to the market. He pretty much said his base case is 75 basis points. Again, yesterday, I believe it was Bostic and somebody else. We heard from another one or two Fed members, and they said the same thing. So he pretty much went into detail as to why he likes 75 basis points instead of 100 basis points, and why 100 basis points they run the risk of doing too much, and that 75 is still an adequate response with given the data that we got. So he pretty much talked it down for a good 30 minutes, and literally the dollar dropped, the Fed future odds dropped, and the market really did rally, even though we are negative, but it was pretty crazy. So that's pretty much the second part of the news today, because we started off, again, bank earnings were bad out of JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley. The dollar hit a new COVID high. It's still actually higher than COVID. Dollar was actually screaming today. The yen got weaker. And then there's one more piece of news I think we had in the morning there too. I'm blanking, but we were all worried about that. And then halfway through the day, we were kind of right below VWAP. We were actually still near the lows. Again, it was like right here. So it's pretty crazy. The cushion that we had in dollar was much higher. And then, oh yeah, PPI came in too high. Yes, exactly. That was the morning. Again, more bad inflation data, which wasn't good. Russia aims to get control of oil pricing by creating benchmark. But then as Waller started to speak, like literally the Fed futures moved drastically. And that's kind of what created what we got right here. Europe energy. Well, I don't know what's happening, but I know when we're going to know, and that is around July 22nd at the latest, I believe. So that's the date to watch, which by that point, we'll find out. There's been a couple of updates. That's why coal has been bullish leading into it. They're talking about how Russia, might not turn it on, and they're coming up with plans and ways to even start importing, exporting, all of that. Again, even Europe natural gas is going through the roof, but other than that, we don't know. But we do know July 22nd is when things should turn back on. And if by July 22nd it does not turn back on, well, there you go. Europe's going to drop 20%. XLI slightly clapped. Gossamer Bio. That's on the high, and then SPY's coming down a little bit. What are those SPY puts at? Those metas dropped. Scammers, bro. They won't let you in. I'm down $50 on the SPY put now. So remember, that was the final one. We bought it yesterday for $1.50. Now it's down to $100, and I sold the other one for $3 this morning, around 303. And then we sold out of the Vero. Then we are holding. Then I grabbed a Facebook today for earnings call. Again, here's the 5,000 in puts. So I added about $400 in calls, shorter time frame, and 190s versus 36 days left. And then we grabbed a BTU, and that's it. X is United Steel. So X is related to coal, believe it or not. So like coal and steel kind of go hand in hand. You'll notice a lot of companies that are coal companies will actually have steel designations behind them. So again, like coal, I believe it's moving pretty similar to a lot of these plays. And there is zero coal ETF for us to track, unfortunately. Chad was pretty split, 75 or 100. I know, right? It seems like that's where the market's at right now. I really think after that speech, the question is, how much credibility do you give to Waller, and do you believe him? And now that you've heard 2 or 3 people on the Fed say, nah, dude, we ain't going to 100, I mean, do you believe it? Because, I mean, it's not as, there's dissent this time around, it looks like. So we're going to find out. I love how you guys write it. You're like, zero credibility. Zero. Y'all hit that within like half a second. I'm proud of you. I don't believe him. He smashed my SPY puts. He smashed the Fed. Honestly, that was a very impressive move. I was very surprised. Again, just considering what we've been watching with like Fed futures and all that. I know they could be volatile, but damn. Last thing I thought was, because again, remember, we got the written statements from Waller, but like I didn't play him till like a little bit later, but like I did not expect him to have that much weight on that, which was and it was a big one. It was a very, very big reaction. There might have been last time. There wasn't enough time. There might have been, but there wasn't. The only person was Esther George. Remember? That's what we were picking apart. So, like, theoretically on paper, there was only one person who disagreed with what they did last time, and she wanted to go lower. So now we do have more time. Like I said yesterday on the watch list, that's the biggest difference. We have 2 weeks now till the meeting instead of 2 days. So if the more we hear people on the dissent camp, it could change some things. I came across this, a poop emoji is his reply. So here's the CEO of Twitter explaining everything, and then Elon responds with the poop emoji. It's beautiful. Oh, yeah, here's the other article, too. I found it. They mentioned me in insurancenews.net, too. That's great. Hell yeah, bro. The insurance people, that's it. I love it. But again, the Fed futures here, this has been the big thing. And then now, again, we're going to keep, these are going to be our handy dandy charts to hold up here in the next coming days. I got the link. I have that. I don't have the link to the other one though. Again, the other one is like, it's hidden behind a paywall. So I don't even know if you can read it or not. That's a good video. It's just the same quote. So just the same quote. They just added like one more part to it. Insurancenews.net. Did you give an interview? No, I just had a reporter. He was a Chad who was a reporter, and he asked for a quote, and he said, "What do you think about this? And can we use your content?" And I said, "Word." And I said what I said there. I said about the yield curve. Again, somebody asked me about the yield curve. I reached out to it, or I reached out back, and I told you what I said right in the morning, which was, again, it's like, yo, this was the second big economic miss. 47 economists all missed it again. The yield curve is now inverting more than it has been, and it's like, the odds of a recession caused by an inflation response, that's really what we're getting from a lot of it. Never know. The Fed futures, they only get like they only get real when it's like coming close to the Fed, but it's pretty wild when you really think about it. Josh answering emails to the press, but not to Chad. No, he was a Chad, so I feel you. What was the last email you sent me, Brendan? Let me clarify so I could know. You're like, Josh, should I buy SPY daily puts? Thanks. Someone say clarify or clarity? People email you stuff like that? Yeah. Get a lot of different emails. I mean, we try on that one. That one was cool. I didn't know. I just didn't know we had Fed reporters. We had Chad reporters. It's pretty cool. You're about to be the next economist. I think if I start getting predictions more wrong, but nah, I don't know, man. I like the yield curve. I'm glad. I love the yield curve. I mean, I feel like if you've either watched me talk about it or you've watched me for long enough, I mean, I've focused on it a lot. So it's just, I kind of think it's the nature of the topic. Do I collect watches? No, I do not. Not a watch collector. I'm a stock collector. Love the long term. Love it. Absolutely love it. Check the dynamic yield. It says inverted now. Wasn't it saying flat before? Well, dude, it's a quarter. Again, this is the biggest yield curve inversion since 2000. I don't know if you've seen it. Like, if I showed, like, dude, the yield curve chart is like absolutely disgusting. Like, it's actually like wild. Look at this. Bro, this is a chart going back to 2000. Again, this says 0.04. We're lower. So look at this. This is what? The low is 0.16. That's where we're at now. And then in the 2000s, the low was what? I don't even think it said it went negative. That by that degree. But again, like this is going back to the 90s, and you could kind of see like where we're at. It's just that the yield curve is about to invert like more than anything. You know what I'm saying? Like this is actually wild. It's like it's deep inverted. This is not like, do you see why I'm saying like it's such a big indicator? Like, look at this. There's not too many periods of time, and any time it has done this, it's like, oh shit, there's a problem on the hand. I mean, these are just like the worst economic times when you look at it, but it's like this chart doesn't dip like that, and then usually as we get this low, the coming shift is preceding, usually a bigger decline. Again, this was 2001 right before. Again, this was like 06 leading into 07, and then that's it. So it's very wild. It's surreal that we're living through it. Appreciate your consistency. Been here since spring 2019. Take breaks time to time, but you're always on here making the markets more enjoyable. Appreciate what you've done. Shout out to the call. Amen, baby. I'm with you. And thank you for being here this long. Again, like I'm saying, man, you guys pick up on this stuff that I talk about and things that I bring up. Like, you know, if people weren't really listening and learning from this, and like you guys verify a lot of what I do on it. So I love it, man. And it's beautiful. And you hear it here first if you're on this stream, baby. Horn. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. That's why I was pretty excited. I don't know. We'll see. I hope they hit me up for some more quotes on some other stuff. But I think the funniest part about all of it is that you guys are going to get it, you know, here before anybody. So like that direct quote yesterday, all the stuff with the yield curve, it's like you guys are hearing it like at 6:30 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? So let's just keep it going, man. And shout out to the chat, the fast news. Keep posting, keep sourcing. And let's play some defense and get ready. Defense, defense, defense. Woo! Long order says, look to the long term. Does yield curve mean long money is more expensive than short money? No, long money is going to get cheaper than short money. Short money is on the rise as they try to stop it. But yes, the long term money gets cheaper. But right now that's the ironic part. It's not. In a weird way, but that's kind of what he's saying. And that's why he was saying, like, we need things to, like, you know, get out, balance out. People need to spend their savings, all of that. And I think we will get a PHILO today. We should, I hope. If we are confident in a recession or at least a major pullback, why shouldn't we pull money out of the market? Because the timing is very tricky. So, like we read today, like with recessions, until the recession hits, there's no such thing as like it's gonna be there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's literally, it is either the economic data is either very bad or it's just not very bad. It's just good. So the point is that it could take whatever we're dealing with could materialize in 3 months or 3 years, relatively speaking. I know it may sound odd, but the whole point is there's no in between when it comes to economic activity and data. So it usually just occurs. And that's why, again, we went over it today. You know, traditionally, usually if you have just a couple of months ahead of time and you are positioned light enough where you could pivot, then you're good to go. So that's kind of the idea that I have, is that I'm not trying to say I know what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? I believe in my Bible. I pray a lot. I've seen a lot of crazy shit in my life, and a lot of things have happened, but I'm not trying to fucking be a fortune teller. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to this recession aspect, again, out of 153 recessions since 1992, literally every single economist has missed every single one. It is not an easy task. This is not as easy as it seems. And really, there's a lot of money in writing about inflation and recession. And that's why you see it a lot. And people are going to feel that way. And again, economists are wrong. People are wrong all the time. It's because this is the hardest game to try to play. But here's the big but, is that if you were able simply to spot the recession just a couple of months prior to when it happened, you would have been good enough to save 10, 15, 30% of your wealth. So the whole point is, you don't need to, like, if you could see it from a mile away, it's great. But realistically, the whole point is, once it really presents itself and confirms itself, you pull out. That's it. But if you could wait till it's that close and pull out then, you're going to be better off than trying to be a year, 2 years in advance. Again, you've seen me be 1 or 2 year early on the dollar and emerging markets. Guess what? It doesn't pay. But if you could do it right before, that's where it is. So that's kind of my logic here, where although we see the trajectory of things and where they're going, until I know exactly where my signals are, again, until economic activity really does pull back, until the yield curve does what I want to see, until the Fed does what we need it to do, then there's no point, because you might miss out, or you could get caught on the wrong side of the coin by trying to be a little too preemptive. So here's the chart we were talking about. Again, here's the Philadelphia Fed net activity. So this is literally any time in history from 1980 till today. Anytime this number has dropped below 40, we have entered into a recession. But what people notice is that if it's not plummeting, it's staying up near the highs. That's what they mean about, hey, you don't really know, like a recession prior until a recession hitting, the data is either going to be really good or really bad. There's no in between. So right now, data is kind of coming down, but we haven't like cratered. Right? So that's where people are saying we might head into a recession, but we don't know yet. But then by the time it does go below 40, well, it's going to be a different story. So it's kind of waiting until you really know there is a recession. So can we speculate a recession? Yes. But do we know it's really going to happen and when it might materialize? Not at all. And that right there, though, as we narrow in on that, that's where our money's going to be made, or our defense and defense. That's where the protection is going to come from, because we only need to know a couple months prior. That's it. Believe it or not. If you just know a couple of months prior, you will actually end up preserving more of your wealth than not. Nancy talking. Where's Asana CEO? I have no idea. Oil is coming back up. I mean, it better with the dollar. So basically, those who live by the crystal ball will eat glass. Dude, I've never heard that. Sounds very like aggressive, but that's a good one. You should be holding cash. Yeah, be nimble. That's the whole idea. The whole idea is position light, go little by little until we get the data, because if the data shows you, yo, time to back out, boom, you were light enough and nimble enough where any additional losses weren't going to hurt you, or you're able to just simply pivot and hedge what you have very, very easily. That's why nimble and little by little is the winning strategy, in my opinion. Oh, Nancy, 0 viewers? We're the only ones watching?
Uniform who
Why does
risk
she look
their lives and
so
then
different today?
not only in combat but
Okay, I'll just use this to go pee and
deadly
get a
threat of
carbo.
toxins from the burn pits.
Don't get too mad.
It provides access to VA health care to 3.5 million potentially exposed veterans. It grants presumptions of exposure to veterans. Up until now, they've had to have these complicated cases to prove were they there, and if it were so, does it necessarily relate to their condition? Well, this is a presumption of exposure for veterans, and it includes something very important. You've probably heard about what went on at Camp Lejeune. This was in terms of the water supply. And it's not just harmful to our men and women in uniform and our veterans, but their families. Again, carcinogenic and dangerous. So this is a very important. This is special to me because long before I came to Congress, I had done sit-ins and all the rest on Agent Orange in the early 80s with some of the veterans of the Vietnam War. Agent Orange, one of them was attended by Dick Gregory, who helped instruct the protesters as to how to deal with hunger strikes, to keep hydrating and the rest. It's quite remarkable. I loved Dick Gregory. He and my brother served in the military together years ago in Texas, and he wrote about it in his book, so we had a friendship. But in any event, it took a very long time for the Agent Orange issue to be dealt with the Blue Water legislation of just a few years ago. But in our bill, we have some, in our HASC bill, which I'll talk about next, we have some further improvements on that. So again, these, shall we say, other consequences of war have to be recognized, not just wounds from combat, but wounds from exposures. Again, today we are caring for our veterans as we defend our security with the HASC bill that is on the floor as we speak, with many amendments being voted on. It's going to be a strong bill, hopefully with strong bipartisan support for our service members. It supports our service members with a strong pay raise. It strengthens our security, including investments in the next generation of our defense technology. This has been a high priority, both of them, for the chairman, Adam Smith, who's done a remarkable job. And it supports our democratic partners and values, including an additional $1 billion in security assistance for the Ukrainians. And that, of course, is always on our minds, next to our hearts and the rest. As you know, we are dealing with the protecting freedom and democracy in our country when it comes to a woman's right
What was that?
to choose. And as Republicans in Congress are plotting a nationwide ban to criminalize abortion in all 50 states, Democrats are taking action to defend the right to reproductive freedom. Tomorrow we'll pass the Women's Health Protection Act, voting for a second time on this legislation to make the protections of Roe v. Wade the law of the land. And another bill we'll have tomorrow is Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act. It's stopping Republicans from criminalizing women who exercise their constitutional right to travel across state lines to terminate a pregnancy. Women's health decisions
Honestly,
are
man, ever since her plays haven't been hitting, I just can't listen. I don't know what it is. So I don't know. We're back to open. SPY now below VWAP. I doubt Nancy is going to move anything just because, again, this Fed future stuff has really been the big deal here. Again, it's back up to 54%. So we'll see. Nancy be spitting. I saw the Tesla put. It went down, though, today, surprisingly. It went up. I lost on it yesterday, came back up, and then it chilled. I'm still mad at her for Roblo. Have you seen what's the total? I think the total value of her portfolio, though, is still at like $50 million. Twitter. Liberty and justice for all. Once she had 300, is it? Costco has been on a tear. It's the old. I'm still down on that play. I'm down a lot. I'm still going to ride it out through the other earnings, but damn, Costco has been like consumer staple safe haven. One of the mods posted her newest sales buys this morning. She had new ones today. We haven't looked. And then we're back to VWAP. This is interesting. It gave up half of the Waller pump. So let's find out what happens here. Again, odds are still at 50-50. I think it could be because of the dollar coming up. And again, oil's getting volatile off of it. Just remember, we have a lot of things. Abivi, Mario Draghi says he will resign. Dude, this is a chopping block. Bro, they've got rid of Boris Johnson. Now Mario Draghi's resigning. Macron, even I'm pretty sure Macron is retiring too. Bro, there's like an exodus going on in Europe, man. I don't know if like that's like low key like the second like that's just like a political black swan, like if you really think about it. But it's like, yo, like wake up, man. There's something going on the other side of the pond right now. And it's like, dude, they're all just dipping out. It's very, very wild. Just various issues, like they're getting in trouble for stuff. And then even Abe, they clapped Abe too. Yeah, right? Or Abe. That's actually wicked. Dude, that's another one. It's another one. EWI, Italy ETF, is it going to sell off? I think it's just, Italy's already clapped. Actually, yeah, EWI is actually getting mollywopped, and they're a little bit lower, honestly. EWI could actually be a decent hit. Those expire. Are they expensive as shit? Where are those at? Oh, this could be decent. Oh, yes. Give me a good feel. All right. I got a decent one. I grabbed one of those. I actually like it. I went kind of big on there. I put like $200, but the comparatively to EWG, those plays are cheaper in the sense that they are 50% lower than where they were going for at the time we got the EWGs. They're just far out the money again, but I like this one. Good call out on that one. I grabbed an EWI. So Mario Draghi just resigned. And again, if you want the broader play on EWI, I brought it up 2 weeks ago with Germany and everything. Again, Italy is the weak link that is causing the fragmentation right now with the ECB's policy. So Italy's the weakest one in the whole EU right now. And again, they've already dropped a lot, but I decided to go for the EWIs just because there's a cheap play. Again, the premiums are lower. Pretty much the same premiums I got were going for 30 cents here, and then here they're going for 15 cents. So we're going to see, but don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed puts. I grabbed September puts for EWG, and I spent about $150, $160. What's the dang play? Calm down, bro. You acting like Elon with your little Elon badge. Relax, okay? It's coming. Again, I'm giving you an understanding. We have to understand Europe right now. You got to know what it is, bro. It's okay. You're just like, Josh, it sounds good. Just give me the play. These plays are really risky. Again, playing a ETF related to a country, we're 50-50 on them. We hit the VGK. The EWG was not as good, even though we caught a 30% move. They're hard plays to hit, so please be very careful with this. This is not a recommendation, anything like that, and it's not as easy as we would like to think with a play like this. So just understand the risk with it. It's attached to a couple of the macro events going on, but it's not like the craziest bullard. Let's go light if you're not deep pockets, 100%. Exactly. I think that's a great way to put it. Just, again, these plays are difficult. They haven't been hooking us up on it. We could call it out. Again, EWG is down 30% since I put it on a video, and a lot of the plays are barely up. If not, you're going to be down because of expiration tomorrow. So this is an ETF, and again, Europe or Italy is related to EWG, but it's still not. I mean, this is not your friend. Again, it's going to be, and there is some premium on it today. The thing I like about the September contracts on EWI, though, it doesn't go deep. It's still pretty far out the money, but they were cheaper. So, like I said, last time when EWI, Italy was up here, the premium was the same contract I got was going for double the price. How did you get it for 16? I don't know. I do a little bid trick where I put in orders and like I cancel them. I start low and then I scale up. I just got lucky. I don't know how. I don't know if you heard my reaction. I was like, yeah. You know Italy is going to crash, but EWG is not your savior. You thought the Nord Stream pipeline wasn't going to turn back on, but Italy is not your savior. Josh told you to count the balance, but he is not your savior. But yeah. Market's in Hall of Fame right now. He needed to come back to rookie. I feel you. Actually, Zero Hedge called it. People were talking about it. And I'm eating something right now. So excuse me. Well, that's wild, though. The play was EWI. But nah, it's pretty wicked. I don't know what's happening. I'm telling you. Across the other side of the world right now, there is a mess in Europe. 3 heads have resigned. One of them got assassinated in Japan, an ex-head. But it's like, what the hell is happening? Like, that's actually crazy. Macron, Draghi, and Boris Johnson all within 4 weeks. And then, again, the kicker, the former president of Japan was assassinated. Like, it's actually wild. Because it's like one by one. And these are all big names. You know, like, bro, Mario Draghi and Macron are literally like Obama-era, like, European world leaders. Like, it's wicked. Yeah, and Sri Lanka, too. A lot of places in China are celebrating the demise. Yeah, because they don't like the conservative approach. Even people in Japan were happy, but even in China, like China, they don't like Japan. They did not like Abe's influence. You said Russia's the most stable country in Europe right now? That's crazy. Mario Draghi, Italy. And Mario Draghi used to be the former head of the ECB. That's what makes it even better. Again, the guy used to head up their Fed. That's like Jerome Powell becoming the prime minister of Germany and then resigning 4 or 5 years later. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. It's just like they're all resigning for different reasons. I think Macron is going to resign, or there was pressure. Like Macron, they're trying to say he did some like sexual assault thing or something. I don't know what it is. Where was it? Like, I don't know if he did, but he was being ordered to resign after betraying France. There's something he did. He's something with the there's Boris Johnson too, but then there's also Macron. And then now Draghi just backed out or resigned. He advised Uber to avoid taxes. Is that what it was? Macron also lost to an election, but I mean, here's the point. There's something going on in Europe where you're watching an exodus. Like people are either resigning or getting clapped. Apple, there was some guidance later on like iPhone demand. I think that's pretty much it. How many Great Reset comments? A lot, but we have a different take of the Great Reset. But honestly, people have chilled out. I honestly think as the reality of the situation has hit the world, people are saying Great Reset a lot less because it's not fun. It's not like everybody was down with the Great Reset, but it's like, bro, all that's happened is our food prices, our house prices, everything's gone up. Millennials are now pissed off, saying that the future is even more expensive, and they were already priced out of it. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like the Great Reset has actually lost some of its hype. I could even check. Psychedelics are popular again. War going on. So many 70s correlate. Oh, I got a funny story for you. Especially if you know me, you know how funny it is, bro. I had a good friend of mine. It's one of my other friends. He has a company. I'm even invested in it. And this motherfucker, dude, he calls me and we're talking about the business. And then I'm asking him, like, where were you at, man? Like, what's going on? Like, what's up with this? And this guy, he's like, yeah, bro, I went to Mexico and, like, I did a bunch of shrooms. And I was just like, oh, my God, dude. It's like, Chad, just you know me. So he knows me too, but I don't think he's heard me get into the shroom debates with all of y'all on a date. I was like, oh, my fucking God. I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, this is insanity. I was just like, and then guess what he tells me? And then he's like, yeah, and then I got a tattoo. I was like, what? I was like, you got it. This kid never got a tattoo. I've known him for so long. And like literally, like me and him, he was always surprised I never had tattoos. And I was like, nah. And then he was like, yeah. And then I got a tattoo. And then I was like, man, you are lucky. You are fucking. If this guy was not making money, man, I would have just been like, dude. What? I was like, don't tell me this. Don't tell me this. He's not in a business that does content. That's the thing. Oh, excuse me. I was like, geez, it was just funny. It was the irony. Because I was like, Chad would laugh at this to like just having a total normal business conversation, and then this guy's like, yeah, I'm geeking off the shrooms, bro, and I'm like, oh man. I was like, there's God. That's God being, that's the humblingness, the humbleness. God is like, hey, man, you never know. You never know. You were expecting a tattoo when I ripped off the shirt? Nah. If I said the only tattoo that I'd ever get would probably be the one my mom has, because they forcefully brand you in Egypt. But I told that to my mom, and she's like, why would you want that? That was torture. I was like, oh, okay. Well, other than that, no ink. No ink here. But I like ink. I like it. I think if you get a cool tattoo and it's done right, it's fire. I've just been kind of a pussy. Huge GME red. Well, GME was leading pretty good. Again, Italy's on the low. Those plays have already gone up, but it just could be the low liquidity on there. So watch out. And again, these plays are not your friend. Be careful. I didn't play it. I'm just holding it. And then I was looking for EWG, and I never got to get it. I never grabbed the YCS too, and those went up 200% since we called them out. But that's it. EWI, I grabbed September puts. They're already up almost 100%. Again, I just got a super lucky fill, and then now the premium's up. But like I said, the premiums are they were trading at a pretty deep discount to what's going on, but they're pretty far out the money. Like, you would need another one of these $4 drops pretty much. This is E-Trade Pro is what you're looking at. GME is selling off pretty big. Actually, those candles are getting big. You're about to go negative on GME. We're going to talk about 3, 4, and 7 on the cures. Not today if we have the PHILO. I got a good PHILO for you, actually, but it's related to defense. It's related to defense. Tried to get filled at 20 and got filled for 15. That's what I did. I just got lucky. Like, I put in my order. I started off really low and then I raised it up, but my order I got filled at, I put in a limit of 20 cents and then it filled me at 15. So I said, all right, word, or 16 cents. I don't know. It filled me literally in the middle. Again, though, but this is a very inactive contract, and again, it's on an ETF that is, and it's super far out the money. So we'll see. Hopefully they add more contracts. The good part is you have 60 days of time on that play. But again, it's not going to be your friend. We could be right on our ideas on the macro, but some of these ETFs and the ways, the vehicles we choose to play, they could still scam us. So like we said, if the pockets aren't deep, I wouldn't go too heavy on that play. If you got a little extra money, you could get a little bit of exposure on that. Again, it might be worth it considering what's going on with Europe, and it gives us exposure to the whole ECB situation and all that, but it's not a home run. We must short Europe, imminent collapse soon. All things have aligned. It's there. I feel you. I still have one set of plays on it. Again, I'm short on currencies, and I could profit off of it there. I have coal plays as a backup. Now we have those EWIs, but I would like another play. But again, July 22nd is the cutoff date. Is really what we want to be looking for a catalyst. The Italy news right now is that Mario Draghi, the prime minister, resigned. And then for more context, if you're not familiar, the last couple days, we brought it up on the watch list. It's called bond fragmentation. And pretty much as the ECB has been trying to raise rates, they have had issues with the Italian government or the Italian economy. Pretty much as the Fed and the ECB, the Europe Fed tries to raise rates, they notice that there's a lot of weakness in the economy of Italy. So if they raise rates too much, it would actually clap Europe and Europe's bonds. So they have this plan to raise rates while at the same time still giving stimulus to Italy. Pretty much Italy is the weakest link out of the whole entire EU. So that's why it's like there's a little bit more context to it. But now, with that happening, and then again, everything with Europe and energy and all that, again, with what we're saying for in the next couple weeks, it's pretty interesting. So that's the whole context of it. Went small. I put about $150 into it. It's till September. We could come back into it, but just get ready for those contracts to be extremely volatile. Not Greece for once, yeah. Greece and Italy switch off. Tilray, there was a weed bill, I believe, that got presented to Congress. When GME turned... Oh, yeah, my bad. I don't even know why. It's up here. No, GME has been active all day. We had a lot of people. I don't know why people ask me so much today. They're like, Josh, are you gonna buy it? I'm like, why? Why are you asking me that today? What happened? What's going on? Redfin reports home supply is up for the first time in nearly 3 years. Yallah. Let's go. Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. Defense. Defense. I don't have a play on Google. Nah. Actually, I think I have an old one, but I got like super duper clapped. Sold out play early, missed profits. How do you handle it? Want perspective? You walk away with your head up high. Don't chase perfection. That's what we say a lot of times. So like if you sold out of a play, like again, I did it last week. I had a Tesla put. I was down 70% on it. Then it came back up and I was up 30% and I took profits. If I held it for 1 or 2 more days, I would have made literally 200%. I walked away with $300 instead of a $2,000 profit, practically. But I still walked away with a win. So I don't care. I will laugh at it myself. I'll bring it up. I'll make a little joke towards it, but at the end of the day, I walked away a winner. So that's really all that matters. And the point is that try to do better on the next play, and you always want to look at that. But I've seen a lot of people destroy themselves trying to squeeze the final 10-20%. In that case, I sold off very early. But what you will notice most of the time is that you're just hyper focused on the profits you missed. So like you're like, oh wow, I sold out, but then for the next 2 hours, it went up another $100. But like when you go and look back at that play, 99% of the time, go look at it the next 2 days, that play's gonna be down. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna look back at it and be like, oh well, I guess there was just a very small window to get a little bit more profits. But if you really look at it, you probably exited in the top percentile of any of the trades. So the point is just move on and try to get better. Always look for improvement, but do not chase perfection, especially when we're talking just a couple pennies here and there, a couple of dollars, because it's not, you'll end up making a bigger error trying to just get a small like 10%. It just doesn't make sense to risk the 90% for the extra 10 when you already got a majority of it. And again, if you walk away a winner, more power to you. But take a look. So that same play I was talking about, here's the play. So you can see it from last week. I bought it at like $8. Where was it? That's Thursday. We bought it here. So I wait and I bought it like at like $8 on Friday, right here. Okay. Then the next day, or $8, and then I thought I was down on it. Maybe I bought it here. Or was it the 687? It was one, because I remember we were down a lot on it. I think I was down the next day by like 70%. Maybe it was that Wednesday. Then they shot up to like 2,000, but now it's still lower than where I bought it. But so it's like you missed out on some profits, but how big was that window? It was probably statistically more difficult for you to actually hit it than not. And then again, you probably walked away in the top percentile. Options $8. So I spent $800 on the contract, and then I was down 50%. Like I was I was down 70%. I got washed. Bought a Tesla put, got clapped. Then the next day we had to wait. Then it finally came up a little bit, then chilled out. Then the next day it really got expensive and I took the profits, but then it kept running. So, but again, eventually just a day later, it came back within. It wasn't as if it was like it held up. Sometimes it will hold up, but for the most part, I'm not going to get mad walking away with 30%. Baba coming back down. EWI hitting another low. The weekly butterfly. I will take a look in a second. MD, Big Pop, MD, Pediatrics Medical Group. It's probably halted. Nope. It's moving. MD, Big Pop. What is it? Pediatrics. They have earnings call. No, nothing. I'm not seeing anything on the wire. Watch out for it. It was a pop and drop. That was just a giant candle. So what would have to happen for me to sell everything? No, a rate cut. So I would need the yield curve to stay inverted and then pretty much a pivot by the Fed. I sold out of one of the SPY puts in the morning. So I took one of them for $300. So remember, I spent $300 for both of them yesterday, or I spent about $280, $270. I sold one out for $300 this morning, and then I held the first one I bought to play for the rest of the day and tomorrow. So I made it free, took big profits on one, holding the other one, and now I believe it's I don't know if it's up or I'm down only $29 on it. Honestly, it's really not bad considering it expires tomorrow. So, but again, I'm like a dollar or two out of the money. The other ones that were in the money, I sold out right in the morning. Let's go, baby. Defense. Defense. Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're feeling good, man. I hope you are feeling good. I hope you know we love you. I hope you know you're blessed. And I got a really good PHILO for you. Now, it's all about defense. I'm going to give you such a good strategy today. I'm going to give you a simple tip of advice to ward off complacency, to actually fight back, and to really get a real assessment of where you are. Now, unfortunately, for some of you, I have to drop it back to the Bible for this one, because I read something yesterday, and it really stuck out to me, and it really got me thinking. However, the good news, I can give you something very practical and applicable regardless of what you believe. So I encourage you to hang with me on this one. But if you missed yesterday, we're going to jump back to it in the next couple of days, and it's very, very simple. If, we are talking about defense. Again, we are talking about getting ready and getting set up. And if you are a well-intentioned man or woman, right now you are going to start making sure your fundamentals of your finances are good so you could defend yourself in any economic environment, regardless of the outcome. Whether we get recession or rally, you should be able to do good. Yes, I need you to believe that, and I need you to work and fight for it as if your life depended on it, okay? So, I'm going to break this down to you, but I'm just going to tell you the fundamental answer to this right now. It's very, very simple. If you don't leave, the enemy is coming. It's very simple. If you leave, the enemy will leave. If you don't leave, the enemy is coming. This is a strategical thing I want you to understand. Okay? And let me break it down. There's two parts to this. So I read yesterday 1 Samuel 23. Our boy David. And David is about to go attack somewhere, and he wants to go, he's running from Saul, and he's going and taking places over. And I've given you this PHILO before because it's ironic what David does. Before anything, he always asks, he said, God, should I do it? Should I attack? Should I attack? Should I attack? And literally, again, regardless of what you believe, I want you to keep this in mind. Before every single action you do, both financially, business, whatever it may be, Fed Bullard is speaking right now. Be on the lookout for headlines. That's why we're getting a pop. That's why you're sick of the random pops. It's Fed Bullard right now. But David, and again, for you to understand this, he would ask every time he did something. Pretty much what I'm trying to tell you. Before every action and step that you take, do you have a mechanism in place to kind of seek confirmation for what you are doing? Oh, Chad, y'all don't feel me. Come on. Chad, you see, David, he believed in God. I know all of you don't believe like that. I mean, honestly, I wish I could come close to the honor and the mindset of David, because this guy, before doing anything, he said, Lord, should I attack? Lord, should I attack? Should I do this? Should I do that? Should I do this? right? But hey, that's him. But I'm going to ask you, do you have a safety? Do you have any mechanism before you make a move, offense or defense? Especially offense, though. Do you have something to confirm your action? Do you have some level, again, the guy is strong. You could be very strong, but at least he was thinking about it. But then here's a part that really stuck out to me. He's going, so pretty much David finds out that Saul is going to come get him. And then he's like, David prayed, "O Lord, God of Israel, I've heard that Saul is planning to come destroy me because I am here." He said, "Will the leaders of Keilah betray me to him? And will Saul actually come as I have heard? O Lord of God, please tell me." And the Lord said he will come. Again, David asked, "Will the leader of Keilah betray me and my men to Saul?" And the Lord replied, "Yes, they will betray you." So literally, he's asking if he should do something, and he got an answer. But you want to know what stuck out to me? And this honestly changed the way I went after some things, bro. It's actually pretty wild. Because I noticed David was asking for help, right? And he was asking for this. Bullard says 75 basis point would get to neutral at next meeting. Watch the Fed futures. Bullard comment. But this is the thing that got me. Do you notice how specific he is when asking for help? This wasn't like, "Oh, God, show me what to do. Oh, man, what should I do? I just need an answer. Oh, God, tell me what to do. Oh, help me." That's a way different line of questioning than just help me. I don't know if y'all feel me on this. He literally said, "Wait a minute, tell me this." He was so specific. He said, "I heard that this guy's coming." He said, "Tell me, is he going to betray me? Okay. Is he actually going to specifically come here?" This is a different level of looking into the situation. So why I'm telling you this? Because when next time you're asking what is going to happen and what you should do, I want you to ask it in a manner where you could present a thesis. Because that required some level of analysis on David's part to identify what the threat was. Come on, Chad. Y'all don't feel me. So I know whatever it is you're confused with, I need you to identify it. Again, have your mechanism, but I need you to be able to identify it. If you're worried about this, literally, I want you to, literally, instead of saying, "I need help with my problem," I want you to specifically define it. And think about the features of your problem so that you can arrive to a better answer. Again, this is fire. This is why I love it. I hope you understand why this applies to strategy and defense. Now, here's the best part. So remember, he said, "Lord, is Saul actually going to come here?" And the Lord said, "Yes." And then he said, "Is he going to betray me?" And the Lord said, "Yes." Right? So here's the funny part. Here's the next verse. So David and his men, 600 of them now, left Keilah and began roaming the countryside. Word soon reached Saul that David had escaped, so he didn't go to Keilah after all. Oh my gosh. Oh my, Chad. And this is the point I was telling you to start this. If you don't leave, the enemy is coming. If you leave, the enemy will leave too. Do you not just get what happened? That story, first of all, David just asked him specifically, and he said, "Lord, give me guidance." He said, "Is Saul coming?" And the Lord said, "Yes." So is the Lord a liar? I don't believe he is, but that is very contradicting if you read it. Because you mean to tell me the Lord just told David, Saul is going to come. But then since David listened to the warning, and then David said, "Okay, since I know he's coming, I'm not going to go there," Saul actually didn't end up going. The whole plan changed. Oh, come on. And why? Because guess what? Saul heard that David was leaving. So he said, why? Okay, if David's already dipping out, why would I go there? Honestly, and I don't think y'all realize this is kind of how problems work sometimes. If they know you're going to be there, they're going to come and get you. Right? Again, here's the funny part. Probably most of the problems that are going to affect us and hurt us financially, chances are you know about it today. That's why I'm reminding y'all. I'm saying, yo, are you actually going to go and look at your finances? Like, for real. Because I promise you, if you leave right now, the problem's not going to show up. But if you know that there's a problem and you know Saul is coming and you decide to sit there, Saul is going to show up. Oh, I hope they feel me, Chad. And that's what I started thinking about. I said it's very, very simple. Even if God said the enemy is coming, if you change your plan of action and you know there is a threat and you respond to it, that threat in the future is going to leave and will not show up. I know I'm taking it very literal. But if you can't find a way to apply, if this doesn't make sense, this is nipping the problem in the butt right when you know about it. And that's what I'm talking about for defense. That right there. If you know the enemy is coming, are you going to sit there and act the same exact way? You know a financial enemy is coming. Are you going to sit there? Okay, cool. What's going to happen? He's coming. But now it's like, okay, hey, I know that there's going to be some problem. I know there's opportunity. I know there's a lot of risk. I know I'm getting chased by this, but it's like, hey, if you know that's there, maybe now is the point to start setting up that foundation. Yeah. Are you going to defend yourself? Because once the enemy knows you're defending yourself, it's not going to show up. But if you passively sit there, it will show up. So, Chad, do you feel me on this? Do you get how this applies to the theme? Defense. Defense. That's why they say, I love it. I love defense. This is the best part I love about defense. You know why? They say, move your feet. Oh, move your feet, baby. Come on, defensive slides. Move your feet. That's what this is telling you right now. Some of y'all are getting the word. You know what's coming. You know there's going to be uncertainty. You already see there's going to be risk. Not everybody's going to make it. You've seen the best of the best even get threatened. Are you going to start moving your feet now or not? If you know lack of savings or bad expenditures are going to clap you and are going to arrive and hurt you, are you going to sit there or are you going to start moving away from it now so that it doesn't show up? But this is defense right here. So hopefully you get it to summarize. One, I hope you have a mechanism to, before you go on offense or defense, give yourself a mechanism to confirm. Two, when trying to find the answer to a problem or solution, please be specific. Not just help. Oh, I need help. Oh, I need to get better at this. No. Get specific with it. I need help saving money because will I be able to save money if this keeps happening? Will I be able to do this if this problem goes wrong and this one this? If my health keeps doing this, will this allow me to do that? Get specific about the problem and watch the answers get a lot more specific too. And finally, if you leave, the enemy will leave. You start moving your feet right now, this problem is not going to catch up with you. It will change the whole trajectory, even if God himself said the enemy was coming. If you move your feet, well, guess what, my friend? You're not going to encounter the enemy for a much longer time. So, Chad, I know this boils down to defense, baby. So I hope you're ready. I hope you could apply this. And again, with everything else that we've been talking about, I really hope you could bring it to life in a much more applicable fashion. Literally. You're going to start playing defense or not. So I hope you're ready. And we're going to finish all the other stuff we talked about. We're going to go over the laws of wealth. But I hope you guys could get specific with some of these things. And I really hope that you can identify a problem now so we can move away from it. If you haven't realized that that's the main point, well, there it is. This ain't bad. There's nothing too crazy about this. It's not that religious. Everybody has problems. Everybody has made mistakes, especially financially in the last 24 months. But the question is, can you identify it now so we could start moving away from it before things get closer? And that's the defense, baby. So let's get it and take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Amen. Amen. Woo! Woo! Yeah, you know what? We need one of these. Let's bring it back, bro. Let's get a classic. Let's get a classic. You guys want a classic? Let's get a classic.
Feel how I feel, then you feel like it's a blessing. I just want the lessons, I just want protection. I'm up and I'm down, but the sound like progression. If I'm a nigga playing, if he waits, but for 2019, holla at me. Ay. Stop it with the talking, I ain't got no animosity. Called it when I profit, you could say that shit a prophecy. The topics that you talking make me think you doing comedy. I shop it on the market every morning like a shopping spree. Yeah, see, I love it when they doubt it. Ain't rub it in they face, they could read up all about it. Can paint a perfect pic, I don't need the perfect palette. They be coming at me sideways, but still I kept my balance. God gon' get the glory in the story that I'm brewing. Sorry, I'm not sorry, I believe in what I'm doing. Yo, guys, I'm pretty godly, let me see him, let him prove it. I got mountains that need moving, round them lions and they drooling. I've been through a lot, these the lessons that I taught. See, I got a lot to teach, cause I had a lot I lost. You tryna eat with me, I'ma ask you what you brought. Nothing in this life is free, everything still got a cost. At your party, what's on my face? It's a coat, I'm sorry. Fuck your gang, everybody want the money, but don't want change. You don't gotta love me, I'll be okay. Yeah. They talking and they barking like I care if they believe it. Honestly, you right, bro. You think it, you gon' be it. I'm not trying to fight, bro. I'm on the turn to cheat shit. Hold it, go the light bulb. I win if I'm defeated. Yeah. What's the plan without the work? What's the blessing without curse? Been depressed and I've been hurt. I've been stressed and I got burnt. I've been tested and I learned. I've been tempted, I discerned. Love them blessings but hate church. I've been knows a lot. Thought they supposed to help the flock, but they always talking guap. Thought they supposed to show the lies. Just because I say it, fuck, I can't believe in God. That sound fucking crazy, like they teaching Islam rhyme. Saying bombs is jihad, don't use peace, use your arms. Use my speech, I disarm. Words stronger than the sword. Learn the mindset from the Lord. Man define him by his wars. Progress ain't the final score. If you hate this, bless you more. At your party, what's on my face?
It's a coat, I'm sorry.
Fuck your gang, everybody want the money,
but don't want change. You don't gotta love me, I'll be okay. Woo! Uncle! He said, taking what's mine like I bought and assigned it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was a good one. That was fun. Good PHILO. Defense. Defense. Now we in the game, baby. It's been a wild day. Still down 1% on SPY and Dow. NASDAQ is just barely below 1%. That was good. I hope you're feeling good. And now, too, I hope he's still here. Someone, you were asking questions right before. Again, we got into PHILO. You were saying you're like 26 years old, and you were wondering if you should sell out everything and then average down or let it ride. Are you still here? Are you still? I hope you're still here. I hope you got the PHILO, and now I can answer the question, but I hope you're still here for it. I don't know. Paging, whoever asked that question, I'll remember your name once I see it. But are you? Yeah, I saw it. He kept asking. I was during PHILO again. If you guys have questions and I'm like PHILO-ing, you're gonna have to give me a couple minutes. You know what I'm saying? Is he here? I hope he is. Because it's a great question. Because I feel like this question has been asked a lot. Yeah, it was Styles. I believe that's who it was. So are you here, sir? Are you here? Paging. Is he here? Is he? I don't know if I saw his name. I want to make sure. But again, we're back from our break, our little music break with some PHILO. It's good. Paging, Dr. Average down. Paging Dr. Average Down. Please report to the front. We have an answer to your question. Paging Dr. Average Down. No. No, do we have Dr. Average Down? No, I don't think he's... That's it. So come on. That's where you at, bro. I hope the Bible didn't scare him off. See, this is the problem with the world sometimes. I'm just trying to give a good defense, PHILO. You know what I'm saying? Trying to give a good defense, PHILO. Is a good question. He says, screw this shit. I don't even care about my portfolio anymore. Jesus pissed me off. I feel you, though. It happens. It happens. It happens. Okay. Oh, 3 Josh Capital, bro. That's cold, man. That's cold. That's very cold. Anyways, well, I guess I'll answer the question. It sucks. I really wish he got it. But pretty much, I think a lot of people, you got to, I mean, to really know what you are going to do in this marketplace, if you could identify the worst case scenario and account for it today, that is the hardest thing, and you don't have to worry about anything. So I'm telling you, for me, right off the bat, you know, I believe in everything that I'm in. Again, somebody was saying that. We were talking Airbnb, JP Morgan, and a couple of other plays. The point is, like I'm saying, with my budget, whenever I put my budget down, I know exactly what my worst case scenario is. So as long as I know what the worst case is, I am not going to... I don't have to react, essentially. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, that's my question for you. I wanted to know how much money he has in life and then how much is in that portfolio, because my question would be, if you want to let it ride right now, are you okay with never using this money or not using it right away? If so, the answer is very, very easy. But obviously, like, I would be averaging down into these moments and going little by little. But the point is, it's like if it's $20,000 and you're like, okay, this is the only $20,000 I have, and I know I might have to be using it in 2 to 5 years. Well, we're in a different scenario. At that point, you have to know. But if it's like, hey, I wouldn't react towards $5,000, leave $5,000 in there, and boom, now you're good to go with whatever is going to happen. But then the next strategy would be, again, wait till the market gets a good bounce if you want to sell anything out. The only difference is right now you're fully invested. Again, I wish he was here so we could have more details on this, but I really hope this helps. But there's one part about defense that I think we could all learn from with this situation is everybody like seriously get to it and figure out how much you are willing to lose. Like, actually, if you are investing in a portfolio and you are not going to have demand for that capital in the next couple of years, I'm telling you, the floor is not scary. The downside is not scary. That's it. You see what I'm saying? That's because why? Because you're not going to get bullied out of your position. You're not going to get emotional when it comes down, and you're not going to, react in that same way. I know. Happy birthday, Alejandro. It's my birthday. Dirty 30? Oh, Alejandro, you looking like you 21 in your profile pic, bro. Let's go. Dirty 30 for the long term. Horn. Amen. I delevered on the bull rips, and that's good. I'm glad you did it on the rips, and that's it. But the question is like, if you're already invested and you're like, should I just keep it or should I sell out now and then slowly average in? We have to discuss how much we're willing to take. Pretty much. That's it. If you are fully invested and you still have additional capital, or you could forecast more capital coming in, and it's like you're not going to need that money for the next 24 months minimum, and like you're not going to get affected, just keep whatever you have and go little by little. Otherwise, you got to delever to the point where you're not going to think about it. And that is the real answer to all of this. With any defense, again, I hope you guys realize that a majority of stock market mistakes, whether you're trading or even holding long, I promise you, it does not matter whether you are a technical trader or you are a fundamental, hold it, ETF, whatever it may be, right? Lowering your capital is a solution probably 7 to 9 out of 10 times. Essentially, if you just simply lower your capital amount, your problems are going to fly out the fucking window. I promise you. Why? You're not dealing with as much. Again, you're struggling with trades. You're going back and forth. Lower that amount by 50%. It's going to feel a lot more different. Again, if you're worried about your long-term fluctuations and you're lowering the amount and you're not fully investing in that and you go down to a much lower level, you're going to feel a lot more comfortable. And that could answer a lot of it. And really, that's kind of what you have to do now, too. You're not going to make money either. No, you will. That's it. I mean, at the end of the day, if you want to be the scared money, don't make money guy, you need money. That's just, again, it's not true. I always started small. I always go small to this day. Again, even this year, we've had many plays below $100 go up several thousand% just on that level. Again, a little bit of Abivi just even a year or two ago on the long term, even if you kept this small, it's still going to be a good return for you. And again, my time frame is, like I'm saying, for the next 2 years until we get over any of this BS that we're dealing with. And again, let time do its thing, but do not be intimidated by going small. You have to understand that when you say you can't make money if it's lower, you are intimidated by going small. You feel like your PP is too small, and it makes you feel subconscious about it. If you I'm just being honest with it. That's all it is. It's simple as that. Anybody who is afraid to go small, you gotta. There's an ego, pride. There's a big problem there. If you really think about it. So, because why? Because there's much evidence to see that small could go a long way, especially if you're going to consistently add to it, when the point is we need to be small enough so that you do not get to the point where you're making bad decisions. That's it. You could go big. Big will get you a lot of money, but you might make some more bad decisions. So the only thing I'm saying here with all of this is, if you want to know to stay in the game, if you want to know to start dollar cost averaging with whatever the amount is, you got to really be okay with whatever amount going down, or don't even worry about up or down, but more so, when are you going to need it? If you will not need that money for 2 years, what are you worried about? And even if you are worried, all you got to do is make sure, say, hey, what's your red line? That's it. Just come up with a number that you don't like. That's it. I don't want to go below this number. I don't want to lose this much. I am not willing to go more than this. Boom, $10,000 is my number. $20,000 is the most I'm willing to invest. I can let that shit go to zero. $5,000, it doesn't matter what it is. But the point is, once you make that decision today, no matter what happens in the next couple of months, you're not going to care. Why? Because it's not as if you put more than you expected and now you're losing more than you expected. It's now, hey, okay, well, it's going down. I don't need it. It's unfortunate. Maybe I could laugh at it a little bit, but obviously, I should have waited. How can I have gotten better with it? And you could think of ways to get better. There's nothing wrong with that. But the point is, it will keep you on this long-term plan, and it will give you an opportunity throughout the months and years to little by little build this up. So that's what I bank on. And it's unfortunate that I wish the person was here so we could have got more data on that. And if you don't know those numbers, you aren't ready to invest. Amen. And I don't want to, say nobody's ready to invest. We like to encourage people, and I really believe a lot of people can do good, but figure it out is what it is. Is that this is one of those things I'm talking about, where it's like, yo, look at your bank account, bro. Like, yo, go look this shit in the eye and let's figure out what amount makes you non-emotional. That's it. That's all it is. That's all I'm trying to figure out for every single one of you. You need to ask yourself, what dollar amount makes you not emotional? And that's what you got to be going along with. Because that right there is going to keep you in the game. You're not going to put as much pressure on yourself with it, and you're not going to treat it as if every moment is like make or break because you put too much. So if you got that, you're going to be good. You're going to be good. So we could do that. Oof. So figure it out, man. What amount gets you not emotional? What's that thing you don't care about? Right? I feel like every single one of you have things in your life. There's even people in your life that you probably care more about some people than other people. Again, it's like a stranger telling you something versus your parents telling you something. But find the thing that doesn't make you emotional. Again, but some of us have it. Like, I don't know if you notice, like, I feel like every single person in here, there's something that, like, if your brother, sister, mom, or dad said something to you, it would trigger you. right? Because it's like just the thing you grew up with. Maybe you're just like a crybaby. Maybe you were like a quitter. Maybe your like left foot is longer than your right foot. I don't know what it is, but it's like there's something that will get you emotional, but money is like that too. And I'm just saying, you got to get to the point where you could get thick skin in the market, and we start with the balances there, and that is going to set you up here over the next few years. NVIDIA, Qualcomm on the high, Micron too. So yalla. Why would you be emotional if you did your DD and have no margin? I feel you, but I'll even raise that. Why would you be emotional if you don't care about the money? Simple, like if you have already set your max budget and said, this is hell. I know what hell is going to look like. You see what I'm saying? You can't scare me. Why do you think the afterlife scares people? Why do you think people debate over heaven and hell and life on earth? You know why? Because you don't know. You don't know what heaven or hell is going to actually look like. So it's the same thing here financially, but guess what? You can draw what hell is going to look like with your money. You could say hell is going to be $50,000, $70,000, $20,000. Hell is going to be down 90% on 99% of my capital. That's why you're saying, is it really hell if it's 5% of your capital down 99%? No, right? If you could identify what worst is going to look like, it doesn't even matter. I hate to break it to you. Even if I said, even if I told you that, like with anything, with due diligence or margin or not, again, as long as you know what hell is, you're good. That's why margin is such a problem for some people, because the minute you add margin, your view of hell changes. Because even though you have $2,000, hell went from $2,000 to $6,000, but you didn't know that. And now it changes what you were expecting, and that's why people get shocked when margin causes bigger moves in their account. So above all else, as long as you can, if you find the baseline, that red line, and set it, you're good to go. And then SPYs already came back up. Chip makers are running. It's been 2 years. I've been watching, trying to teach myself fundamentals. Still comfortable with 800 in buying power. Completely fine with that. Different folks, different strokes. Yeah, and honestly, here's the crazy part. Your trajectory might end up being better and bigger than probably a majority of people in here. Again, why? You will naturally advance to higher numbers. This is what I even tell people in real estate. Like, people don't get it. Like, they think I just showed up here one day and started trading or, selling these bigger houses and doing that. It's like, nah, dude, my first flip, I started very, very small. We were starting on $200,000-$300,000 properties and then moving our way up. Again, same thing with stocks. I started at 14 years old. You're using a lot less money. So you will naturally get used to it, and that's the whole point. As the comfort level goes up, once you start getting familiar with the balances and again, what hell is going to look like, you're going to be a lot more confident, and then before you know it, you're going to slowly start to scale up. But again, 2 years is nothing. That's what I'm saying. If you're telling me 2 years of $800, so 10 years from now, you could be trading, 6-7 figures comfortably, it might actually be worth it versus kind of, going crazy with it all the time. Italy president rejects Draghi's resignation offer. What? Hold on. Italy's president rejects Draghi's resignation offer. What? He said, nah, you ain't leaving, dog. Nah, he said you ain't leaving. UWMC, it could be the effect with the dollar. And again, we found out yesterday the CFO passed away. He died of cancer. So maybe that could be part of it. Again, like I said yesterday, we didn't look it up, but depending on his position, it could have some effect. Yeah, I didn't know you could reject the resignation. You think this exodus of world leaders is Illuminati? No. And you don't need to assume that, but what I could reasonably assume is something like shit is going on. That's the only thing I think. I don't think it's anything insidious or more malicious than that, but it's like it's clear you are like it's an exodus. It's like there is a very big there's a very, very big problem going on overseas. Just again, you're watching a lot of people in high positions exit, and it's very, very odd. Usually, I mean, again, it's kind of like stocks where it's like if you start watching like CEOs and people leaving like one by one and like big names, I mean, it doesn't sow confidence. So for me, I don't have a lot of confidence. Again, I was already bearish on Europe and everything going on there, but it's like things are moving just as much as the dollar does, if you really think about it. It's like, I don't know. I could probably blame the dollar if I really wanted to, but it's like, it's like things are moving a lot there. It's like, why is this happening? There's something happening. But that's all I know. But I don't think it goes any deeper than that. And I'm not going to jump to any like crazy conclusion about, I don't think it has to be like a secret. You see what I'm saying? It's just like, it's obvious. It's not, there's something happening, but you don't need to like forecast it too crazy. CO leaving in COVID, and I mean even like '08 too. But like the difference is these are all political leaders, which makes it that much more interesting. Ba-da, bop, bop, bop. Consumer internet. Well, I think all of that's going to be very, very big. Yeah, tomorrow's consumer sentiment is going to be huge. We did it. We made it. Yeah, Italy prime minister to resign if they let him. Dude, I've never seen that in my life. He's like, I quit. They said, no, you don't. Said, I'm leaving. Nah, bro, you staying. Sorry. That's crazy, dude. Why CS? Because nobody trades it. Like, why? I mean, how many Americans do you know who trade the yen? Out of all of the GameStop posts you've read, everything on Wall Street Bets, how many people do you know trade the yen? So it's not really it's a very illiquid trade. It's not, there's no point to trading it if you don't know about it, right? And that's why it's like it's super illiquid. The volumes, the spreads are crazy, but it's just not, it's a boring trade. These are like, it's kind of like commodities. Again, before we started talking about wheat and everything that gone on, those are boring trades. You don't get into them. Usually they don't even move enough. I mean, I only made $3,000 off of it, and then we caught a pretty big move, but it's not necessarily the biggest or best thing. And yes, and how it moves too. It is based off of news and all that, but even by nature, volume on it is very, very low. They killed it though. I mean, I want to see since we put that watch list out. He made a post on Twitter about the yen. The tweet engagement is my lowest. Yeah, it's not. It just, especially in modern times, again, even the modern market, how we are now, it's just like people don't care about it. Even now, even to this day. That's why I try to tell you guys about its importance and I try to highlight it, but it's not like your mainstream. It's not mainstream is the best way to put it. 250. Are these all new contracts? These are new September contracts. Yeah, they all doubled. Damn, those went from 80 to 250. Okay, that's fire. These went from 20 cents to $1. Yeah, wow. The weeklies, but anything with time was shit. They went 100%. And I guess we had it on the watch list like around here. We were saying coming into Monday, Tuesday, and we talked about it on Thursday, Friday. Well, at least I still got the yen play. Best ETF, FXY, I believe. And then YCS if you want the crazy ones. But FXY is Japanese yen. I'm in the other Tesla put from yesterday. I don't know if it's up or down. It was down like $30 today. Now I'm down $80 on it now. So that's like about 50%. Oil's coming back up. Let me check the yen. Yen kind of chilled. Dude, even the yen's crazy. New York's first retail license to sell recreational cannabis will go to applicants who are convicted of marijuana-related offenses before it was legalized or whose relatives were found guilty of a crime connected to pot. I feel, but like, I feel I make some sense, but then again, I have a lot of questions. Random play. What was the random play? I think it was an Amazon call. I think that one got clapped from Monday. Damn, that's crazy. So can I get one? Oil rip. Kind of. Oil. Dude, oil went below $90 today, man. $90. Nobody in the UMC, I don't know. I would check Arquite, but with Arquite not down as much, this could be because of bonds and everything else. But again, I mean, the biggest development with UWMC, the CFO died yesterday or 2 days ago. So it's kind of an interesting take on it. No, he had cancer. Apparently, he was dealing with a battle with cancer for a couple of years, I think. And then he passed away unexpectedly. Meta to start letting users have up to 5 profiles. Why? Why do you need 5? Mara might pick up some steam. I think crypto as a whole is just if crypto could come back alive, or depending on how it reacts between 20,000 and like 15,000, we'll see. But the correlation with crypto stocks is like through the roof right now. KSPN on the high. High ticker's kind of running. We're coming up towards the high. Still down on the day, about just under 1% SPY and Dow. And then NASDAQ's the best on the day. OCC orders restitution for unfair and deceptive practices. Cites prepaid card program for unemployed insurance. Meta wants to report big users. I guess so. That's weird. 5. I guess you weren't able. I think they're just going to make it like YouTube where you could have like accounts within it. Very interesting. What a day. What we opened up so wild. Dollar was up 1.5%. The yen, the PPI, the bank earnings. I think banks are covered, huh? A little. It's still down too. One of the worst on the day. Bank of America faces $125 million OCC penalty for deceptive practices. Bank of America. It's not reacting yet. Maybe we could catch one. I don't know. It's either going to be non-event or we're mad early. Are they up already? Don't we have a Bank of America play? Which is the one I grabbed? I'd already priced in that fine. It could have. Again, we've seen an OCC penalty on Wells Fargo a couple months ago, and it dropped and then came back up. OCC says penalty separate from CFB action or CFPB action. They violation on prepaid card program. Oh, that's who they're talking about. And then the Fed watchdog report on, they said Powell and Clarita did not violate trading rules by dumping on you. Biogen popping. Biogen, a pretty decent sized pop. I think we got a couple of news pieces coming out. No news on Biogen, but it just had a pop through the top. And then Bank of America, $125 million fine. Intel, someone called out Intel a little bit ago. Chip makers have been on fire. Again, chip makers are like probably one of the only ones that are green today. They set aside $200 million, so they actually freed up $75 million. But this one, it said it's different from the other one, so maybe it's additional, but no reaction. I put a stream alert, but I said no reaction on it. Roblo is green. Roblo. Dude, Roblo opened up the morning 4% on a strong dollar. I was like, damn, Roblo. Okay. Oh, I need to see the dynamic yield curve. I forgot. Yep, it says inverted now. Ay. Look at it. Yesterday it was flat. So yesterday's move was flat. And then after the Fed futures, look at that, bro. It just gapped up the short term. Oh, look how ugly that looks. You see it? You see it dancing? That's just today and yesterday. Yeah. Oh, pop it. Oh, sorry. I'm just saying. That's crazy what happened. There it is. Or that's yesterday. So today it probably chilled out, but July 13th. It's supposed to look like this. Your yield curve should generally look like this. A normal yield curve, lower interest rates are higher. Again, so anytime literally when I show you this chart, that's what we're looking at. We're just looking at the actual curve of it, the picture. So this is just showing you the spread between the two, which again, because we're looking at the 2-year. Once this one goes higher than the 10-year, that's when it gets inverted. Again, that's why all of a sudden it went from flat to just in these last couple weeks as the 2s and 10s, as the 2-year got higher than the 10-year, it is now clearly inverted. It's at 37? No. Is it? No, it's at 17. It was at 26 today. But the point is, I mean, short term, the curve is inverted now, which is pretty wild. But again, this is how it would look normally. And then, boom. It's an inverted curve. That's right where it says it. Again, it doesn't say that all the time. Notice how it inverted after. Yes. Well, it was flat before. So if you look at it, it says flat. It just, honestly, it's very rare for it to say inverted. So, like, take a look. The only other time it ever, I don't even think in 07 it inverted. I think in 07 it was flat. Or I guess you had a couple days in December where it was inverted. You see that? But most of the time it just stayed flat. And then they were correcting it. And then in 2001 it was a lot more inverted like this. And that's kind of where we were. But it is very interesting. It's like 2001, I think you did start to decline as it was beginning to invert. So by this point, kind of like today, you were down, but we've actually dropped up more. Puts are most likely. No, not yet. It's just, this is a big macro indicator. So again, I've been doing videos with this chart for years now. And it's just, it's a big indicator. It could say a lot, but it could also be very, very slow. But that's kind of one of the next stages that we're looking at. Tomorrow is going to be University, Michigan, consumer sentiment and inflation expectations. Pelosi throwing shade at Trump. How much money have I made off of day trading? Not enough, I would say. Holding assets for a very long time, like stocks, holding stuff long. I've had a couple good trades here and there throughout the years, which will be good. We made a lot of profit the last year or so, and then this last 7 months got rid of a lot of the equities. But I've made more money by holding stocks. I mute the mic when I when I start snorting and coughing. So that's why you're probably getting the on and off. Apple low-key same level as before the CPI. Was TLT your biggest percent gain? It was up there. I think I made more money on the flash crash, but I mean TLT was like a 30,000%, which is actually ridiculous. Again, $500 in a 50,000 is stupid. I can't honestly the fact that we did that is amazing. God is good, finger to the sky. But it's a very big amount. Oh, music. I didn't even think about that. I think I have some, honestly. Let me see if I could pull some up, bro. Thank you. I forgot. Mucinex. Got one. We got Mucinex on deck, bro. Good looks, bro. Good looks. Good looks. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, all right, so TLT was fire, 30,000%. But again, the one with the flash crash was crazy. Foreclosed home, it's good. Just do your diligence on it, and you run into a lot of issues. In the sense that you just have to pretty much buy sight unseen. Yeah, Fed watchdog clears Powell and Clarita in the trading probe. Biggest trade this year? I want to say the UNGs or wheat. Wheat was the fastest. Wheat we hit like 1,600% in less than 7 days, and then the UNG was about 2,500%. Oh, and then Longeveron was November. We had a nice little. Wheat was just fast, bro. We hit 1,000% on wheat. That was $2,000 into $20,000, very quickly. But then, LGVN was technically last year, but then the sleeper was UNG. That's the one I think you guys really slept on because that one was like 2,500%. I think 3,000% at one point. But I think I sold out. I know I took profits at 2,000%. No way. Yeah, Longeveron was November. That was like our last gift before we got clapped. So like we got we got blessed with Longeveron and then 60% on Abivi, and then the market went to dog shit. And then we hit wheat and then oil and then UNG and then all the commodity plays. We got a good jump on that. Well, yeah, that was November. That was November. XLU was 1,000. We've hit a couple 1,000%ers this year. It's not like there was only. Someone asked the best one. I think it was like because again, I know wheat went up a lot, but I don't know if it went up as much as the UNG. The UNG one was crazy. The Fed did nothing wrong. It's sad, bro, because that's like literally like it sounds funny when you say it, but I think that's what happened. Honestly, I think the Fed literally said they found nothing wrong. Yeah, the Fed members top ticked it. That's what they were probing them for. And they said they found nothing wrong. They're like, nah, it's chill, bro. We ain't seen nothing. I can't understand why markets rally off lies and bad news except that it is evil. Well, the market is heartless. And a lot, the nature of the market that people will always have difficulty understanding, myself included, is that there is always a push and pull between current and future pricing. And that right there is the weirdest thing. The stock market is one of the only places where those two things are constantly combining and battling. You don't really price too many things with the future. Like when you go and fill up at the gas station, your price of your gas has zero future pricing in it. You see what I'm saying? So it's like that's why the reactions are so weird, because you have to react right now and there's implications for the present, but then there's future pricing as well too. So again, you're future pricing all the way up to 5-10 years sometimes, which makes it pretty wild. As I was saying, it wasn't me when caught on camera. Kinda. It's like if you get like one of those like speed traffic cameras and you like it's like your face, but like you cover the license plate, and you're like, that wasn't. I don't know what you're talking about. That wasn't me driving. That's it. Clarita's like, that wasn't me. Bro, Clarita's an asshole. I'm sorry, I have to say it. This guy owns the Kansas City Royals and was fucking day trading $1 million of Netflix and Apple during the damn pandemic. And then when everybody caught on to what he was doing, he filed a year and a half later and then sold out at the top. And now he's going to go fucking watch baseball games in his box seats. Are you kidding me? Like, what a dick. Like, come on, bro. Come on. And then you have Waller like, believe me, man, I want gas to come down too. You know what I'm saying? I want gas. I feel your pain. SPY, new high, 376. NASDAQ only down a quarter. Dow down 0.7. SPY down 0.6. How big? Option expiry? I don't know. I don't think it's as big as the other ones, but it should be a little bit larger. Honestly, we might even get a bigger moves after that. I know my EWG is about to expire. QQQ is green, 377. There you go. We're ripping again. This time, dollar's not hitting a new low. Check the Fed futures. Yield curve is dramatically reversed today, but still there. Now 75 is the majority pricing. We did nothing today. Oh, no, we did a lot, though, in terms of the dollar, the yen, and all the other factors. And then, again, bank earnings were not too hot. It's interesting. Boeing's leading right now. They're up 1.4. Bank of America pop. UUU on the high. The coal plays. BTU. The day is not over. Not at all. I have August. Yeah, retail sales and Michigan consumer sentiment. Consumer sentiment is going to be big tomorrow. Telling you, it's going to be like actually like big. Dude, SPY ripping still. Low ticker has UVXY now. High ticker, a lot of consumer staples, a lot of communications, chip makers leading. Solar ETF on the high. Qualcomm again. Crowd Space or Crowd CRWD. Bro, a lot of, dude, it's ripping. Again, solar too. That's printed like 7 times there. Let's check that. Recession canceled, kind of. Not really. Again, we're just right back where we were at in the morning of yesterday. I love it. Oh my god. I don't know. Just like it's like, you know, like how, you know, like the casino or like roulette, how you're always like one number off. That's what this is every time. It's like it does all these. It's like a video game. It's just like they do. It's like, oh, whoa. It just does every day. Yeah, bro. It's like playing Rubik Crash. Bro, for real. For real. That's what I'm just saying. We need I wish there was uniform reactions to like the same price level. You see what I'm saying? There's no uniformity. So it's like yesterday we would freak out at this price and we were like, oh my God, it's going to die, 377. Today it hits 377. And you're like, what the? Recession's canceled. It's like, we're at the same exact price every day. We've done this so many times. Again, believe me, I mean, I guess you'll either get more jaded by it and used to it, but that's it. No news. Again, only type of news today that we really saw turn things around besides the dollar recovering is the Fed future. So both rallies here, you could correlate with the Fed comment, Fed Bullard or Fed Waller. That's what we got today. And again, as of right now, it finally flipped. It wasn't like this up until the last 30 minutes, an hour here. The Fed futures are now not pricing in 100 basis points as a certainty. So it's a little bit like 50-50, but it was that's a definite that's like a half of the expectations of yesterday have already flip-flopped. So we'll see. And then dollar came down, but it's still definitely in an aggressive position. This is crap. Well, get ready. Again, 10 a.m. tomorrow. You'll get data in the morning, but by 10 a.m. tomorrow, it's either going to be a big day or a small day in the sense that 10 a.m. could really cause a lot. LQD is literally the same as TLT. Is JPM a good buy? It's a better buy. I mean, but their earnings was bad today. Again, I mean, I honestly think that's probably one of the real negative things that creeped in today is that even though they got approval from the stress test, they said that they're limiting buybacks so that they could stack up more capital. And that's kind of a very bad sign. Again, it's not bad in and of itself or for a different reason, but I think in this environment, it brings up a lot of questions. So it's better than where I purchased them at this price. I like them, but right now you're not going to get offered a dividend for another 2.5 months. And it's, you got a couple more bank earnings and then the Fed. So it's up to you. It's a good price, but I think you're about $10 more away from like 2020 prices or something like that. So I think there's still risk in it, but I mean, it is a brand. It's a brand and company that I like. See, because now we're right back to the 2020 levels. I think like $5 more, $10 more, you get back into here, and then it'll be a little bit more stable. But I mean, it's it's going to have a different level of risk, but at least you have some value. Google splits tomorrow, I believe. There's a scanner play, but it's very interesting. Half of you will get mad if I play it. GLD. GLD puts has showed up on the scanner, and I kind of like it. But it's already down so much. But gold's already been, this is the lowest gold's been in 9 months. So SPY 377.37 might top out. We have what, hour and a half left? LQD. Waller. It was Waller who flipped the Fed futures first, and then I think Bullard kind of came in. What did Bullard say? Let me pull it up. Bullard, he said 75 would get us to neutral, and he favors 75. He said the same thing. It did. Fed futures dropped considerably. But Bullard pretty much said the same thing as Waller. They both. That's like 3-4 people now who have all said that it's game time. And they said for next meeting, it's probably not going to be what we expect. Mm. $75 is bullish. It's more bullish than not, but I mean, people are reacting better because, again, it just means, remember, if the Fed goes 100 basis points, I could literally tell you when the 3 and the 10 is going to invert. If the Fed goes 100 basis points, they're closer to a policy error than not. I mean, even 75 could accomplish that, but we don't know. But 75 is less bearish. I wouldn't necessarily say bullish, but yeah, less bearish is a great way to put it. No, that we're not expecting it. Well, no, because, I mean, it's good. Again, people were asking this morning before it flipped. I was telling you, I don't even think we need to argue about this. Whatever the Fed futures prices in, Powell is going to do it. So if, listening to Waller today, again, Waller keeps, making it clear. He's saying, the market responds when we talk. They know that they could talk the market up or down. The question is if it will work. And literally, if you haven't noticed, ever since things went crazy yesterday, every Fed person that has spoken so far has made it clear that 75 is what they're looking for. And since that has kind of been coming out there, it has been lowering the Fed futures. So I don't think that they want to upset the market. I think they want to try to temper it and control it through jawboning. But if whatever happens leading into it, as long as those Fed futures are up, I think they're going to do it. Yeah, they're trying to manipulate it, and yes, there's no shame in that. They're literally being they've been very clear about this strategy, and the goal of the Fed is to make sure, they say it's communication. You call it manipulating, they call it communication. That's what it is. It's like we are getting a very clear communication ever since the market started pricing aggressively. Cardinal, CAH, I saw that one earlier. Cardinal Healthcare. Where's Abby Vi? Abavisis. That's mostly Apple carrying the index. You can probably throw in a Tesla in there too and a couple others. Did I get filled? Oh, okay. I got filled again. They fill me. Fill up. I'm using that. You say manipulation. I say communication. That's exactly what the Fed is doing. Like, we just trying to communicate, man. I don't know why y'all getting so dramatic. We just trying to let y'all know we weren't expecting 100. So, hey, I'm just saying. Ding. Let's get to 2,000 likes, people. You're almost there, man. You're almost there. So, good news, bad news. I made a play. None of it's a recommendation. So be careful. But I made another Abivai trade. I grabbed another next week Abivai. I went a little bit closer to the money, and the play was a little bit more expensive than yesterday. I'm still in both of them, but I decided to hit it. Let's go for the Abivai. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. That one's a risky play. If we get healthcare as a leader, and then if we could get the PDUFA to drive things up, it could be a good one. Not cut out to day trade, even though I keep emotions. I'll buy and hold, I guess. Can it clap both ways? Well, one, like we talked about today, go small, but I mean, I want to beat yourself up, man. The market, have you ever played like NBA 2K? Like, it is literally on Hall of Fame mode right now. Meaning, you know, there's a lot of stuff you're gonna have to deal with. There's a lot of stuff you got to deal with. Even a very solid trade becomes a little bit more difficult to even profit off of. I mean, we've seen it where the payouts aren't even that like crazy on some of them. So it's just like it's a much more. You could have a perfect shot right now, but it's like the rim is a little bit smaller, considering all the volatility and how the markets are, the pricing, and all of that. That was a Chad. That was a Chad analogy. Somebody said that today. I said facts. I want to Abivai put because they can get clapped. No lie on that one. So, you know, depending on how the PDUFA plays out, like we've seen them get clapped. So it could occur. I got this Chad who called 375 at 371. I know we said it. We were like, dude, those calls would hit. I said, go for the dailies. They'd be great. UNH is moving. Let's go. Healthcare might go positive. NASDAQ's positive. SPY down a quarter. Dow down 0.42. Hitting dude, we're at 376 or 78. Oh my gosh. Wow, you're back to the lows or like the lower higher end of yesterday. Stripe tells staffers internal valuation dropped more than 27%. It's said to be valued at 29 a share now, down from 40 earlier this year. You're bullish on 25, got clapped. Bearish on 50, got clapped. I was bearish on the 75. See, this is the sad part, man. It's like, that's not your fault. The market has been that bipolar. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not like, bro, man, I love you, man. It's not you. Again, obviously you got to protect yourself, find out how to do better and all of that, but that's the nature of the market right now. They're bipolar. Dude, everyone's tweaking out. Again, your Fed futures overnight are going from 0 to 100%, then falling back to 50%. Again, just this is the problem with communication, volatility, and everything. So, just it's not you, man. It's not you. Don't worry about it. But go smaller, again, and kind of wait for more confirmation. That could go a long way. PDUFA is PDUFA. Prescription Drug User Free Act. It's an acronym. Prescription P user, PDUFA, PADUFA, PDUFA. I don't even think there's an A. I think it's Prescription Drug User Free Act, PDUFA. Credit spreads are good as long as you make the spreads tight enough. I mean, I've been saying it. I haven't done one yet, but I'm definitely down with it. Amazonian is I'm a positive. Where's EWI? That thing bounced. That one's gonna be fun. Market move core. Dude, I haven't been able to get a live shot on that one, but I'm pretty sure it's still around 60. You say the month, July, next week, July 22nd for the Abbey Vi. I mean, this is day 2 where we've pulled over 60% bearish and then it ended up positive. Watch the weekly SPY 374. Oh yeah, bro, I'm with you. Again, I still have the ones. These ones I'm down on these now actually. So now the one that we made free is already back down to negative. The one I sold in the morning now is down to 60 cents. That one could be a fire one, low key. Or just go for, like, if you want to spend 100, just grab the 375s. That one could be good. I'll give it a little bit more time here, but we might be able to take advantage of this upside rally. But we might just move after Friday, though. That's the problem. Is this the Waller and Bullard, too? Waller was right here. Bullard was kind of around here, I believe. I think it was a little earlier. Or it could have been around. I think Bullard was right here. This is Waller. This is Bullard. Where is it? You think it still has downside? I think anything's possible. I mean, with the data, if consumer expectations are really bad, then yeah, I think we could see a 2% day tomorrow. But if consumer sentiments are good, then it'll be chill. Yeah, the only thing bullish or less bearish today is those rate hikes dropping. Again, you had real good communication today by the Fed where they, again, multiple Fed members really they're shooting down this 100 basis points, which we did not get to see last time at the whole reaction and aggressiveness and all that. Yeah, the SPY puts really got clapped. Again, they held up so good all day. I'm glad we took one of them, made them free, but that one was a very interesting move. But if you want to go for the double dip, I mean, we still have a lot of time on the day, and these are cheap, honestly, though. I guess 374 is VWAP. I'm down with it, man. For 110. All right, I grabbed a 374. Again, we sold out at 372. I spent about $110 for it, and that'll give us till tomorrow. I might even play another one. Again, and the only downside catalyst tomorrow will be consumer sentiment. And VWAP is at 374, so we'll see. Apple car still fire. Did they go up a lot? Because I've been waiting. Because like I'm saying, for any earnings run up and all that, I grabbed the puts, and then those are wild. Consumer sentiment have an effect on oil. It's possible. I mean, that'll be with the inflation thing, but at this point, I think it's more likely that consumer sentiment or anything affects the dollar, and then the dollar will have a outsized effect on oil and energy. Consumer sentiment is bad. If retail is bearish, we still going up. We'll find. It'll give us moves, though. I mean, at the end of the day, at least with some of these moves, we've had the opportunity to profit, which is great about it. But I feel you again. But if we just get any sort of big reaction and it takes us down to a nice level, we should be able to benefit off of it to some degree. Am I bullish or bearish? Well, right now I just added a bearish play, but I made them free earlier, so I was kind of neutral. Again, I took one of the daily puts at the bottom to pay for my other one. So right now I theoretically only have $100 on the line for anything like SPY put or call daily. And then I have all the rest of the other earnings plays. And then I grabbed Facebook calls for earnings because I have $5,000 of the puts, BTU as like an energy Europe play. And since they've been leading, and then I grabbed more Abivi for the catalyst. That one's kind of a gamble tomorrow. That's a call. And then I think I did one more. SPY, Meta. No, that's it. That's it. Where the SPY put? Just because they were, again, I was holding that one and they were really expensive. Then they just got real cheap. And then, like I said, the catalyst for tomorrow, we might get a little volatility in the morning. So the fact that we kind of moved outside the range today and are moving, I'm down to go for it. And I've already made the other place free. So kind of minimal risk, but I think it could get good there. I mean, now would be a better time than not, I think. Again, like the same plays were going for $200, $300 not too long ago, and now this little rally made them pretty cheap. It's at a level right with VWAP, and we have big data tomorrow, so let's see what happens. WTI ends at a 3-month low. Yeah, Dollar Tree was popping. I have it there in the bottom right. I got SPY puts for tomorrow, just one of them. After selling some of the other ones and then holding that free one. So SPY puts, you're bearish. I am covered if it is bearish. But I think tomorrow can move crazy either way. Again, like we could hit big on those Abivis if we get lucky on the upside. So it's like I don't need the market to go down tomorrow to have a good day, but I mean, I'm sure we could find some way. NFT OpenSea lays off 20% of its team. They say, so we can't pay y'all with NFTs? Yeah, you're going to have to go. I'm sorry. XLF. You have more bank earnings, and again, they already got clobbered today. More manipulation. Well, we only have one Fed speaker, I think, but I mean, I think up until the end, all of these Fed speakers, they could move the market big. You reached out. You filled out the form. You haven't heard in 2 days. I think mine took about a day. Not even. They were pretty eager to take the money. But I think maybe coming into the weekend and it's near summer. But they should get back to you. They want that money. Google will be split tomorrow morning. Yeah, I believe so. Why would the Fed want? They don't want to move the market up, but they have the ability to. They're trying to move. It seems like today they're trying to move Fed odds down. So I wouldn't say they're trying to move the market up, but they don't want the market to price them into a corner again. So I feel like they're trying to jawbone some of the odds down. Google is tomorrow, yes. We closed at 382, 390. I mean, Amazon was good, I think. URA, uranium ETF on the high. UCO is moving too. July 18th, 26th, no Fed speakers. Yeah. It looks like it too, honestly. Like sometimes they got random ones snuck in there, but I think tomorrow might be our last day to hear from any Fed people. But we've already got 3 guys telling us, hey, 75 is what we're looking for. We're not, even after yesterday's CPI, they're not really feeling 100 just yet. So that's going to be a good one. But yeah, didn't Bullard say today? Bullard said that one more 75 would take him to neutral. It's kind of weird. Oh, sorry. I didn't mute. JPM post lower than expected. Oh, wait. Did I mute it or not? No, I didn't. The math ain't. I think we would be at neutral, right? It's like, we're at what? 2. I don't know. I thought they said the neutral rate's 4 now. My goodness. Yeah, 2.5. That's disgusting. Sour hour. Dude, it's not even power hour. That's crazy. I did take I took a Mucinex, so feeling a little better. And then I got your email, Troy. I'm going to give you a reply here. The math ain't mathin'. Do you trade primarily technicals or have you been macro? I had one point in my life when I was younger where I would do the little EMA shit. I remember that. And I used to trade with shares. Like I was young. I was still in college. Like I only had a couple more like a year's experience, pretty much, I would say. But I would wait till like the 10 EMA and the 20 EMA would cross. And then right when they would cross, I thought I figured it out. I was like, oh, this shit fire, bro. But that was like the only time. It didn't really last long. Again, I see more, again, especially like as you see how many strategists and analysts, utilize a strategy like that. It's like it's there and there's some impact, but realistically, I just use like volume, basic support and resistance, and then I think with a little bit more context too, it goes a longer way, more or less. But what did I do? I would do this one here. You guys should we try it? I forgot what I did actually. I think it was the 10-20 EMA. So I would do this. I would do this I would do this with like 100 grand of shares. But I only did it for a little bit, and then I was like, dude, this is bullshit. That's literally, I came to the conclusion. I was like, I don't like, but like stuff like this, like I looked into it at one point, but I just saw this one right here. So this is what I would do, the 10-20 EMA, right? And then what you do, so like right here, I would have bought right here. You wait till they cross over. So like, I don't know, what's the play moving right now? Can we do it? Can we do it on UNG? Oh, dude. Oh, I need to zoom in a little bit, but you see that, dude? You see that right there, dude? Right when they cross, dude? Uh-huh. Oh, dude. Yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Look. Oh, Abby, dude. See it crossed right here, dude? And, like, I should have gone in on it, dude. I already did go in on it, but still. Well, yeah, that's what that was, like, my only, like... I did it for a couple months, and it wasn't really, like... I didn't really see it. It looked more powerful in retrospect than not, and that's what I kind of realized, because like I was like, all right, let's try this. Again, I was a lot younger. I was still like playing with stuff. This was during my like stock day trading days, where like again, I wouldn't even trade options. I would just go and do the EMAs. But like I said, like it looked really, really good, but then I did it enough in real time, and it didn't seem like it was giving me like an edge, more or less. Yeah. Oh, I used what's it called? Was it RSI or MACD? I think it was the RSI, and then just like, pretty much selling at the top of the RSI and then buying at the bottom. But again, at one point, I wasn't looking at what was going on, and I didn't see the edge for me, more or less. Maybe I was younger. Maybe I haven't tried it since, but I haven't really felt the calling towards it, more or less. MACD. Yeah, was it MACD? I think the RSI too, relative strength index, and when it's at the top end versus the bottom end. But then VWAP, I've always fucked with VWAP. VWAP is always like, VWAP is one where it has never fooled me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, VWAP is one where, like, again, and after talking with people and, like, seeing people, do stuff related to it on bigger ones, like, VWAP hits. Again, it's how you want to use it, but, like, and it's not always going to tell you it's going to do this or do that, but VWAP does, I like it a lot. It is a lot more actionable, I think, in my opinion. That VWAP Vasi Bop. Damn it. Always do that. Damn it. Does anybody... I forgot. There has to be an easy way to get rid of this. VWAP is how the trade desk and my brokerage fill the active mutual funds. Again, I've seen people use it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel you. And that's when I kind of started paying attention to it. Because I remember I had a guy who had a hedge fund, and he was telling me, we were talking about, I forgot what play it was. We were talking about scaling into something, and because he ran a private equity fund, or not, it was like, he pretty much was like what's it called? A wealth manager. And that's how he would do stuff. He would just put in certain orders, and then how he would like establish the position would be through VWAP. And I was like, damn, if he was doing that with like 20 or 50 million in funds. And I was like, okay. And then I started looking into it, and the word on the street, is that that's how they use it. Again, you don't upset pricing. Dude, how do I get out of this? There it is. What is my go-to day trading strategy? Honestly, just vibes at this point. No, just straight up, like, again, reacting to the news, momentum, and trying to make plays based off news and stuff that we know kind of in advance, like Abivi. Again, I know there's a data on Friday. That's a catalyst. Usually spreads in events is what we call it. Again, you could take advantage of the slow movement with spreads. You could go after the events, but like EWI event related to energy and what's going on. Again, every commodity play is just based off fundamental news and developments with it. And that's it. So usually there's like a broader reason to what we're going towards. And then at the very base level, if there's news plus cheap premium and we can really identify a cheaper price on a contract, that's usually what I'm going for. And then for certain levels, I just look at basic support and resistance. Elon Musk's dad confirms secret second child with his stepdaughter. That's just, dude. All this shit's getting too weird for me now. This is like, bro, like the Elon, like, this is, I never want to be that rich, is what I've realized. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I'm a perfect level now of like, I'm still normal, and like, I ain't into that weird shit. You know what I'm saying? And like, nobody in my family is like into weird shit like that. So it's like, I just don't want to be that rich. I don't want to be like, I don't know, man. That's just some weird shit, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's giving me real, like Kennedy family vibes, you know? It was his stepsister that was pretty much his little sister. Dude, stop. Just stop, Elon family. I don't want this. I don't want this in my life. Get this away from me. I flee from me, Satan. I rebuke thee. Flush income. We got about an hour, man. Power hour. Let's find out what happens. U.S. Structured, United Auto, Kabuta remain on the calendar. You think another negative print will have implications? I think psychologically, again, I don't know. Dude, it's crazy. Like, everybody believes that 2 negative GDP is it. Like, I don't know how diluted we've become, where just like everybody wants the recession to be so easy to spot. But I think people will react for a little bit, and then they're going to scream when the market bounces. You know what I'm saying? Be like, what? How is it negative? But I think it'll have a psychological effect, but I don't think it will tell us what we're looking for. Again, just simply put, Oh, coded. We getting rated, baby. Let's go, baby. Welcome, Coded family. Coded 67. My guy. What's up, man? Hopefully you guys are nice. We love nice people. God bless you. Need for Speed Heat is on sale at GameStop. Stream that. Okay, what's up, Chad Lins? What's up, baby? Ooh, raid. Run it. Run it. We love it. Welcome. Hopefully you guys all got a long term. 15 long terms right there. Ooh. A game for people wanted to put them on the OG. Nice. What were you playing, bro? What were you playing? Yeah, y'all better get a long term. What you're saying is bad news equals calls, good news equals puts. No, I'm saying, well, yes. You know, that's something we've seen, and we're going to probably go on and off with that. But what I'm saying is that there's more to a recession than GDP. And the GDP indicator is going to fool you. So don't be so caught up with it. Honestly, I like this. Honestly, make sure you never forget this. You guys should make sure you look at the Philadelphia Fed net index or activity index, the Philadelphia Fed activity index. Like, I love this right here. Honestly, this is one I haven't really been privy to, and it's very, I like it because it makes a lot of sense to me, and it's another good indicator. But it's like I would bet on this probably more than I would bet on GDP. News tomorrow is going to be Michigan consumer sentiment. Remember, that spooked the Fed last time. DC Universe Online. I've heard of that one. Hey, man, do you have a moment to talk about your savior and long-term finances? I would love to share with you what me and my brothers have been so excited about. If you have a moment. Is that pre-open? That's not like a daily chart. This is a chart going back to 1980. So this is like a monthly Fed activity. You know, you get like Richmond Fed and all of that. This is the Philadelphia Fed activity index. I believe it's, I don't know if it's manufacturer. I think it's just overall. So it's the Philadelphia, it's net activity, net economic activity. If the stock market crashed today, do you know where your long term is going? We should talk about that. Did you know that Powell crucified his credibility to bring the markets to where they are today? Were you aware of that? Amen. Okay. Defense. Defense. Credit spreads print. I know I need to do one. I mean, again, I've been saying it for about 2 weeks now. I as long as the range is tight enough, I like it. I actually do. Defense. You guys had no idea how hyped I was this morning. You have to go listen to it in the morning, bro. Waking up and just seeing defense in the chat, man. Oh, man. I added another SPY put, but I sold out one this morning for $3, and it paid for all of the other ones. So I held on to one more, and then I just added one probably like 20 minutes ago right here. I think they pumped the market. I think that it was the Fed. I just think that, like, we witnessed the TV show today. Like I'm saying, like from last night till today, we watched real live events like change right before us. So don't underestimate those comments from the Fed were actually a big deal. So it's not as if like every other day we've had a bullshit bounce. It was not today. Today was not a bullshit bounce. It may have surprised you, but the weight of the comments that we got today were big. Again, because we were pricing in 100%. The fact that the Fed futures are actually moving. You know what I'm saying? It was very, very good. So, but it was like that was a real development today. It's like the story shifted. We went from waking up in the morning, gapping down, reacting to 100 basis point, reacting to the dollar, the PPI, everything else, and again, we were low all day. It's not like when this shit started, it's not like we were high already, but it was a clear cut, they shifted the script and they were pounding home this idea that they are not doing 100 basis points. And now before the Fed blackout, we are going to have 3 or 4 Fed members very well like guiding us and telling us, hey, we are not doing this. And that changed the story a lot. Yeah, Waller was back to me. He was like, pump it up, pump it up. He was kind of like that. But, in all seriousness, though, it was a development. It was a shift. Again, because we didn't, remember, we were saying it this morning. I said, get ready. We're probably going to hear this debate later in the day. But straight from the horse's mouth, voting members of the Fed, we just found out probably about 3 or 4 of the Fed members who actually have a vote in 2 weeks. They have came out today to say 75 basis points, not 100. Now, if you want to believe them, that's up to you. And again, we'll see what happens if the Fed futures shift back in the next 2 weeks. But today was like a real story mover. You know what I'm saying? Like there were scenes. Today we had a lot of scenes. Like this was scene 1 in the morning, then Waller was scene 2, and then Bullard was scene 3. But it's like, like we were getting something new back to back to back to back, but new developments happened. Wow, we still kind of had the same plot as yesterday and some of the other, negative factors from scene 1. So it was a big shift though. But I mean, again, there's a lot of days I could have told you it was a bullshit bounce, but today was unique. I mean, last thing I expected was for Fed Waller to have that impact, but it was clear because the bonds and the Fed futures and the dollar all moved accordingly, and we watched it. We watched it real time right in front of us, and it was clear that was the only big difference. And now we have more information on the story, more than we did yesterday. The market is no longer pricing in 1. It's not pricing in 100 basis points. So now we are back to majorly pricing 75. Again, that's why it was wild, because this morning and yesterday, you were at 80% probability. If it wasn't for you in my long term, I would have put my fist through my laptop. It's not about the money, but the bull. Well, your mental fortitude and staying in the game and not letting you get trick trapped and frustrated, it will pay dividends for you, probably sooner than you think. That's why just stay focused. Stay focused. Take a step back. Breathe in, breathe out. You're gonna be good, bro. It's chill, man. It's chill. We got time. We got time. In simple manners, do you think we peaked CPI just yet? I don't know. It's not. I mean, with commodities and things dropping a lot since then, but I added this. This was part of my quote. People asked me this, part of that thing that they mentioned yesterday, that article. They also asked about that, and I said the thing you got to understand is that inflation is a phenomena, and it's a non-linear phenomena, meaning that inflation does not just go straight up or straight down. And what a lot of people overlook is the fact that during the 70s, your 70s inflation was would plague the world for a decade, and it didn't happen in once. It started with 1967 to like 1970. That started bringing things up. You hit 12.7% inflation by 1972, and then 1972 it dropped from 12.7% back down to like 4 or 3.5, and then by 1976 it started to hit 15% again, and then came back down. So it's just non-linear. So like I said, I think prices in general are going to stay somewhat elevated until we have a recession that really destroys demand. But it is very hard to be able to pick out these spikes and to be able to say it's this or that, especially now because, again, I felt like we had more price pressures a year ago, but CPI wasn't moving as aggressive as now, and that's just what kind of makes it more interesting. But with a lot of commodities coming down, though, there could be evidence to say it could come down in the short term, but I mean, we don't really know. And again, all of the data is about 30 to 45 days delayed. So, I mean, it only really gives you so much. So it's like you're going to feel it in some ways. But what I would say is just like look at real economic activity and look at real prices that actually happen and occur in your daily life and through economic activity. That will probably give you a better idea. And obviously energy and commodities. But again, that's gonna hit with a 30-day delay. Best advice Josh has given me was go to bed on red days that tank your mental. Just go to sleep and tomorrow will be a new day. Amen. Amen, baby. Like, for real, though, a lot of people don't get that. It's like you got to be willing to, like, don't be afraid to walk away, especially on days like that. You'll end up doing better. If you were going to, like, pretty much, like, if you're going to get into a bar fight because the day is red, you see what I'm saying? Like, you're jumpy and, like, the day's red, things aren't going your way, and it's going to force you to take the worst decision possible. Just walk away from the screen. I don't say that gives into depression. Nah, not at all. It's calling a timeout. It's not like, you see what I'm saying? Like, this is a sports strategy. Again, it works in real. Honestly, I'll tell you this in real life too. This applies to people as well. It's just like go to bed. Like, walk away. Like, if you're not willing to walk away from something, you got a problem. Just simple as that. Like, that's just all it comes down to. So it's like, if somebody does you dirty, you should be willing, even if you think that's the most amazing person. Maybe you probably found the dopest chick in the world. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna marry this girl. If she acts a little sus, you should be willing to walk away, my friend. It's the same thing here with the market. On some days, you might be better off coming back after chilling. But yeah, don't make a bad situation worse. Where again, the basic mentality, chances are for most people listening to this right now, including myself, you are the biggest threat to your own money. Y'all don't feel me. You are the biggest threat to your own money. You are more likely to destroy your wealth by your own hand rather than you walking away and then coming back after a timeout. That's why they say call timeout in basketball. If someone's running it up on you 15 points in a row, don't try to play. You're not, because obviously you're not playing defense. Call a timeout. Stop the momentum, slow the game down, come up with a play, come up with a plan, and then let's go back to it, and then we could try again. And that will take you, again, it's basic trading logic, I would say. And people don't see that because, again, a lot of us, you want to be the day trader, you want to be there, and you're like, well, this is my job. I'm sitting here, I got to make money. I can't walk away. I'm lazy if I walk away. No. It's strategic because, like I'm saying, that you will cause more losses by your own hand than not. Again, that's why someone asked, they're saying, how much you make in day trading? I made a lot more money holding. Promise you that much, right? Because, again, your own hand is probably going to cause it than not. But I wouldn't say it's a negative thing to walk away. And if you can do that, some of you will learn how it's not there. Again, I know a lot of people, they like it. They like being here because they've said it many times. They woke up in the morning and they were about to shit themselves. And the fact that I wasn't shitting myself, they were able to come back 3 hours later and realize, oh shit, okay, wow, a losing trade just became profitable. I just wasn't looking at it, so I didn't have to put myself through that. But this goes back to what our first rant was today, where I said control your balance, right? Have your balance, and if you know what hell is like and you know what it's going to look like and you have that accounted for and you're not trading with too much money, you could walk away, right? You could walk away. You don't have to be glued to the screen, and it will probably give you better performance than you expect. Not take Josh's aloha for week. Amen. When they think I'm backing down, I'm just rising to my feet. Don't get caught up in the day-to-day. Yeah, and it's just like, again, just some days, like I don't know if people think I'm kidding when I say it, but like it's solid advice. Like, for real, bro, you wake up pissed off in the morning, go back to bed. like like I'm telling you, if you're down like 2K, you're angry to the point where you're fucking complaining in the chat, like you think everyone cares just as much as you do, and you're just like getting angry and mad, bro, that you're bringing in so much to the game. And it's just like, for real, go to bed, go on a walk and come back. And you'll see what I'm talking about. It's like not a joke. That's why, like, sometimes I'm telling people, I'm like, hey man, for real, like, we like the positivity in here. And it's like, no lie though, it's like, bro, you're like, it's showing on you based on even what you chat. Like, yo, obviously you're bringing in a lot of emotions into this. And if you could just take one step back, be willing to walk away, get composed, see what happens, and not monitor every tick for tick on the fucking options, you're going to feel a lot better about these plays, and you're not going to run into an opportunity where you panic sell or over trade because you're responding to a shitty situation right off the bat. This, in a weird way, this is taking control. Again, you could control whether or not you're there. You could control how you want to handle the situation. And usually, again, like if you got into a car accident, what do they tell you, right? If you found somebody on the freeway and they got in a huge car wreck and you wanted to save them, what would you do? I'll tell you this, you shouldn't move them, right? No, you're not supposed to move anything. They'll tell you right there, leave that person there, obviously assuming there's no fire and nothing's blowing up, but it's like you don't, well, you know, if you move someone too quickly after a car accident, you actually could make the injury worse. So it's like, hey, as long as it's not, again, on fire and like a fireball, it's, you want to leave things a little bit and kind of let, you know, time could help you out a lot. And that's why you would be surprised what 1 hour to 3 hours throughout the day could do. So it's a good way to start off. If you feel not on your right foot on the morning, you're getting angry, you're getting mad, you have trades going against you, call a timeout. Again, defense. Defense. But we are in a fire? No. No, Uncle says it, actually. Uncle, he has this in a new song. He said, you can't tell me that I'm heated if you've never been through fire. So you're saying you're on fire. I would say, do you know what fire is? Do you see what I'm, because again, if you're saying, oh, I have less than 1% of my portfolio in a position and it's going against me, this is so bad. No, you're being over dramatic. That's not a real fire. Again, like we're saying, if you know your base level, then you know what hell is going to look like. You should know what the problem is, right? So you know what it really is going to be. But like, that's what I'm saying. You're waking up at 6 in the morning, 9 in the morning. One thing goes wrong. That sets your attitude. You start feeling a certain way. You're taking a problem that is so small and then making it the biggest problem in the world, saying, oh my gosh, this is a disaster. It's on fire. But it's like, come back in an hour, 2 hours, and tell me if you feel the same way. Because that's that again, and we've learned that a lot throughout many, many trading days that we've got to witness. You see it every day, and everything. You see people freak out because it's like, what the? Why is it? How is it? And that's the beauty of time. Who are you talking to? We were talking, somebody brought up the best advice that I give them, and then we were just kind of talking back and forth. You know, I rant, Chad throws in comments, I respond, we do our thing, man. It's good to go. Good to go. Yeah, exactly. Today was literally down bad to nothing happened. What do you do if your girlfriend doesn't believe in God? Rebuke her to hell. That's very simple. Next question. No, I'm just kidding, man. That's a personal one. I mean, it really depends. I mean, sometimes you could have a big debate about it. You could let that define a lot. I mean, for me personally, it's like kind of a requirement for me, just because it's like a very big part of my life. So it's like it's good, but you know you're gonna have to ask yourself just a lot of questions with it. But you would be surprised. You would be surprised how you work with people. I mean, I would just say love everybody, especially if you really do care about someone. You would be surprised. But it gets interesting. It gets interesting. I mean, I've dealt with it a lot. I dealt with it a lot earlier until I was like, hey, man, okay, this is a big part of my life. I guess I can't, you know, I was like, there's no way. Like, even my girlfriend now, like, thankfully, you know, we align with our beliefs. But, like, I day one, it's like, you know damn well what I'm going to talk about every day, what is on my mind, how I view things. And if it's not going to vibe with that, you're not, like, it's just, I know very well I couldn't connect with somebody on that level. But I like what someone said, don't go into it thinking you're going to change somebody. And it's kind of, you're going to have to put that in God's hands realistically. And remember, you're the best example if you really think about it too. You don't think you could influence someone? I think you can, but more likely than not, you're probably influencing the person without trying. And then when you try to influence them, you're probably having a negative effect. Meaning, what I watch you do in private, and like if I'm like intimate with you and like I see you most of the time, how I see you act towards other people is probably going to convince me more of your beliefs than what you tell me. Or what you know what I'm saying? Or if you try to, you could explain a very deep logic on why you need to believe in God, and then if you have no love in your heart, why would I ever believe? That's how I view it. I mean, it's the same thing. It's like I wouldn't even like. That's how I was. That's why I never believed early on, because all these people telling me about the Bible, I was like, y'all ain't got no love in your heart. Like, I'm like, what are you saying right now? So like, I saw different actions, so I said, nah, it's bullshit. So don't underestimate. That's how a lot of people are. That's why hopefully, I mean, even here, like, you know what I believe, but for the most part, I'm saying, like, we open the door to everybody. I know I could be a little asshole, and hopefully, I mean, I'm never really, like, trying to hurt and attack somebody, and I try my best to, represent love and what it is, because that's what I believe, and, I think most people can pick up off of that, and you could pick up off of you could learn more about God through the love of how other people genuinely act than ever hearing about it, more or less. Ooh, sometimes we are the only Bible someone will read. Ooh, fire. Abby Vi hit a high. Hi. Hey. More UMC and WBD. Again, UWMC, if they get a dope earnings, man, back-to-back earnings, I might be a buyer again. I really might be a buyer again. So I'm very excited for what this earnings season holds for them. It's actually a very big earnings for UWMC, because now we've had a lot more rate hike movements. We've had more rates and stabilization in the mortgage markets. So if they go back-to-back 2 in a row fire earnings in this environment, I would buy. I'd love to take that 10% yield. And then having good performance in that sense. Fire earnings would be beating guidance, even meeting their guidance because they guided up. And just watching mortgage activity not fall to new lows and actually increase from some of the lows they had a couple of quarters earlier. That would be a fire earnings. You ever study near-death experiences? I've looked in this. I've had a couple myself. And then did you know that lending tips died back in the day? I don't know. Do you guys know that story? Do you guys know lending tips, like, legitimately at one point in his life was pronounced dead and came back to life? There's a newspaper article from back in the day. I've shared it with you guys before. I think he's even talked about it. Yeah. At one point, lending tips has literally been in a body bag, pronounced dead, and came back to life. I believe me, as much as, like, if I didn't know lending tips, how I knew lending tips, and, like, for so long, I would have been like, what? Bullshit. But nah, it's facts. Like, actually facts. Is that how he reset his credit score? Yeah, I think so, maybe. I think that's how it worked. He's like, sorry, I died. Oh, can't pay the debt. Reset it. Yalla. That's funny. He said, is that how his credit reset? On the art, I think it was from the early, I think it was like in the 80s or 90s. I have the article somewhere because I remember that. Somebody even, I think I shared it with you guys a while ago, and then somebody went and found the article, and somebody found the newspaper article, and I was like, damn, that was crazy. This is the credit card hack companies don't want you to know. Reset your credit in 12 days. What? Just one weird trick. What time is it? 12:30? 30 minutes left. You got to explain more than that. I mean, it's just one of those things, man. It's just like, I don't know. Like, it's something very hard for me to even believe. Again, it's just like, it's different and there's not much to it. The dude died and came back to life. Like, I don't know. It's like, how deep do we need to go with it? I don't. There's probably a lot of other questions, but I mean, I don't know if I could even answer them, more or less. But that's it. We could call him to talk about it. I mean, I'm sure maybe Friday, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. There's different stories like that all across the world. Moo said that's called sleep in. In the bag, yeah. So, like, he was pronounced dead at the scene. They put him in a body bag at the scene, still at the scene. They zipped it up, and then shortly after, he started banging on the body bag to open it up, and then he came back to life. And then that's it. And there was prayer involved and other things and all sorts of stuff. It could get very spiritual, but that's the Spark Notes version. And now he's just a banker. You're like, call him now. Call him now. I came in and I thought you were talking about Jesus. Honestly, I think some of your guys' comments have been pretty funny on top of all of it, because it's like, it's crazy, and like half of y'all are tripping out, and then the other half is like, what the hell is going on right now? Hold on. This is one heck of an initiation process to call real estate, baby. Let's go, man. You gotta go through all of it. Been trading for 12 years. What run into, I can't imagine what trading with the Chad would be like. I'm glad we all found each other. It's beautiful. Again, that's how I was saying it too. Somebody asked me like during the 2013. I remember I was trading once on Twitch back in the day, streaming Call of Duty. But I mean, we didn't have what we have here today. It's wild. I mean, it's been great. I've had different people throughout different years. I mean, it's awesome the consistency we've had with everybody now. Because again, it's like, bro, I love having all of these events documented. You know, it's something that is what we got. Like, we could go back and see everything. We can go and look at every single event. And like I'm saying, like, thankfully, there's been some of you guys who have really followed along, and some of you are very skeptical, which is great because it's like you've got to see over the years exactly what has been documented. You've been able to see a lot of the stuff we've talked about come to life and certain information and learn from it. So it's been awesome to share. It's great. I don't know what it would be like. Again, I've been doing it for a long time. It's one of the fun social aspects related to the market, just in general, of what we have to do and deal with every day. Trading before the stream was boring, lots of watching, old 90. Don't even tell me. I remember, because before I even tried in 2018, 19, before we started this stream, dude, I would just be in I have that Bloomberg noise ingrained in my head. Like, anytime if I put Bloomberg on TV and I hear it on commercial, it's like, din, 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 din. I don't know. It's like, it messes with me, bro. And it brings me back to flashbacks to just sitting there and then just getting low-key brainwashed. I don't know how to describe it. Best web portal. Is that what they said on the article? A financial education web portal. Boeing has been killing it, man. Boeing's on fire. And we have 24 minutes left. 24 minutes left. NASDAQ is only up 0.02. Everything's back to red again. What a day. 374s are only down 2 cents. Yen is still up. Facebook's went down. Again, I sold out the Vero too this morning. The Vero. Remember we did shares on that one? Phase stock halted BRMP. Oh, shit. No, it might. I think that's true. There's news coming out. Ivana Trump, former President Trump's first wife and mother of his 3 eldest children, has died. So it needs to get verified, I think. It's coming out from ABC and a couple of other people. I don't know if Trump posted it on Truth Social. Yeah, no. So sorry, someone got timed out for posting it. Somebody just posted it, JJ, and got timed out. But no, then I just looked it up. It actually looks like people are talking about that right now. The Trump family statement on Ivana Trump. Not Ivanka, but Ivana. So literally, the first wife of Donald Trump has died today. Thought you were talking about face stock. Nah. Did she own this company? I don't know. I'm not sure really what her role is. Very random. It's just happening. ABC posted an initial one, and then Trump's family made a statement, and then John Santucci, he has another one. Again, he's ABC. Yeah, he's the executive producer at ABC. So honestly, the source it looks pretty credible. They're just coming out now. And SPY's coming down a little bit. BABA might even come back down. I grabbed one. And then I just made one more trade. One more small trade for the day. We got 20 minutes left. I like how it's looking. Ivanka's mother died, yeah, today. Again, it just got confirmed a little bit ago. You're probably going to hear more about it later. That's wild. Again, it's apologies, JJ, if you got clapped for posting it. Again, the mods thought you were, like, spamming fake news. And then it was real. It was real. Be careful, but don't trade this. Not a recommendation. I grabbed the BABA weekly put. So one expiring tomorrow. I spent $30, and yeah, that's what I got. That's what I got. Ooh. But I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. You're blessed. I hope you know you're blessed. And let's see what we got.
Exact president is doing.
The major fault line at this early stage is tax. For the oil market, this is a big moment to see if the kingdom is willing to step in.
Oh, no, it's an ad. Dang it. It's only 20 minutes left. CNBC, you guys got anything? Oh, they ain't got shit. Data tomorrow. It's going to be exciting. Consumer sentiment's the big one at 10, and that's going to come with inflation expectations. But then you're going to get Empire Manufacturing, retail sales, import prices, export prices, Bloomberg July United States Economic Survey, industrial production, capacity utilization, business inventories, and then University of Michigan consumer sentiment. I just grabbed a $30 daily put on BABA. It's up 200%, so there's a lot of risk on it. But we've seen this before pretty much. Big reaction to news, calms down, and it might carry over next week or tomorrow. But we only have one day on it, so we'll see what happens. Equifax says they're going to include buy now, pay later on credit reports. That'd be a good start. I think it's a good place to start. Early market on close, 200 million on the sell side. Oh, big picture, dude.
In today's big picture, a few data points.
Okay,
the
I'm gonna go to the
inflation
bathroom.
issue is
Follow me on Instagram
hard for the
at the
Fed
Trading
to contain.
Fraternity. I love you.
The average monthly rent for a Manhattan apartment surpassing $5,000 for the first time ever. $5,058 to be exact, according to a report from Miller Samuel and Douglas Elliman. Averages for rental prices were up 29% from last year. And then we got the June producer prices for the country up 11.3%. That was near a record jump. It measures what suppliers charge businesses and other customers for goods at the wholesale level. And even without food and energy, which is a big part of it, wholesale inflation jumped 8.2% from last year. It's a signal that that inflation is permeating the production chain and becoming more entrenched. But one potential better sign for the consumer, energy prices really have come down. Brent crude oil falling below levels it saw at the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine today before turning higher later in the session. They're about flat right now, below $100 a barrel. We'll keep an eye on it. Up next, we will discuss whether Taiwan Semiconductor's better than expected earnings are calming concerns about chip stocks. That story plus banks beaten up and another big deal for EV maker Canoo when we take you inside the market zone.
Brought to you by Tesla. What? Bought that boop, bop, boop. Get ready. What time is it? We got 15 minutes left. I mean a Bob. No, I didn't take Baba this morning. No. I did BTU. BTU coal was the play I made in the morning. Inventory news, important. Bullwhip indicator. Definitely. It's there. I mean, there's a lot of good info for tomorrow, like data that can move things. So we're probably going to get a compounding effect. But the big one is you Michigan consumer sentiment. Because if those inflation expectations keep going nuts and then consumer confidence keeps going lower, that is a big reason why the Fed got panicked last time. Or at least that's what the narrative says, or that's what people were saying. So, but we have seen big reactions from it. I think even last time it came out, a couple of weeks ago, even after the CPI, we saw something like that. What's the other one? Teslanian. Oh my goodness. EWI. That came up a decent amount. I think the plays are still holding though. The bid came down. The ask is wider. Which one do you think is more impactful, CPI or consumer sentiment? CPI is naturally a bigger report, but they kind of go hand in hand because consumer sentiment has inflation expectations built into it. We haven't really responded to it too crazy, but the fact that it's at the very lows, again, consumer sentiment is literally at an all-time low, and sometimes consumer sentiment can precede employment dropping. So it's important, but naturally I would say CPI is a bigger effect, but doesn't mean that this one won't be big coming into tomorrow. JP. Costco monthly is amazing. Honestly, I think Costco is one of the best performers. I'm kind of sad I'm still short on it with how it's played out, but their best performer in one of the most sensitive industries. So that's we'll see. No, I went with BTU calls. I'm hoping coal will be a sympathy play to any European action. Fed today, Fed Waller and Fed Bullard. That's where both of your spikes came from. This move was Fed Waller. This one was Fed Bullard. Last PCE print. It plays into it. I mean, it was higher too. And I think we'll get the final PCE right before, I believe. Oh, no, when I want to see TLT. We have a bunch of data. Kind of. There's a lot, but like I said, I think one of them will be a very, very big one. The EWG put did not print. We have till tomorrow. Again, we're close to getting in the money, but right now you're barely outside of the money. We were about a quarter from the money at the morning. So if EWG gaps down tomorrow, we win. If not, we're clapped, and then we're going to have to either reposition. Dude, imagine that. Imagine shorting it right fucking here, and we still got clapped on them. And then I think if you had more time, you only made like 50 to 70%. But thankfully, we have the VG case, so we got that at the same time. And that one's up at least 200%. I didn't get a lot of BTU. No, it's a really dead chain. very illiquid, but I grabbed. I only grabbed 2 of them. I spent $80 because I still have what's it called, and I'm up on it a lot. I still have ARLP. Trump's post. Is it misinformation? Yeah, where did he? I think he posted this on Truth. He said, "I'm saddened to inform those that loved her, of which there are many, that Ivana Trump has passed away in her home in New York. She was a wonderful, beautiful, amazing woman, led a great and inspirational life. Her pride and joy were her 3 children, Donald Jr., Ivanka, and Eric. So proud of them. We were all so proud of her. Rest in peace, Ivana." Do daily trade. We have a couple. I mean, we did a spy puts from yesterday to today. Grabbed one more. We are waiting for Catalyst tomorrow on Abivi. We grabbed the Babas too. Again, that one, we caught that news early today, but then the plays just went crazy fast. 10-minute rigged. Here it is. That's crazy. 10 minutes left. Where's the volume like today? Oh, yeah. Another big volume. 73 million already. That's good. At least we woke up a little bit. Ending tomorrow. Good gain. Should I cut it now or wait to see? Well, if it expires tomorrow and it falls out the money, you will go worthless on that play. So just be careful with it. It might be wise to take half or do a ghetto spread or something, but point is, just like the EWGs, it's make it or break it. So if you fall out the money, I've had it happen before. I've had a play up. Which one was it? It was my end phase. That happened 3 weeks ago. I had an end phase. I was up $2,000 on it in the money, and I didn't sell it. And remember when the option market got shut down and they clapped us a little bit? By the end of the day, that play expired worthless. I saw $2,000 of profit go out the window just because of the morning on expiration. So just be very, very careful with that. It's very risky. If you're in the money, expires tomorrow, and it falls out the money, that play will go from valuable to worthless faster than you could even comprehend it. Remember, they scammed big that day. VYGVQ is popping. Honestly, I think the question is just if everybody is going to take that and try to pump it. That's it. If everyone's going to try to do the bankruptcy pump or not. That's the real question with Voyager at this point. Otherwise, like we said, be careful. The bell is almost there. 10 minutes. Actually, 8 minutes. Are we up? NASDAQ is at 0.01. SPY is still red, and Dow is still red. Yeah, same reason you genuinely hold through earnings. Or don't hold through, Wall Street bets have any relationship with Voyager? I don't know. But again, like Voyager, I could definitely see it happening because I brought it up today. And like I was like, the company's bankrupt. And then 5 people were like, well, these companies all ripped when they went bankrupt. So just be careful with it. I don't know if I want to play it, but I think it's just a matter of time. It's either it gets picked up where everybody's like, damn, it's cheap, let's buy it all. And now the bankruptcy, whatever, or it's just going to be a money pit. But if everyone does pick up on it, it might go crazy. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not, like I said, my desire for some of these is not really too high. I'm never getting my crypto on Voyager back. You might get some of, if it was in stable coins, you might be able to get more of it, but you have to file some security thing. And then if you had any crypto in Bitcoin or Ethereum on there, you can get it back. You have to fill out forms, but you're probably going to get adjusted, meaning you'll probably get like 50% less than what you had if you're lucky. Yeah, Celsius, I don't know if Celsius was public, but they filed bankruptcy today. What forms? Go read on their site. I mean, again, this is like the bankruptcy proceeding. I'm familiar with it, but I don't know exactly what it is. Genting 6 billion Singapore unit. MG said it was to approach Lim family on possible Genting deal. MGM is buying something in Singapore. I don't know if they're popping off that. MGM in talks on Genting deal didn't lead to agreement. They said it also draws interest from other suitors. Genting, G-E-N-T or G-E-N-S. I don't know if it's publicly traded. But MGM. Is that true? That's coming out right now. It's literally breaking news right now. Again, MGM was to approach the Lim family on possible deal, but then they didn't end up going through with it. It's a Genting Singapore. No idea what this is. I'm assuming it's hospitality. Big fat put on Tesla. MGM starting to move a little bit. I'm just, again, it's like, yeah, as I always said it's like people are trying to buy bankrupt companies and then complaining about the market. It's just, I'm over all of the dog shit. That's it. It's like, it's over. Like, honestly, I'd rather play Rubik Crash. Hey, 100% any day, bro. Rubik Crash, bro, we can make 20% right now. That's it, bro. Just get out at 1.2, put in $1,000, bro. We're done. Just like we could do it quick, bro. I've seen it. But other than that, I have more fun with that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. So we make our final approach. If you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover at the Trade and Fraternity terminal around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it is about 76 degrees and sunny. Looking like a beautiful day, a little bit bipolar like the S&P going from cloudy to sunny, but should be able to enjoy it. And you got one more day till the weekend. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Code Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Amen. We take off and land in San Diego every day. What are you, like a NTSB like investigator or something, bro? Chill, bro. Chill. Relax. Yeah, okay. I don't know where we even take off from, to be honest with you. My job is to land this shit. Okay, I don't know where I left from. I don't know how I got here. I don't even have employee benefits, man. So I don't know who you work for or whatever, but I'm just saying the plane is landing, man. So finalize it, because you got 1 minute. Oh, let's go, baby. Oh, game time. And you got some memberships. Look at the chat, baby. Oh, yeah, solid 10. Bring it home. Less than 45 seconds left. Again, you have a slew of economic data before the bell, and then after the bell, we are going to be getting consumer sentiment tomorrow, and that will be very big. Dollar is still above COVID levels. PPI was through the roof. More bank stocks tomorrow. They all got clapped today, and the yield curve is still inverted, and we have to worry about Fed futures and pricing in 100 basis points, but the bullishness today came from Fed Bullard and Waller saying they are not doing 100 basis points. So less than 10 seconds. Wrap it up. Bring it home. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horn. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody in the chat, I need a GG right now. Oh, yeah, we need the GG. Let's go. Bring that good sportsmanship back. You made it. 7 hours, baby. Oh, we did it. We made it. Good game. Good game. GG, Chad. I don't care if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. I know you're still in the game. If you looked up this stock market while it's getting clapped, you in the game, baby. So God bless you, all my real money traders. Real money, working on your craft. Let's go, baby. Good game. Good game. We were in the heat of the battle. I feel you. A lot happens. GG, baby. GG. It's all love, even if you got clapped, baby. God bless. Let's go. Amen. We made it, baby. Amen. Shout out everybody. Shout out the members, the non-members, the stream alerts, the people with the membership badge, baby. All the GG. Let's go. Amen. 7 hours. Tomorrow's Friday, too. Come on, man. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Let's go. Amen. Yeah, hard I don't want, because everyone got like opinions and thoughts, but they don't mean a lot. Let's go. Amen. Put the key in the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. It's my freedom a lot. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me to talk. Let's go. Okay, that's it. Cut it. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Chattadonia. GG, bro. For real. GG. Good game, man. Honestly, if y'all been playing in the game, like I said, if you've been real money, having to make real life fucking decisions, you know what I'm saying? You got to really think about the budget. You got to really look at the finances and figure out what hell look like. And you doing all of this and you working so you can stay alive, baby. Good game. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? It's July 2022. You know how many people quit by April 2022? Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me, baby. Let's go. Good game. Good game. Good game. Amen. Amen. Elliot has big stake in Pinterest, says Wall Street Journal. Uh-oh, is Pins running? Uh-oh, whoa. Yeah, look at that TLT candle. Everybody in the TLT, put your mother... Oh, Pinterest is rocketing. Oh, I think we have a leap on Pinterest, so we might be good on that one. Yeah, no, that one's going crazy. That was unbelievably soft. He's talking about the cult merch, baby. Hey, man, unbelievably soft. I just look up. That's the only comment I see. I love it, man. I love it, man. We got there, baby. Amen. Amen. So, Chad, that is the day. I love all of you. God bless you. Thank you for being here, man. If you showed love today, I appreciate. Oh, 1.8 thousand. Let's go. Horn, thank you for liking the video. Again, you didn't have to like it. Maybe you got coerced or guilt tripped into it because of the poll. I don't know. But listen, man, thank you for liking it. And I hope you know every single one of you who likes the video and shares this stream, bro, you are helping us continue this mission, and you are making sure traders who are like you and very different get access to this type of quality information. Again, another day where we're dropping news a couple minutes before Anywhere gets it. And we love to see it, but God bless you guys, and thank you for supporting the mission. Big shout out to everybody. Again, you gave me your time. I hope you made the most of it. We had a lot of discussion. We talked a lot about the economy. Again, today was a wild day because we got to watch a lot of real-time changes. So if you were there, I know you definitely got to learn from it, and I really hope you did. But God bless you, and thank you for holding it down for real. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate every single one of you. Big shout out to the members, baby. Again, we got gifted members. 31 months. Oh, he's flexing. Oh, let's go. Look at that, baby. See, that's one thing we got here, bro. I'm telling you, it's an amazing community. That's why everybody together is one, working hard, working and staying in the game is so important. But we've had a lot of people here for a lot of times. Again, I was thanking you guys today. Thank you for giving me a platform and for you guys to actually listen. Again, it makes other people listen, and it's awesome to be able to share a lot of stuff I've been working very hard on for years and to have people kind of recognize it, man. But for all of you guys, I know there's members who've been watching since before. I had like a puberty voice on here. I sounded like this. I don't know why I sounded so different. I don't know why, but they've been watching and they've been in there. They've been learning about the yield curve, baby. They've been learning about the strong dollar. We've been talking about that, the economics, the East Asian financial crisis, the Bretton Woods. You know what I'm saying? The Chinese devaluation. They were here when we were making videos prior to COVID. You know. Alphabet adds former Goldman Sachs CFO Martin Chavez to the board. Ooh, okay. But yeah, man, Chad, I love you. God bless you guys. Big shout out to the members. Again, if you guys are helping me accomplish it, you guys are helping me spread the word, and I hope you know you are part of this journey with me, and I appreciate you guys over the years, especially even if you're new, just because I hope I see you here over the years again, and you better get a fucking long-term, man. Stop playing with me, but I love you, and God bless you, baby. You know what I'm saying? Amen. Amen. Shout out to the members. Thank you, guys. Thank you, and thank you for making it look pretty. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for making that membership badge look pretty, you know? You didn't let $5.99 turn you into an asshole, and I respect that. I respect that. And big shout out to the stream alerts. Again, they didn't miss anything today. They got the news. If you got to work but you want to be on here, stream alerts is a great tool to have, but it's all freemium, and that's why I got to shout them out, man, because they support the channel. Again, many people even just support just to support, so God bless you. Stream alerts, we are going to make sure you don't miss it. And if stream alerts ain't going to miss it, that means you listening ain't going to miss it. Stop playing with me. Snaps up 5%. Well, listen, man, I remember when a 5% Snapchat move was like $5. Now it's like 12 cents. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Stop it. Why? It's not I'm just kidding. We're actually still up on it. I don't know how. God is good. Amen. Amen. You make money on the buy, baby. Oh, they don't feel me. But big shout out to the stream alerts. And last but definitely not least, man, everybody. Again, we don't care what you got. Everything is freemium. Get it where you fit in, baby. But if you come in here every day, you don't litter, you treat this like a good place to be, you make the most of it, you come here to work on your craft, you come here to contribute with real, like, contribution, and you're getting involved with these discussions, you're helping further it, you're asking good concepts so that we could even dive further on stuff. You have no idea how much I appreciate you, because that's what keeps this going, man. All day, I'm talking, but and a lot of people ask me, they're like, how do you talk for so long? I'm like, bro, look at the chat. Look at the people that we are interacting with. Again, I'm bringing up ideas. I'm bouncing them off of you guys. You guys are throwing them back. You're asking questions. You're doubting it. You're being skeptical. We have so many things, man. And that's what I'm saying. A real, genuine contribution, whether you agree or not, as long as it is in the name of actually getting to the truth, bro. God bless you and thank you for your guys' service. For real. That's everybody. So God bless the cult. That's what makes it strong. I hope you know we stronger as one, baby. They don't feel me. Amen. 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 Yeah, they don't feel me, baby. Damn, Pinterest up 22% on that. That's wicked. That's a lot. But Chattadonia, that's the day. Check out the links. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. You could get some free goodies on there. Go play with it. You'll like it. First link. Second link, nightly watch list and main channel. You got your watch list, man. I like all the plays on here, man. Did you guys see me? You guys, some people thought I clickbaited them. Bro, I ripped it. Where is it? Where is it? Now is the moment for defense, baby. If you are a well-intentioned person, you are going to plan ahead and get ready for... Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. I got. It got too crazy, bro. Honestly, I had to cut. I didn't want to get in trouble for my boobies, bro. Cause like I got big boobs. Like I hate to tell it to y'all. Honestly, like my girlfriend might even get jealous. I'm sorry, baby, but I'm just saying I got big boobs. So like I didn't know, and like I get reported for like, bro. I was like, God bless you. They'll report me for like misinformation. They're like, God ain't real, motherfucker. I'm like, damn, chill, bro, relax. So it was weird, bro. Nah, they ain't, man, bro. I could do, I do the titty dance, like, bro. I got it like that. It's that Arab chest. What do you want me to do about it, man? What do you want me to do about it? So, but I don't know, but that was fun, man. That was fun. That was really, really fun. So check it out. But that's the watch list. I'm going to have a good one for you today. I made a bunch of plays again. Yesterday we made a lot, so we'll see what happens. But check that out. Tomorrow's going to be a fun day. Remember, we have data in the morning. I'm going to give you the breakdown for tonight. So hopefully we see you there, baby. Third link for the membership badge. Shout out to all the members. Amen. 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 Check out the merch. Again, it's breathable. He said extremely soft. He says, dude, it's amazing merchandise. Amazing. It's breathable. One of the only things we're going to sell to you that is not freemium. Again, you can't acquire this unless you have a pure demand for breathable merchandise. But if you follow me on Instagram, you will get followed by a fake Josh, and he doesn't sell the merchandise. He sells you crypto. Honestly, he should, like I said, he should have took a quarter. Y'all should have asked him if he takes cash because, anyways, it gets weird. But don't fall for it. Report them. Follow me on Instagram while you're at it. Check out the merch. Check out the new channels called Real Estate, called Cars, called PHILO. Follow me on Instagram. I already said that. Check out how to make 1,000%. Great tutorial. Promise you'll learn something. How to set up the long term. Please set it up now because that's what you need and it'll change your life and you still got a lot of time and your dollar is strong. So that means things are cheap. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Ooh, another deposit. I'm ready. That's strong dollar. That's strong dollar. 10x Genomics sinks 20%. Preliminary revenue misses estimates. Ticker TXG. And finally, the prayer request wall, baby. Amen. Amen. You know what it is. Me and my mom like to pray for y'all. This is a real big thing that we do, man. I know the Chad prays for me. It's very helpful, but it's not that deep, man. You click it, you fill it out. We're going to pray for you. Even if you don't fill it out, I'm going to pray for you. As simple as that. We just want to wear your jersey and root for you. Our mentality is very simple. If it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you. That's why we want everybody to succeed. That's why we root for people. Again, we had a lot of good discussion today. We were even talking about taking a step back and, again, having a good attitude and, you know, wishing the best for people around you, bro. I'm telling you, it goes a long way, and it's going to keep you in the right mentality, man. So this is what we believe in. Fill it out if you like, but literally, like we said, man, you know, we going to pray for you regardless. And Chad, I know you see people in the chat, pray for them, man. It's very, very simple. I know we got a lot of prayer warriors in here, baby. But it's simple, man. Pray for your brothers and sisters. I don't know what you believe in, man, but send good vibes. Keep up the love. It's very, very simple. Again, we had some interesting discussions today, but you guys realize some of you will be the only Bible people will ever read. You are a living example, man, of any positivity, any love. So wear it, baby. Wear it on your sleeve. Make it shine. You don't cover a lamp. You know what I'm saying? No, they feel me. Come on, where you at, Paul? They don't feel me, Chad. But we go pray for you, and that's what it is. So fill that out. I love you. God bless you. That is the day, man. I hope you got the PHILO. Again, if you don't leave, the enemy is going to come. That's it. If you leave, the enemy leaves. So I really hope you guys can identify what you need to so you could get moving, because if there's a problem today, you could run from it in a good way. Not like run from your problems, but literally prepare and battle it. Hopefully you guys are thinking about mechanisms to ask yourself for confirmation and really think about it. And in the process of trying to figure out them problems, man, I really hope you could be specific. No more of, I have a problem. Oh, help me. Nah. Let's get specific and watch the answers get specific. But please go check out the PHILO when this gets posted. I'm sure you will like it, man. And if you just want the simple rundown, defense. Amen, baby. You feel me? I hope it is. Ask good questions. That's good, bro. Your future self thanks you. You see what I'm saying? Isn't that crazy, man? Whoever you are today and what you're doing today is not even you, man, because you are the one in the driver's seat for the you that we will inevitably deal with 3, 4, 5 years from now. So it's good, man. That's why I'm telling you, let's start moving now. Let's move the feet and play defense, and the future you is going to be so thankful. I promise you, baby. I hope they feel me, man. But check out that PHILO. Don't let me go too crazy. But, Chad, let's go. It's game time. And I really hope you guys take all of this to heart, man. It's defense and the goal. The goal is to make sure everyone gets protected. We need to get on top of our game so that no matter what happens, good or bad, we are going to come out victorious. And that is possible. But it means it's going to require a lot of work. So we got to start moving our feet, Chad. Let's go. Amen. Amen. They don't feel me, man. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. But, Chad, that is the day. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's the day. I love all of you. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale. If you're feeling a little extra, that's a good one for you. You know what I'm saying? Oh, City's already dropping. Oh, shit. Is that earnings? Hold on. Is it earnings on City? They're getting clappered a little bit. But that's the day. I'm going to catch you on the watch list. I think that's it, man. Go read the books like we said. And, you know, don't forget why we're here, okay? Why we in the game. Why we keep going. Why we ask very specifically and grind no matter what and seek hope in the future and keep going no matter what it looks like and keeping the faith and always keeping the praise, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. 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 Y'all got to keep the praise, though. You know what I'm saying? I need y'all to keep them good attitudes. I want y'all to be able to keep the praise, start saying good things, because they don't want you to have praise on your lips. You know what I'm saying? They don't want the praise on your tongues. That's the whole goal, is to keep you from praising at any moment where you saying, man, I love to be alive. I love the opportunity. Thank you, God, for all the blessing. Oh, I got a future. They don't like hearing it. I'm telling you that. That's one of the, and don't get me started, but again, move the feet and the enemy gonna move. Amen. But that's the day, Chad. I love you. Let's close it out with some Uncle. This one's a good one. He said, Uncle, why they hating? Why they not moving their feet? Because emotion just a movement. Progress ain't the same thing. But a thought could make a thinker. I heard that it changed things. Funny how it's just a wall separating Main Street. Tell him, Uncle. Tell him.
It's a cult, baby.
It's a cult.
Yeah, I put Uncle in the answers, I put Uncle in the streets, I put Uncle in the mansion, I put Uncle on the beat, I put Chad up in the chair, I put Chad in property. Every time I hit a lick, my brothers always equal me. Uncle, why they hating, why they not moving their feet? Cause emotion just a movement, progress ain't the same thing. But a thought can make a think, I heard that it changed things. Funny how it's just a wall separating Main Street. I love y'all, but you ain't gotta love me back. I'm busy counting blessings, so my schedule is packed. I'm busy buying tests in the equities to match. You don't know just what I'm saying, in a year run this back. Telling all my people that we profit off the policy. Never played the victim, it's real, but we play Monopoly. I used to do prescription, but now it's only philosophy. Show me who you kick it with, I'll show you who you probably be. Don't wait on me, cause I can take a minute, I feel it'll come to me. Remember how I was little, was doing the motor things. Now I'm rolling over contracts and buying some properties. If you ain't relating now, you gon' feel this in the future. I see good kids turn to shooters, I see fellas like computers. Say I'm ghetto when I'm clueless, but I'm glad I ain't you, bitch. Watch me put it all on Uncle, yeah, I'm betting on the movement. Why you think I'm thanking God every day? Ain't got the time to talk, cause they ain't never in the game. I'm too busy getting buckets while I call it with my change. I should call these puppets Uncle, cause they imitate my game. But I'm too intimate with things. They was really trying to quit the minute, didn't go their way. When they feel a little different, they think strategy should change. Yeah, you built a little different, the material's the same. I put Uncle in the answers, I put Uncle in the streets, I put Uncle in the mansion, I put Uncle on the beat, I put Chad up in the chair, I put Chad in property. Every time I hit a lick, my brothers always equal me. Uncle, why they hating, why they not moving their feet? Cause emotion just a movement, progress ain't the same thing. But a thought can make a think, I heard that it changed things. Funny how it's just a wall separating Main Street.
When they feel a little different, they think strategy should change. Yeah, you built a little diff, but the material's the same. Oh, let's go, Chad. So let's go, baby. It's game time. Thank God for Friday. TGIF, ABC, bro. Thank God it's Friday. We going to watch Sabrina tomorrow. Only a couple of you know what I'm saying. That's what it was like growing up, actually, with basic cable. But anyways, Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful, beautiful, glorious day. I'm going to see you tonight on the watch list. I'm going to see you in the morning. Let's close out this week. We've made it again. We've did it. We've made it. It's amazing. It's already halfway done with July, and that blows my mind. But get ready. We got data, some things to respond to, and before you know it, man, we're going to have some big events. So let's get it, baby. But I love you. Have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I'll see you in a little bit. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. I want a fat pony. Okay. Love you. Bye. Hey, what are you talking about? Hold on, Josh. I'm not done. I'm not done. You'll know when I'm finished. You already know it's going to happen. 2024. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to build a giant Wall Street. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, but listen. I don't get what's happening. Why is the economy down? If I was here, economy up. I made up. I invented up. I should work for Disney. Up. You see the movie Up? Yeah. I tell you, only thing going up is your blood pressure. Huh? And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bring insulin down, you dick. Yeah. That's what I do. Call me the insulin Hummer man. I'm not kidding. Not joking. Come on. You're acting like a clown. Repeat line. End quote. Okay. Happy Passover. Okay. Happy. Is the tide coming up? I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna go swim. I'm gonna go swim in the grass. Good night, morning. Kwanzaa.